Everyone wants to be the hero in a dungeon, but he's the one who actually gets them out alive. Just a Sherpa who reads the dungeon like a map, knows when to move and when to stop, every trap, every path, every mistake that gets people killed. There's no room for error. He has a little sister, and also high stamina and sharp instincts. And when top-tier adventurers start relying on him, the porter becomes the most important person in the party. The story begins in the Tyros dungeon. The deeper they go, the more everything is consumed by darkness. A battle fueled by despair is already near. Several people met the Lord of the Undead, a demon lich, in this dungeon. One of them thought that the undead are the strongest type of monster. This monster summoned its minions, and the people loudly said that it keeps summoning monsters one after another. There is no end to them. What should they do? They called for the princess, and she said that if they want to defeat it, they must continue the onslaught. A team member thought that with her black curly hair fluttering in the wind, she continues to fight with despair, as if this is her last battle. Her name is Yuika, the Black Princess. A dungeon Sherpa is a specialized class that helps carry adventurers' luggage and acts as their guide on the path of exploring and conquering the dungeon. 20 days before, in the Tyros dungeon, at a depth of the 20th floor, a team of people were fighting against huge golems and loudly said that they can't waste any more time. They must act together. He escaped. What are the tanks doing? When the mage was attacked by one of these monsters, he used the lightning strike spell and defeated the monster. Later, near the underground oasis, they began to rest, and one of them loudly cursed what was happening. The mage drank a mana potion, and someone asked how many potions he had already drunk. What a waste of mana. He turned to him and said that he could not do anything about it. This vanguard is useless. The swordsman was indignant at this and loudly asked what he was saying. He raised his staff with a smile and asked if he had forgotten what just happened. They started arguing with each other. A guy came to them and asked, "Are they arguing again?" Everything is fine as long as they don't separate them, right? The tired team members said that if he wanted to separate them, he should try. He was too tired to get involved in this. The guy with the big backpack sighed and thought that nothing could be done about them. The dungeon Sherpa, Ro, walked up to them and said that the two of them should listen. Shouting like that was dangerous because the monsters could hear them. They turned to him and loudly said that he didn't remember seeing him during the fight. Where was he even? It was that damned Sherpa. He said with a smile that he went off to collect some valuable herbs. The swordsman asked in a displeased tone, "Isn't it cool to be a Sherpa? He doesn't have to fight monsters. What an easy way to earn money." The mage said with a smirk that it would be a problem if they got injured now, so he should quiet down. The protagonist said that if he ran out of potions, he could give them a couple. He took out several potions and said that none of them were diluted with water, so they were all of high quality. They were surprised by this and said that it was a healing potion. It will restore their wounds. It is a restoration potion, the best choice for replenishing fatigue. He even has a strength potion. The wizard asked with a smirk, however, it is not free, right? He handed them a price list. They were very surprised by what they read and asked loudly, "Are the prices twice as high as the market prices?" The swordsman grabbed him by the collar and loudly asked, "Is he kidding them? He is scamming them." He calmly asked him to calm down and said that he would inform them. For a dungeon, it is quite cheap. Even if they decide to return to the surface now, they will not be able to avoid clashes with monsters. Moreover, if that happens, their equipment will be damaged, and they will have to pay an even higher price. If they buy it from him, it will save them time and money. One of the party members thought that they didn't even have enough stamina to go to the surface. The swordsman, with a dissatisfied expression, asked loudly, "So is this a victory for him, or will they all die?" MC apologized and said that the price is not negotiated. However, this is the type of thing that is not simply sold on the market because it is perfect for high-level adventurers. The party members called the leader and said that they should buy it. As high-level adventurers, they should use high-level items. He should stop acting like a barbarian. It's not worth it. He finally calmed down, let him go, and said that this time he will get away with it. However, he will never hire him again. Ro said with a smile that he is grateful for their cooperation. Later, he thought that the city of Tyros. This city was built right after the dungeon was found. It is a city of adventurers. He came to the Sherpa guild. A woman was sitting behind the counter and greeted him. He called her an old hag and said that he was home. She asked with a wide smile how everything went with the unruly gang. He thought about it and said that, as she said, they were all seasoned adventurers. They were unruly, as they were called. In terms of strength, they were quite well balanced. For some reason, it seemed to him that they could hold out there for a long time. However, they said that they would not hire him anymore. She, with a slightly dissatisfied look, said that he was already the third. It seemed that if he hadn't coped, hiring others would be useless. He went on and said that he would submit the report tomorrow. He needed to pick up his younger sister. She asked if he had left her with relatives again. Things weren't easy for him. After that, he came to another street, met Marie and called her by name. She ran up to him with a happy expression on her face, hugged his leg and said, "Welcome back." She jumped when the door opened, and the man from there called him and said that he was finally back. The protagonist called Murao and said that he was grateful that she always took care of his sister. He handed her the money and said that he would let her know if he needed her help again. She slammed the door and said that she didn't know whether she was shy or what, but she was not nice at all. He didn't pay attention to it, patted her on the head and said that they should go home. By the way, maybe they should pack lunch and go for a picnic in the forest? She held his hand and asked if they were going to pick gazi fruits. He agreed and said that it was just harvest season. They could pick some and make a lot of jam. She laughed with a happy expression on her face and said that they hadn't gone on a picnic for so long. He looked at her with a smile and thought that a Sherpa never fights monsters. However, you never know what can happen in a dungeon. It's risky work, surrounded by danger. There's always a chance that he won't come back. His little sister, who is only 4 years old, understands this. They reached the house and he said that they would have stew for dinner. She was happy about this and said that he should let her help. The next day, he came to the Sherpa guild, wished good morning and said that he brought a report on the dive. He was surprised when he saw a man at the door who said that he was waiting for him. After all, he was his favorite, outstanding student. He was waiting for him. He should let him tell about the wonderful work he found. MC closed the door in front of him and said that when he smiles and talks like that, it usually means he wants to involve him in some difficult work. He began to sweat from nerves and said that he had asked him for many things, but this time it was different. They have an important person from the royal capital here. He nevertheless opened the door and looked at him suspiciously, and the man said that this time the employer was a member of a famous group from the royal capital. Yuika entered the hall and he said that this was the Twilight sword. He looked at her in surprise and asked, "This is the one that is rumored in the guild, right?" After receiving a positive answer, he thought that as is known, they have cleared countless dungeons, the most famous of which are the most difficult in terms of actual strength. In the list of adventurer groups that are published once a month, they always rank at the top. They are also called the Heroes of the East. Rumors said that their leader is a beautiful, black-haired girl who is under 22 years old. As he understands, this will be their order. She introduced herself and said that she aims to clear the Tyros dungeon. Could he help her achieve this? He thought that today, it was known that this dungeon extends 47 floors down. The maximum the last floor could reach was 53. To clear the entire dungeon, they must reach and clear the last floor. Clearly, this was all because the guild leader Gunji and the former guild leader Gima had demanded it of him. Accompany the adventurers into the deepest, unexplored parts of the dungeon. This meeting marked the beginning of a remarkable adventure. However, they still didn't know what truly lurked at the very bottom of the dungeon. It was true darkness, leading the hero's party into the deepest parts of the dungeon. Such a task was a great honor for a dungeon Sherpa. Ro raised his hand with a smile, thanked her for the offer, and said that he was scared, however, and therefore had to decline. Diving into the unexplored parts of the dungeon would take a long time, wouldn't it? He couldn't be gone for that long. Jima laughed and said that maybe she could train his sister to be a Sherpa while he was gone. He, with an indignant expression, said loudly that he wasn't joking. She called him Little One and asked if he was saving up to take care of his sister, right? That's why he became a Sherpa. After all, it was a very profitable business in this city. He should be happy, because the reward this time was even greater than what he would receive in a year. Now, it seemed like he had no objections, right? He took the dive plan from her, read it, and thought that if he received this reward, Marie would be able to go to school. Besides, it won't be a very long dive, right up until they completely clear the dungeon. They're only going on 3 short-term dives, which is enough for him to accept the offer. He said that, by the way, he doesn't see any other groups listed besides theirs. Yuika said that Twilight Sword is a group that acts alone. While it's common for normal groups to go into unknown parts of the dungeon together, for them, other groups are too slow, which in turn increases the risk of being ambushed by monsters. However, Twilight Sword is a 4-person group, and they've cleared quite a few similar dungeons in the past. Twilight Sword is a group that's strong enough to rival several major league groups at once. This is how they've always operated, and how they plan to operate in the future. The protagonist said that he briefly familiarized himself with the dive plan. He introduced himself, extended his hand, and said that he accepted their request. She extended her hand in response, and said that then he could call her by her first name. He said that he looked forward to working with her. She shook his hand with a friendly smile and said that the feeling was mutual. He was surprised because he did not expect her to smile. She said that she would gladly set out right away, but she needed to replenish her supplies of tools and potions. Could he recommend a good shop? He agreed and asked, but she wanted to go to a shop popular among adventurers. She said that because they are famous in these circles, they have no access to such places, so much so that she can't even take a full breath. She would like to avoid all of this today. He said that popularity is sheer pain. He thought that it's not easy being a celebrity. He said that he should clarify. Preparing equipment is a separate fee. She said that it doesn't matter. She will leave everything to him. After that, they walked around the city and bought various necessary things. He said that they finally bought everything they needed. She thanked him, and he asked, by the way, if she would mind having dinner with him. His little sister would also be there. Yuika didn't mind and agreed to it. Later they came to his house. Marie met them, introduced herself, and said that she is 4 years old. She called him by name and asked if this was his daughter. He said that this was his sister. Even though there was almost a 20-year difference between them, she could just call her by her first name. She sat in front of her, greeted her with a friendly smile, introduced herself, and said that she would work with her brother. He confirmed this and said that they would be diving together starting tomorrow. After that, they came to a restaurant. The waiter brought them dishes and thanked them for waiting. Mari said in a joyful voice that it would taste better if she ate it like this. She looked at her and thanked her for the advice. MC looked at them and thought that he hadn't seen her act like this for a long time. When he decided to take her to dinner at a restaurant, he couldn't even imagine that they would get along so well. The waiter brought him ale, and Yuika asked if it was beer. He agreed and said that it went well with the local food. Would she like to drink it? She said that even when she turned 16 and was allowed to drink, she had never tried alcohol before. He offered her juice, and when it was brought, she started drinking her juice and said in a satisfied voice that she really liked this juice. He was about to say something about it, but she quickly drank it, raised her hand, and asked for a mug of ale. She started drinking alcohol and said that she was already 20 years old. Of course she could drink beer. He was surprised that she drank the whole mug in one go, but immediately after that, she felt worse. The next morning, she woke up in bed and wondered if it was morning already. It wasn't clear from here. It didn't look like her room. She had a headache and thought she remembered having dinner with him and his little sister. Yuika remembered how, yesterday, when she drank a mug of ale, she hugged Mari and told her she was so cute. She sat her on her lap, started stroking her head, and said she was like an angel. She should call her sister again. At the moment, she felt very embarrassed about it, grabbed her head and wondered what she had done. What was with that bitter drink that it knocked all the sanity out of her? She was so sweet. So she tried to be a good sister. She heard their voices, saw his things, and wondered, was she in their house? She put on her shoes, went to leave the room, and thought that in any case, she should apologize for all the inconvenience. She left the room. Ro was washing the dishes, noticed her, and said hello. Marie approached her, bowed, and also greeted her. Yuika greeted her with a little embarrassment and thought that she was still cute. She knelt in front of her and said that she apologized for her behavior yesterday. It seemed that her actions were quite inconvenient for her. He put the plates with food on the table and said that everything was fine. She would have just run away if she felt uncomfortable. She sat so obediently on her lap only because she really liked her. They should all have breakfast together. She, with a slightly confused look, said that she could not accept this invitation. However, when Marie suggested it, she gladly agreed. When they finished eating, she said that she needed to go and get their equipment from the Adventurers Guild. It would be difficult for her to navigate alone, so she asked him to come with her. They left the house, she waved and wished them a safe journey. After that, they came to the guild, where a worried girl loudly asked, did she get drunk, drink beer, and spend the night at this guy's place? She went shopping with him and returned only the next morning. There were no attacks there, right? Yuika, with a puzzled look, said that actually there are no monsters in the city. She said loudly in a worried tone that she didn't mean that. The protagonist, with a slightly confused look, said that he only let her rest at his home. She simply passed out in the shop, nothing more. The girl loudly called him a predator, asked him to shut up, and said that he was fired. He politely introduced himself and thought that it seemed like she misunderstood something. She stood between them with a displeased expression, growling angrily, and she called Barry and said that she should calm down. He was the Sherpa they hired. He thought she seemed to have a sister complex. A man with a serious expression ran up to him very quickly, apologized, and said that ever since she became the Black Princess, she started to react strongly to everything. His name is Nuku. He is a shortstop. MC looked at him with a smile and said that he was glad to meet him. A wizard flew up to him, caught his backpack with his staff, laughed, and said that he would be a good anchor. He is Mazakan, a sage who uses magic for defense and attack. He was very surprised when he heard his name and asked, is he the legendary adventurer who was called a hero for 3 different feats? He laughed, and Barry with an indignant look asked, did he just call him legendary? He is just an old man who retired and came back again. Nuku said that, by the way, this gentleman is her father. He was also over 60 years old and boasted the highest level among the 4 of them. Rue was surprised. He looked so young. Yuika approached him and said that she and Barry were warriors of light. She turned to her and loudly asked, are you sure you want to take him with you? She calmly said that they should discuss these details there in the dungeon. She loudly asked the princess to wait and asked her to reconsider. After some time, they descended into the dungeon, came to a staircase, and the protagonist said that this was a shortcut for adventurers of advanced level and above. It will lead them to the 14th floor. They should be careful, because it is quite slippery here. When they went down, he said that their goal for today was to reach the 47th floor. On their 3rd dive, they will be able to reach the dungeon core. Yuika said that the dungeon core is what produces the monsters in the dungeon. It will give them a huge amount of experience points. Clearing the Tyros dungeon will also raise their level a little. She called him and said that she believed that he knew a shortcut to the next oasis. What floor is it it on. He said it will be on the 19th floor. They should keep in mind that they will encounter a huge number of different monsters on their way. And in the beginning, they will meet monsters that hunt in packs. He listed these monsters and said that silver plates will be the rarest among them. She said with a smile that she understood him. This information was enough for now. She trusted him. After that, she called Barry and Mazakin. They understood her, used magic on him, and she said that it was not that she liked wasting her magic on him, but she had to strengthen his legs, otherwise the whole group would slow down because of him. MC asked in surprise, "Is this strengthening of his legs that increases his speed with the help of her wind magic, right?" She said with a displeased look at the sailboat. "That's what this spell is called. It will take him some time to get used to it." Yuika stepped forward and said that all the remaining floors to the oasis, they will run. She gave the order to move forward, and they all quickly ran forward. He, with a surprised expression on his face, said loudly that it was too fast. It felt like he was just being carried by the wind. He called Mazakin and asked, what was this magic circle that he just drew? He said with a wide smile that it was a silver, oily coating. He should just think of it as oil that covered his body, even though it didn't cover his back, but the rest of his body would repel any physical attacks. He was surprised by this and said that he had never heard of such a cool thing. "By the way, does he swim all the time?" He laughed about it and asked, "He likes to talk, doesn't he? If he keeps talking like this, he'll soon run out of breath." Barry ran forward with a serious expression and thought that if this Sherpa had collapsed from exhaustion, it would have been even better. Ro noticed the tunnel, warned them about it, and she thought that even though he had a calm face now, Nuku called out to the Black Princess and said that they were approaching. 12 overhead and 7 in front of them. Yuika called her name, she took out her daggers and said that the princess could leave everything to her. She jumped forward and thought that soon he would be crying, begging them for rest. She saw apple bees. These are monstrous insects the size of an apple. The acid they spew from their stings can easily dissolve meat. She easily killed these monsters with her daggers, and thought that if he started complaining, she would definitely tell him that he was fired. Yuika was the central link of the Twilight Sword. With her, they could get through anything. One of the monsters ran past the vanguard, and Nuku loudly called out for the Black Princess. They thought that their graceful princess did not need a man. She killed this monster with one blow of her sword and loudly said that they should run on. The protagonist, with a slightly surprised look, thought that the group did not stop for a second. He had never seen anything like this. He looked at the map and said that at the next fork there was a left turn. She said loudly that they should stop. "This passage is sealed. Is he sure it's not a mistake?" He denied it and said that the right path is a dead end. To go down to the next floor, they must go through the snake corridor that is to their left. Yuika called out to her and said that she should just trust him. Nuku called out to her. She immediately understood him and said that it was a trap. They are advancing from the right passage, and it looks like they are blocking their path. Apparently, they want to stop them at all costs. MC looked in that direction and said that they are goblins. She looked at it and said that it looks like these monsters blocked the right tunnel to prevent people from escaping. A crowd of goblins was running towards them, and she, with a calm expression on her face, said that he should hide behind the rock. Nuku called Barry and said that there are about 40 of them there. They should go there. He listened to the advice, hid behind a rock, and said that there were many inconspicuous places here. They should be careful. She said in a calm tone that they could handle it. He called her by name and asked if she really didn't want to go with them. Wasn't she worried at all? She agreed in a calm tone and said that he could leave it to them. They ran closer to the crowd of monsters. He took out several small stones, raised his hand and used the finger bullet skill, shot. He defeated several goblins at once and said that now they should go to the cave that remained there. He continued shooting stones and said that there were 13 monsters left. With a calm expression on her face, she used the wind dance spell, magic that instantly increases the power of the wearer's body. She jumped forward, looked to the side, and said that she found 3. She killed 3 of these monsters at once with a very quick strike of her dagger. She said that she almost grabbed him. She thought that he was also a goblin. There are still some of them who use their heads. He said with a calm expression that they could be in trouble, depending on the extent of their ability to use their heads. She said that she would take care of those on top. The rest of the team peeked out from around the corner, and Ro thought that thanks to the local, fairly light moss, he could see at some distance. Their teamwork was simply stunning. Nuku destroyed the goblins with a shot. Meanwhile, Barry moved towards the goblins, reaching positions that were out of range of the shot. It must be quite dangerous for her to be so close to the shot, but the armor completely protected her. Mazakan said that he had the ability to reflect physical attacks. He thought that in this fight, one could see that the Twilight Sword was using its individual qualities to the maximum. This really is the best team. It must be cool to be the chosen hero. They continued running forward, defeating goblins along the way. She looked down and noticed a necklace around the neck of one of the monsters. She said loudly that she didn't remember killing the goblin with the necklace. Feigning death was useless. He threw a body part of another monster at her. She was forced to dodge and he tried to run away. Nuku used the shot skill and said that he wouldn't let him escape. After that, they called the princess and warned that they were finished. Yuika turned around around, called Mazakan and asked, "He's ready, right?" He said with a smile that the magic circle was already here. He pointed his finger at the protagonist and said that they should take this boy with them. They went further to a place that seemed good to him, and he asked what he was going to do. He created a magic circle in front of him and used the Earth Bridge spell. With this spell, he destroyed the passage in front of him with a very loud sound. He was very surprised because of this, and Barry asked, "What happened?" She was already running. Yuika turned to him and asked, "Next is the labyrinth on the 20th underground floor." He agreed and asked if he should go back and collect the goblin's magic cores. She looked at him and said that it wasn't necessary since it wasn't the best thing to do. A magic core is a mass that forms within a monster's body. Collecting it can give you the experience needed to rank up. She said that as long as they caught up with her and covered her path, it didn't matter if a monster appeared. They should move on, she would lead, and he should keep up. He looked at her with slight surprise, then called Mazakan. He calmly asked what he wanted. MC turned to him and asked if Twilight Sword had a tactic for preserving her strength. He was a little surprised by this and asked why he decided that. He said that he wasn't talking about the team's overall policy. Twilight Sword's formation, given their type of actions and abilities, seemed to him to be a standard plan to operate with 3 fighters in the vanguard. However, in reality, they were set up in such a way that she simply didn't have the space to fight. She didn't even move an inch during the last fight, did she? He chuckled and said that he thought he was an ordinary boy, but it turned out he was quite observant. He thanked him for the praise, and he said that, however, he had already analyzed his true strength. Yuika called his name and said that there was nothing wrong with that. They should make a short stop. They stopped on the 19th underground floor. Barry fell to the ground and said how tired she was. She drank some water, agreed, and said that she had been running since the start, without the slightest pause. She called out to her and said that she had tried so hard in the Tyros dungeon. It felt like she was even more than usual now. She denied it with a confused look and thought that it seemed she should show off her abilities. Ro took out a small potion and asked if she would like to take a recovery potion. He noticed her reaction and did not understand why she was upset. Mazakan said with a smile that this boy seemed to have an interesting idea. He called him by name and asked if he had any other skills besides Prophet, right? He said with a smile that in addition to flight, he also had slow aging. No, Prophet is one of his special abilities. With this, you can find out the nature of an object by directly touching it. It can be used on both people and objects. Yuika said she knew a gift was personal, but if he didn't mind, could he tell me what his gift was? He asked with a slightly displeased look. She already knew about it, right? The only gift he had was stamina restoration. Nuku wiped the sweat from his face and said he'd never heard of such a gift. Barry asked what kind of gift it was. Mazakan said that, roughly speaking, it was hard for him to get tired. The protagonist said that this gift was more common in monsters than in humans. This is what a Sherpa needs, because if he gets tired and wants to rest, they'll abandon him, right? She was very embarrassed by this and said that it didn't make sense. He said with a small smile that this was his gift. Yuika said with surprise that it was wonderful. In the last dungeon, they had to somehow adjust their speed depending on whether the Sherpa was tired or not. This time, they had nothing to worry about, so he can be much stronger with his stamina restored. She's sure everyone wants to see it. He said with a confused look that he's just a Sherpa. What will they do if he runs out of energy? She and Mazakan laughed, and he said that it was expected. MC asked, don't they also become exhausted when their stamina runs out? They also need food and water to stay in shape. She ignored it and asked on what floor the next labyrinth awaits them. He thought that apparently she hadn't been listening to him at all. He looked at the map and said that it was on the 20th underground floor, off the main road. So it would be better to go straight to the 24th floor. They will encounter one there. He listed the many monsters that live there and said that there is also a manticore there. The last monster caught her attention, and he said that it is the king of the local fauna, found only on the 23rd floor. However, it might not be on their way, so they should hurry. She thought it over, agreed with his plan, and said that they would go there. He was surprised by this and said that some monsters were endowed with a gift. Wouldn't it be better to avoid them? Nuku said that it was no problem. He could determine the number of monsters with the gift of enemy locator. If he knew their exact number, it would be easier to deal with them. Ro looked at him and thought that, of course, as he thought, he asked, one way or another, they would follow her suggestion, right? Later, they came to the 23rd floor, and he said that a manticore would be here soon. Moss Nobu also lived here, so they should be careful. They walked nearby and said that the ground here was quite wet. It even seemed a little slippery. Barry stepped in some slime, told them about it, and asked, however, why was it here? He said that he had heard from other Sherpas that they saw a moving labyrinth. It looks like the slime is trying to imitate a labyrinth, doesn't it? Yuika asked if it was possible to use the enemy's search on what they were walking on. Nuku denied it and said that he didn't think there was any gift capable of that. She asked if he knew where the slime was. She walked ahead and said that it was somehow too sticky here. He heard a growl, called out to her, and said that there was a monster ahead. They met a manticore, and she said with a smile that here is the same manticore. That's just right. The protagonist looked at it and asked, I wonder if the manticore always acts alone? If so, then it must be much stronger than the other monsters living on the 23rd floor, and even the monsters of level 35. She drew her sword from its sheath with a smile and said that he should go again and hide behind the rocks. He agreed, started to walk away, and wondered if she would fight this time. She stepped forward and said that they should attack using his poor footing. She and Nuku would aim for the head. She would have to distract the manticore. Barry agreed and said that she thought she would pretend to be stuck. The monster growled loudly, and she used the wind dance and sail spells on her comrades. They both jumped aside, leaving her standing in place, and the monster ran forward. He looked at her in surprise and thought that thanks to the wind dance and sail spells, she was able to jump to the cliff in one bound. He noticed that she was stuck, became worried, and wondered how she was going to fight. When the monster ran very close to her, her allies jumped to an inconspicuous place. Nuku used the shot spell and launched a multitude of stones, which drove the manticore away. The monster stopped, the snake's head opened, and began to concentrate magic in its mouth. Barry looked at this with a surprised expression on her face, and said that this is lightning magic. Mazakan, with a calm smile, also began using magic and said that nothing could be done. He cast the Dirt Bridge spell and created a barrier in front of her, protecting her from the monster's magical attack. Nuku continued to attack from afar, and she pulled out her dagger and said that she would support him. MC watched from behind cover and wondered if Yuika really wasn't going to kill him. Even though it was a manticore, it seemed to him that the Twilight sword was deliberately trying not to harm him. Based on what she said, it seemed like they were trying to force the monster into stepping on the slime. Even a manticore could get stuck there for at least a second. Did she really want to rig something at this moment? Nuku aimed at the monster and said that he thought at least one of its paws would get stuck. She stood next to him and said that when Barry ran, it was noticeable that she didn't know where to put her foot. It seemed she was trying to avoid the slime, albeit subconsciously. He wondered how to get the manticore stuck. What if he directed it to a place where the slime would be unavoidable? The slime was trying to escape because the manticore had gotten in here. The only way for the slime to get out of here was to squeeze through a narrow passage that the manticore simply couldn't get through. There should have been quite a lot of slime left there by now. The only problem was that now he needed to find that passage, and in such a dark and huge area. He noticed moss flying nearby and thought that there was only one passage leading here, which meant the place the moss was flying from must be a dead end. This meant there was a small gap here that wasn't on the map, if you look at it from both sides. He called out to her loudly and said that there was still a spot here with a lot of slime where the manticore would definitely get stuck. It was behind him, at the base of the wall. She agreed with some surprise, and Nuku said that, however, they hadn't explored those places yet and didn't know anything about it. Barry loudly asked how he knew what was there if he hadn't been there himself. Rose said that wasn't necessary, since they had a map and their experience. He was telling them this as their Sherpa. Yuika was a little surprised by this, then smiled and loudly said that they should chase the manticore in that direction. Her team agreed, and with their attacks, they directed the monster in the direction he pointed. She called out to him and asked where exactly that place was. He ran after her, holding a map in his hand, and said that it was right between the rocks. When they got there, the monster really did end up in a place filled with slime and got stuck there. She realized that this was the right moment, jumped towards the monster, and used the Phantom Needle skill. She pierced the monster's head, jumped back, turned to them, and said with a smile that it was done. He's simply an amazing Sherpa. He thanked her for the praise, looking a little confused, and thought that even though she hit the target, the manticore wouldn't die from just one blow. He noticed the monster behind her starting to rise, called out loudly, and warned her of the danger. The rest of the team stood still, and Nuku calmly said he didn't have to worry about it. He knew the prince's middle name, right? After receiving a negative answer, he said that her middle name was Messenger of the Dead Spirit. She had a gift that allowed her to control creatures she pierced with her sword. The protagonist was surprised by this and saw the manticore kneel before her. Yuika placed her sword on the monster's shoulders and said that she would be called Neko. Barry, surprised, said that was simply the most terrible name in history. Nuku stood next to her and agreed, and he wondered what kind of name that was. She turned to them, stroked the manticore's head, and said that she had a rather useful ability. Let Neko lead. They should move on. So, their destination is the 47th underground floor. Where should they go next? He thought about it and said that it seemed like they should go to the 25th floor. They continued on, and he thought the victories of the Twilight sword and the manticore were spectacular, worth seeing. Nico captured every monster she encountered, and she used her gift on them, gradually building her own army. Within a day, it already included dozens of monsters. The Twilight Sword's team of monsters. They reached the 40th floor, where they encountered a minotaur. Note, this creature has the body of a man and the head of a bull, possessing exceptional endurance, thick muscles, and high resistance to blows. When this monster was exhausted from fighting other monsters, Yuika approached it and used the Phantom Needle skill. She named it Minoran and said that taming this monster is no easy task. Together with Nico, their task will be to search for enemy positions. They continued walking, and MC thought about how when they first met at the Sherpa Guild, She said that Twilight Sword was a 4-person group strong enough to rival several major league groups at once. When he first heard this, he thought it was simply unreasonable. However, now he has no doubt in their strength. They met 15 skeleton warriors. These are intelligent monsters wielding swords and shields that move in groups. Yuika, with a serious expression, called Neko and Minoran and said that they must deal with the advancing enemy. BU4 should return to cover. Nuku and Barry should besiege and weaken the enemies that BU5 and BU7 eluded. They immediately agreed, and Ro looked on and thought that the powerful abilities of all the party members and the destructive power of the monsters undoubtedly made Twilight Sword the strongest group. His attention was drawn to the skeleton warrior core that fell to the floor, and he thought that there were also monster achievements there. Monster achievements are a type of equipment dropped by defeated monsters. He began to collect them and thought that he should give them all to her. When they finished fighting the monsters, he thought that their ranks had been replenished with 7 skeleton warriors. The number of monsters in the squad now stood at 17. Yuika looked at them with a thoughtful look and said that it seemed it was time to heal the wounds and cheer up the monsters a little. She began to use magic and said that they should all remain in their places. She created a large magic circle over the crowd of monsters and used a healing spell. He was surprised by this and said that he had never seen such a magic circle before. Mazikan said with a smile that it was a gift from the princess. Healing. Usually, only monsters can use such magic on other monsters. He couldn't believe it and wondered, did she also possess such magic? When the spell reached the monsters, their wounds healed very quickly, and he thought it was a synergy achieved by the compatibility of gifts, or a combination. It's called renka. Simply put, the phantom needle is used to manipulate monsters, and healing is used to restore the physical strength of these monsters. This is the best renka. She is the best adventurer, specializing in capturing labyrinths. Yuika turned to them and asked if they should rest now too. Her team members agreed, and he thought it seemed that those who had special feelings for this excellent leader, those who acted like a royal vassal, and those who acted like a tsundere, they were all ready to act so that her renka would be safe. She pointed towards the dark cave and said that then they should proceed to the next floor. After some time, they continued to dive deeper into the dungeon, and he thought that when planning a dive, the most important thing was the party's level and the corresponding level of each floor. Corresponding is the party level required to clear a particular floor. Considering the adventurers' ranks, the Twilight Sword party was level 12. Manticore's hunting grounds, the 23rd floor, corresponded to level 6. Minotaur, the 40th floor, corresponded to level 13. They cleared both floors without any problems. Indeed, it should be noted in the dive report that the entire process took only 2 days. Normally, it would take 10 days. And such an incident would certainly cause a stir. They would set up camp near the oasis on the 47th floor while they settled in. The current floor was 47, and the corresponding level was 15. The monster hunt had been going on for 4 days already. On this floor, they encountered skill monsters that had a human torso and a snake-like lower body. They are cruel, use sharp nails as weapons, and possess incredible physical strength. The protagonist said that monsters living at such depths are capable of destroying an entire squad, so they should be careful. Yuika smiled confidently and said they had nothing to fear. She ordered 6 skeletons to keep these monsters at bay, and they immediately ran forward. They barely stopped the attack of the skill's nails with the help of shields, but the snakes also began to bite their legs. She loudly declared that it was useless, as the poison had no effect on her subordinates. She called the 7th and ordered him to break through their flank. The skeleton immediately listened to her, bounced off the rock, jumped towards the monsters, and struck one of them in the back with his sword, but was unable to pierce the tough skin. However, after his attack, a powerful explosion occurred, which killed the monster. MC watched this from the side in surprise and wondered, was this a gift of influence? Nuku looked up and said loudly that something was coming out of the ceiling. Barry also looked at it and said loudly that it was a huge slime. He also looked at it and said loudly that it was a slime prince, capable of dissolving even metal. Yuika immediately shouted to stay away from this monster. When everyone ran away, he said that close combat wouldn't work. She called Oink from 1 to 4 and said that they should keep their distance and attack with their spears. Mazikan called the Black Princess and said that the skills had broken through. She immediately called Oink from 5 to 8 and said that they should deal with them. Ro looked at this and thought that she was using her monsters with special abilities in mind. With this tactic, the entire party conserves its strength, which is wonderful. He called her and said that there was a loud echo here. If the battle dragged on, other monsters would come towards the sound and throw a carnival here. Note, this is what they call a situation where hordes of monsters gather in one place, organizing a series of prolonged battles. She thought about it and asked which of the gathered monsters would be the most problematic. He said that he thought it was the jelly toads and the underground garrison. Mazikan looked away with a smirk and said that, by the way, something was approaching. Barry heard the sound of approaching monsters and said loudly in disgust that they were jelly toads. These monsters knock down their victims with a stream of liquid that accumulates on their body. Yuika looked at the monsters and asked, "It's like a water cannon, right?" She called Neko and said that she should use the lightning trap spell and paralyze them. The manticore did so, and all the toads were paralyzed. She said with a calm smile that lightning magic works well on water monsters. She called Minoran and said he should kill them in one blow. The Minotaur stepped forward, swung his enormous axe, and struck the monsters with the flat side. He was shocked by what had happened, and she turned away and said it was much more effective than killing them one by one. Nuku called the Black Princess and said that 4 more were approaching. The protagonist became worried about this, called her, and said that the 4 monsters hiding on this floor were most likely a garrison. They were forming squads. There might not be any gaps in their defenses. They were quite formidable opponents. At that moment, a very cold gust of wind blew near them. Barry began to shiver from the cold and asked if it was snow magic. Nuku looked away and said that the orc and the slime prince were frozen. Mazikin laughed when he saw several silhouettes in the darkness and said how lively this carnival was. An underground garrison of lesser demons, equipped with various equipment, abandoned on the lower levels, came to join them. Yuika picked up her sword and said with a smile that they had a mage and also seemed to be skilled with a sword. Barry called the princess and asked what they should do with their skills. She said that she and Nuku should work on them and help the skeletons. They should also be careful of snake venom. She asked the princess with a joyful smile if she would heal her if the monsters bit her. Right? She ran to fight the other monsters, called Neko and Minoran, saying that they should recruit them into their army. After some time, they stopped at an oasis on the 47th floor, and MC said that this carnival gave him goosebumps. He seemed to understand now why they always had such unusual loot. Yuika laughed, agreed, and said that, however, they were only able to get all 4 thanks to him. The appearance of stronger monsters was their goal. That way, they could strengthen their armed forces. She began to eat the soup and said that, by the way, he cooks well. She absolutely loves this soup. He was glad to hear this, and Nuku said that being able to eat salad so deep underground was amazing. He turned to him with a smile and said that, after all, they had moved at a fast pace. He heard the kettle boil and said that the Sarabo tea was ready. He handed the cup of tea to her and thought that, starting with the manticore, the total number of monsters under her command was 50. From the expression on her face, one could tell that she was very tired. A potion would help with this, but it seemed that first she should replenish her strength with delicious food. He began to cut the meat and said that the main course would be smoked meat. It tastes better when sliced thin, but Marie prefers eating it in a sandwich. She said with a surprised expression that she told him this while they were eating together. He said with a smile that, of course, they often do this at home. She remembered the time spent with her, with a happy expression on her face, and blushed with embarrassment. He said that while she was sleeping, his sister said that she had a lot of fun. Would she mind playing with her again? She agreed with a very happy expression on her face, and they continued talking. Barry looked at them from the side and thought, the eternally cool, awe-inspiring, and beautiful princess is capable of making such a face? What was that freak up to? When they finished washing the dishes, Mazikin asked that since the meal was over, it was time to check the things they received. Could he please lay out everything they collected on the ground? Ro agreed, and laid out all the items they received from the monsters on the ground. They all came over to look at it, and Barry was sitting there eating soup. He said that the lower the floor, the more varied the items. Nuku asked with a little surprise, how did he manage to collect all this? He calmly said that he managed to find time between battles. Collecting dropped items and demonic cores, that's his job, after all. He said with a tense look that he was saying it so calmly, but collecting everything alone is quite difficult. The gift of stamina recovery is simply incredible. He calmly asked, did he really think so? Mazikan examined what they got and said that half of it seemed useful. The armor and weapons of the monsters are cursed, so it will be difficult for people who use them. Yuika asked if a dark blacksmith created this. The protagonist said that, by the way, he heard that dark blacksmiths make high-class equipment from ore mined in dungeons. Some are even capable of forging magical items, imbued with gifts and specific effects. Note, a dark smith is a special kind of lesser demon that equips humanoids living in the depths of dungeons. He said that dealing with cursed items is dangerous. They lower one's status and also undermine one's physical and magical strength. That's why all the parties discard such items. She said that it won't bring any benefit on the surface. They heard the demon say that it was simply insulting since they put their souls into it. All the team members became worried when they heard this, and he loudly warned her of the danger behind her. The demon held a dagger to her throat and said that what humans can't use is a premium product for them, monsters. They called out for the princess in worried voices, and the demon said that such weapons are very effective at killing adventurers. Barry loudly said that he should release the princess immediately. They immediately prepared for battle, and she was about to ask something, but stopped. The demon jumped away from her and asked, are you asking him? Then she should listen carefully. He doesn't have a name. Those dark blacksmiths they just mentioned, he's one of them. What a relief. He hasn't had to talk to people in a long time. MC looked at him and thought it was strange. There shouldn't be monsters here that can talk. According to the records, although high-level monsters have knowledge of language, they don't talk. Since monsters are driven only by instinct, there is no point in talking, especially with people, that is, their victims. That's not the only strange thing. The team members ran to the princess and called her. She called Nuku with a worried look and asked what happened to his detection skill. He said that he doesn't know. He doesn't sense demonic energy at all. Mazikan, with a serious expression, asked, "This guy, maybe he doesn't have it?" The demon approached the controlled monsters and said that if you think about it, they were from the top floor. Why did they come down here? She ordered the first and second to grab him immediately after that. The monsters attacked the dark blacksmith, and he easily dodged their attacks and loudly said that it was close. Ro's attention was drawn to the footsteps of this demon, and he watched it closely. He again dodged the monster's attack, and they were surprised when he disappeared. He appeared next to Yuika, stepped on the blade of her sword, and pinned it to the ground. He was surprised by this and thought that he used teleportation. He leaned towards her with a smile and said that, so she was controlling them. Barry, surprised, loudly asked what was wrong with him. He jumped away from her and said that what a murderous aura, how scary. He teleported to him and said that he was the only one who greeted them here. He patted him on the shoulder and asked, since he didn't point a gun at him, it seemed like they could be friends. He turned to him with a smile and said that he was flattered. So he will answer a few questions? He asked with a confused look. So he is looking for answers? A smile appeared on his face and he said that he was quite a curious guy. He liked that. However, unfortunately, he still had to deliver the goods, so he couldn't stay longer. They will sink even lower, right? Then they will definitely have a chance to meet again. They must not get killed and remain rotting corpses. People are so interesting, especially those who died recently. He disappeared and Barry asked the princess if she was okay. Yuika, with a calm expression, said that everything was fine. Nuku approached them and apologized for what happened, and she turned to him and said that this was the first time they encountered a monster without demonic energy. Nothing could be done about it. The protagonist said that even though they now knew it was a dark blacksmith, there was no record of their abilities in the Sherpa guild. She said that she had never encountered anyone like him in other dungeons. The Tyros dungeons were inhabited by monsters unknown to them. Clearing the dungeon completely was a risky undertaking, a fact, something of a test of their resolve as adventurers. He thought with a slightly tense expression that the level of risk was much higher than they had imagined. She said with a smile that it was quite interesting. Her desire to clear this dungeon only increased. The best thing that had happened to them in these 4 days of monster hunting was this secret passage leading to the lower floors. It seemed they simply had to go down to the 48th floor. He asked in surprise, hadn't they only agreed on the 47th? She turned to him and said that they would amend the contract. Mazikan smiled and said she didn't want to interrupt the dive after what that monster had done to her. MC said no one had ever been to the floor below. Not only were there monsters, but there was no information about this place at all. They needed to return to the surface and replenish their supplies before moving on. That was his advice, as Sherpas. She agreed and asked, she understands that, but so what? How could one of the Twilight Sword Squad not think they had the strength to explore the 48th floor? He looked confused, thinking that when she said that, they worked well as a team. And he, the legendary sage, didn't use his offensive magic at all. Mazikan yawned loudly and said that after such a heavy meal, he felt sleepy. He sighed and thought that in other words, they still had an ace up their sleeve. He took a deep breath and said that it was unfair, since he had nothing to say in response. She apologized with a small smile and said that she felt that he would listen to her decision. He was confused by this and asked, what does that mean? So this is how she deals with everything? She laughed and asked with a smile, does he really think so? Barry, angry at their conversation, jumped between them and loudly said that the Twilight Sword could deal with anyone at any time without his help. He was confused by this and said that from the looks of it, he had no choice anyway, so he would just listen to her. Yuika, smiling, said that that was great. Then they should set off into the unknown. Later, they descended to the 48th floor of the dungeon, and he thought that the dive into an uncharted place was beginning. He said that the glowing moss was very high and a lot of mana was concentrated here. Also, this surface wouldn't be the best support. Barry, with a haughty smirk, said that by the way, now that they were here, it wasn't much use. He was incapable of anything now, was he? Ro agreed and thought that upon arriving on a floor where no human had yet set foot, it was common for them Sherpas to rely on the experience and instincts of adventurers. The first thing they needed to do was draw a map. They also needed to make notes about the surroundings. They went further, and Barry called the princess and said that they could get to the oasis here. They came to it. Nuku said that he had spotted a monster ahead. This caught her attention, and she asked if it was above the oasis. She looked there, and surprised, said that she actually saw something. It was a huge vine cannon. Even if there was something here, She was sure it was quite boring. They hadn't encountered any monsters on the way here. She was sure someone was still excited about this place. Could she tell me if they'd found an oasis that meant they'd reached their goal? Yuika agreed and said that they should take a little rest and then return to the surface. The protagonist looked at this with an interested expression, and Barry, looking inspired, said that they should cut down this plant then. The night seed that this monster dropped could be sold for a very good price, since it was used for restorative medicine. He continued to look at it and thought that the vine cannon was an ordinary plant monster. It was worth taking a closer look. It attacked adventurers by throwing seeds from its tube-shaped pods at them, and even beginners could easily defeat this monster. What was the plant that usually lived on the upper floors doing here? The leaves and tubes are a little different. He turned to them and said loudly that this is not a vine cannon, they should not touch it. However, at the moment he said this, Barry had already cut off a piece of this monster's vine. Immediately after that, a powerful explosion occurred. A bunch of thorns flew from the plant, which hit him, and he thought that his strength was leaving him. These thorns were poisoned. He called out to the others in a tired voice and asked if they were okay. He saw how all the team members were hurt and couldn't move. He fell to the ground and thought that he was cold. He couldn't move his arms and legs either. His body seemed to be dissolving. Is this death? Yuika walked up to him, used the dark dewdrop spell, called him, and asked him to wake up. He heard her voice, came to his senses, stood up abruptly, and called out loudly for her. She said that she used a healing spell, so the poison should disappear from his system. It seemed she had removed all the thorns that were in it, but he should check again, just in case. He thanked her, asked her to wait, and asked if she had really pulled it out with her hands. She said that he didn't have to worry about it. He put the backpack on the ground and said that, however, she was bleeding, he would give her a healing potion. She said that now was not the time for that. It seemed that the poison was spreading quickly throughout the body. Therefore, first, they needed to save the others. He ran after her, offered his help, looked around and wondered. The oasis had evaporated. How big was the explosion? If it weren't for the effect of the silver oil coating, they would have definitely died. They approached Barry, examined her, and he thought that it was terrible. She managed to protect her eyes, but the rest of her face and body. He called her and said that she should use tweezers. She took it from him, agreed, and together they began to pull out the needles. When they were done, she used magic on her, causing her to quickly regain consciousness. Yuika called her and asked if she was okay. She agreed, and he handed her a vial of potion and asked her to drink it. Mazikan flew up to them, called the Black Princess, and said that she should not forget about him. If he died here, the world would not survive this loss. They were surprised that only one needle hit him, and he said that it was good that he had the gift of strengthening on his cloak. Later, they also healed Nuka, and she, looking tired, said that only monsters remained. MC approached her and gave her a portion of the potion, for which she thanked him and said that she would order them to guard them. Mazikan flew up to Barry, gently hit her on the head with his staff, and said that now is the best time to apologize. She called him an annoying old man, but still obeyed and asked for forgiveness. Nuku approached them and said that Ro was the only one who sensed danger, so she was not to blame. Healing magic is something few people can do, so if it worked for the Black Princess, he would have. He said that in any case, for a normal plant monster, this thing had too much power and poison. It could have been the floor boss. He said that they usually assume that plants are weak, but now they will have to change their minds. They all immediately turned around when Yuika fell to the ground and went to her. Barry lifted her up and asked in a worried tone what was wrong with her. He sat down next to her and said that it must be because of the poison. She was surprised by this and loudly declared that it was impossible. The princess has a level 3 resistance. She is resistant not only to burns and stuns, but to any impact in general. He thought it was true that at level 3, resilience could resist almost anything, but it still wouldn't nullify it 100%. He asked, so she hadn't used the dark dewdrops on herself? Nuku, with a tense expression, said that it didn't work on a magic caster. He was surprised by this, noticed that her breathing was getting weaker, and said that if this continued, her life would be in danger. Does anyone have any medicine or potions for poisons? He hadn't stocked up on any before leaving. Barry said that for them, the Twilight Sword medicine was unnecessary. They didn't have any. Since there were so many poisons, they filled the empty space with potions to restore mana. He thought that it turned out that their plan was entirely based on Yuika's physical condition. He noticed that she tried to say something, leaned closer and asked what was wrong. She writhed in pain, and he thought her speech had become incoherent. He said that she would soon start delirious. Mazikan remembered something and said in a worried tone that this was bad. He stopped using levitation and began to walk away from them. The protagonist looked at him and noticed that he was going to where the monsters were guarding them. He approached these monsters and, with a serious expression on his face, used the ray of banishing light spell. He believed that it should work. finished casting the spell and blew up all these monsters. He was surprised by this and asked why it was necessary to get rid of them. Nuku said that if the Black Princess lost consciousness, the effect of the Phantom Needle would wear off. He immediately understood him and thought that then they would be surrounded by all these monsters. Even such an overwhelming gift has a weakness. He said that he would heal her, but they should go get the backpack. He laid out his tools and various potions nearby and said that he wasn't sure if it would help, but he would try mixing some medicines. They should lay her horizontally on the ground. He put something in a mortar and said that they should start with a stimulant. He brought his finger with the medicine to her face and said that it would be great if a strong smell would wake her up. Yuika started making sounds from the smell, but she was still unconscious. MC looked at her and thought that her breathing was still weak. He needed a cardiotonic. He prepared it and thought that he should mix it with water and give it to her. He said that just in case, he needed to ask something. Are any of them in a relationship with her? Barry asked with a confused look. What is he talking about? He took the medicine in his mouth and asked, does that mean no? She looked surprised by this, and he leaned over to Yuika and poured the medicine into her mouth with a kiss. She swallowed the medicine, and Nuku noticed her coming towards them and told her to stop. She moved him away, took the medicine in her mouth, and said that she would do it. He asked her to wait and said that there was a trick to get an unconscious person to drink medicine. She didn't listen to him, which caused her to start coughing loudly. He became worried about this, called Ro, and said that it didn't work this time. Will everything be okay with the Black Princess? He thought with a worried look that the poison had weakened her heart, so a cardiotonic should help, but he no longer had it. That's right. He has a candy made from a mental strength potion, which is designed to strengthen the mind. This should help her stay conscious. He crushed the candy into powder with a stone, poured it into her mouth, and also poured some water. He poured the medicine into her mouth, and Nuku called him with a worried look and asked if he was sure about this medicine. He looked at him, began to take off his outerwear and said that to be honest, he didn't know. This is not enough for proper treatment. They need to return to the surface as soon as possible and find someone who can heal her with magic. Does anyone know spells that strengthen endurance? He wrapped her in his clothes, and Mazikan said that he could use a couple of spells at a basic level. The protagonist said that then he should cast it on her from time to time. Otherwise, when the effect of the medicine wears off, it will be the end for her. He picked up Yuika in his arms, and Barry held out her arms and said that she could carry the princess. He looked at her and said that even though they destroyed most of the monsters on the way here, he was sure that there were still many left. She and Sir Nuku must be prepared for anything. She agreed with this, after which they all ran together to the exit of the dungeon. He ran next to her and asked if he was sure he could manage without a map. He said that he remembered the road they were taking, so it was no problem. He told them the direction, and he asked him to wait and said that he sensed 2 monsters. Wait, they are right above them and their number is growing. Those are blood cockroaches. Note, these monsters suck the blood of a still living victim and lay their eggs there. They are incredibly fast. He called her and asked if she could use the sail spell on them. She agreed, and he said loudly that then they should get rid of these monsters as quickly as possible. He thought that they needed to get to the surface as quickly as possible. They continued running along the 48th floor. He looked at Yuika's face and thought that saving the lives of others and also enduring the unbearable pain from the poison, she had incredible concentration and strength. He hugged her tighter and thought that he wouldn't let her die in a place like this. Sometime later, on the 41st floor of the dungeon, they took a short break, and MC said that he had given her a dose of sedatives. Because of this, she would be one step away from death, but it would prevent the poison from spreading further through her body. They were very worried about this. Mazikan calmly said that this slows down the blood and begins to clot. After all, it was originally used as a poison. Does he want to use this effect to block another poison? He agreed and said that all they could do was wait. Yuika opened her eyes. They all noticed this and immediately called out to the princess, and she very quietly asked where they were. Barry and Nuku didn't understand what she had just said, and he said that they were on the 41st floor now. They were going to get to the surface to take her to a healer. He gave her some medicine, but she would need to take more later. It must be difficult, but she had to try to breathe. It all depended on her will to live. She tried to say something incoherently, and he asked with a small smile, does she mean to say that when it comes to willpower, she's the best here? As expected of her, she should keep it up. He started to get to his feet, and Nuku called out to him and said that although he had the gift of restoring stamina, carrying all of this on himself was too much. Wouldn't it be better to throw away the backpack so they could move faster? He picked her up and said that he had planned to do that when his legs got tired, but that was still a long way off, so it was fine. She called his name, and he turned to her and asked, what's wrong? She slowly tried to ask something in a very tired voice, and he realized that she asked why he was helping her so much. Rose said that there's no special reason for it. Was it even necessary to help the person he liked? She was surprised by this, and her face turned red. Barry was indignant at this, grabbed his shoulder and loudly asked, how dare he say such a thing at such a time? He asked in a calm tone if she could be so angry. It meant she still had a lot of strength left, right? She was confused by this, and he turned turned and asked Nuka how he was feeling. He said that he was fine. He said that they should drink a stamina replenishing potion if necessary, and now they were moving on. Sometime later, Yuika came to her senses in the clinic and asked loudly in surprise, "What the hell is this?" The doctor who used his magic on her was surprised by this, and loudly said that this is a clinic. Is there something she doesn't like about his healing magic? She calmed down a little, and he went to the exit and said in a displeased tone that, since she could move, they should leave here. Mazakan sat next to her, apologized to him for the intrusion, and thanked him for his help. She thought she felt like she was in the depths of the dungeon just a minute ago. She barely remembered anything. She must have passed out on the way here. He called the Black Princess and said it was good that she was okay. She agreed and asked him to tell her what happened. He smiled and said that she was so impatient, even when she almost died. Under the guidance of this young Sherpa, they were able to return to the surface in just one day. Of course, they tried their best to avoid fighting, but could she imagine them running from the 48th floor and not running into anyone? Only the young Sherpa looked unperturbed in this situation. She asked where Barry and Nuku were now. He said that they got separated while taking a shortcut. However, there was only one exit, so she shouldn't worry about them. He asked her for forgiveness and said that his daughter's carelessness had almost ruined her. She looked around the room with a calm expression and said that everything was fine. He shouldn't worry. Besides, she had something to blame too. This wouldn't have happened if she had been more careful. She remembered how the protagonist had helped them in the dungeon and said that he had helped them a lot. He agreed with a smile and said that he had especially helped her. This young man was passing the medicine mouth to mouth. She was embarrassed by this, and he said that Barry had even counted how many times he had done this. 7 times. He went to the exit and said that he would go pay the bill. Gold for just one spell. That was robbery. She wondered with a confused look. Did this mean that she had kissed him? By the way, she could still taste the medicine. She was sure that it was very bitter. Who would have thought that her first kiss would taste like medicine? At that moment, he came to the clinic, called the doctor, and asked how Yuika was feeling. He came to her room, started talking to her, but she didn't pay attention and thought that she was living in a fantasy like the other girls. But everything was definitely not as she imagined. Although he did it to save her life, so she should be grateful. However, then he said that there was no special reason. She's not sure what exactly he was trying to say. How can she look him in the eyes now? He went to her bed, called her again. She was very embarrassed when she noticed him and asked loudly how long he had been sitting there. He calmly said that he just arrived. He left all the things they got during the dive at the Adventurers Guild, and Nuku and Barry are resting at the inn. She asked with an embarrassed look, "By the way, can she ask you something?" He agreed, and she hesitantly said that his words were there in the dungeon. She was interrupted by the doctor, who loudly called MC's name. He said in a displeased voice that he couldn't enjoy alcohol while they were here. He had to get them out of here already. He turned to him and said that he didn't think drinking during work hours was the best idea. The doctor asked him to shut up, and he turned to her, apologized for it, and said that he always behaved like this. She can move, right? She agreed, and he said that it was time for them to go then. Outside, he thanked the doctor, but he only closed the door in front of them. They walked down the street and he said that he would be back as soon as he took them to the tavern. His sister was still with relatives, so they needed to pick her up. Yuika said that was right, they should show Mari first, so she could calm down. He agreed, and a man approached them and said that he recognized that noble appearance. Could it really be him, the Lord Sage? Mazikan turned to him and said that he was. She turned and asked who he was. Ro called him Mayor Baramon, and he said with a happy expression that he was flattered when they came to that dinner party. He didn't understand what he was talking about, but she remembered that she had gone with him and Mari to the restaurant that day. He asked if they weren't in a dive or if he had interrupted something. She denied it and said that 3 short dives were originally planned, but they had only completed the first one. Their goal remained the same, to completely clear the Tyros dungeon. They had currently reached the 48th floor, previously unexplored. The report would be filed later. He didn't recognize her, and Mazakan said that she was the leader of the Twilight Sword. Baramon was surprised by this and asked, "So she's the Black Princess? She broke the record in such a short time. It's incredible." He asks to be allowed to invite her to another one. He didn't have time to finish because Yuika said that she appreciated his kindness. Her mission is to clear every dungeon in this world. He looked at the protagonist and asked, "By the way, who is he?" He introduced himself and said that he was from the Sherpa Guild. He remembered him and said that he had heard that he was very talented for such a young age. He thanked him and said that, however, he was not worthy of such admiration. He said with a cheerful look that the famous heroes of the East and the best Sherpa in the city, it was simply fantastic. She called the mayor and said that they needed to rest, so she asked to be excused. Mazakan, with a wide smile, said that he was not against a dinner party. She called him, and the 3 of them left. Baramon looked at them and said that in just a couple of days of the first dive, they had explored a new floor. Later, he came to the Sherpa Guild and greeted Jima. She responded in kind, called him Little Barry and asked, she was just wondering who had come at such an hour. He sighed with a smile and said that she should stop treating him like a child. After all, he was over 40 years old. She said that his name was too hard to pronounce, What did he want? He was silent for a few seconds, and she said that he shouldn't worry. Everyone had already gone home and she was here alone. He said MC's name and said that he was currently working with a squad called the Heroes of the East. He heard that they were exploring dungeons at an abnormal speed. They had already reached the 48th floor. She agreed and said with a smile that they were currently busy updating the maps at the guild. She flinched when he said that. However, what he really wanted to talk to her about. From now on, she should reconsider her attitude towards him. She was about to ask something, but he beat her to it and said that, after the death of his parents, the only family for him was his younger sister. She asked how he knew this. He said that Gunji told him this at the bar. He speaks as if Marie were his sister. She was unhappy about this, clenched her hand into a fist and asked, "So what?" He said it was nothing. He wasn't trying to force her to do anything about it. The Twilight Sword was still a very important guest for them. However, he did have one request. He asked to protect his sister. How much could he tarnish his Sherpa pride? The next morning after the dive, Yuika knocked on Ro's door, called his name, and asked if he was home. Mari heard her and, with a happy expression, said it was her sister's voice. He asked her to open the door with a small smile, and she did so immediately and said, "Welcome." She greeted her with a smile and asked how she was doing. She noticed a human silhouette next to her, looked out from behind the door, and saw Nuka, who emanated a threatening aura, which frightened her greatly. She apologized for this and said that she shouldn't worry. He was her friend. She was caught in fear, introduced herself, and told him her age. He stood silently, but she called him, and he apologized. He bowed low, introduced himself, stated his age, and said that he was grateful for their acceptance. She was a little surprised by this, and asked what he was doing. It was not necessary to state his age. The protagonist came to them, wiped his hands with a towel, and asked what brought them here. She said that she apologized for disturbing him so early in the morning. She wanted to express her gratitude to him, and he wanted to talk to him about the dive report. He allowed them to enter, and after a while, Nuku came out of his house and said that he was counting on him. He called the lady and said that she should return before sunset, otherwise Barry would get angry again. She agreed, and when he left, she turned around, apologized, and said that she did not know that they were going on a picnic and had dropped in so suddenly. He said in a calm voice that she did not need to worry, everything was fine. The adventurer's report and the Sherpa's report, if it doesn't match, they'll be called in later to sort out the details. It's good they were able to discuss everything before submitting their reports. She was a little surprised by his reaction and said with a slightly displeased expression that Nuku was always very strict about this matter. She couldn't even remember how many times she'd heard him say it. It really was important. Mari approached her and, in a slightly nervous voice, asked her sister if she wanted to join them on the picnic. Yuiko was surprised by this and asked if she really could. MC agreed with a friendly smile and said that she really wanted her to go with them. She thanked them for the invitation and agreed to go with them. Later, they came to a forest outside the city. She walked ahead, called her sister, and said that they were picking goji berries here. She urged her to hurry, and she called her by name and said that she should go slower because she could fall if she ran so fast. Mari stopped next to a bush, started picking berries, and said that they could make incredibly delicious jam. She said with a slight surprise that she knew a lot. She agreed with a joyful smile and said that she knew a lot more. For example, any rabbit can be sold for a good price. However, if you put those with good meat and those with bad meat together, you can't expect great sales. Also, at the store opposite their house, the vegetables are always rotten. Her brother taught her all this. Yuika turned to him with a very displeased expression and said that, so that's how it is. He started to worry about it and thought that he just wanted to teach her a few tricks that would be useful in life. Had he really overdone it? After some time, the girls fell asleep on the blanket, and he looked at them with a small smile and thought that apparently the two of them calmed down. He heard from Sir Mazaken that she cannot sleep while the phantom needle is working. This means that during their dive, she did not sleep for a minute, and they spent almost a week in the cave. That's why their team avoids long dives. Then, why did he choose to say those particular words? Maybe the thought of how she was suffering from the poison and that she had to rely only on her own willpower made him feel that she needed a reason to hold on. One could explain it that way, but if that was really the case, then a lot of other words could be found, right? For example, something about diving. He looked at her face and thought that she was very beautiful. He also likes her courage when she faces difficulties and the speed with which she resolves them. Also, the expression on her face when she sees Marie, she seems to like children. Also, that strength of will he saw in the dungeon. It seems he now understands that those words escaped his lips precisely because his heart told him so. Right, now he even feels somehow better. Ro called her by name and said that his words back then, in the dungeon, weren't a lie. He closed his eyes and thought that everything was clear to him now. Suddenly, Yuika woke up, grabbed him by the collar, and with an embarrassed expression asked Is he telling the truth now? He was confused by this. Agreed, and she thought that this meant it really was a confession. She asked with confusion, so, does that mean they're a couple now? She may have never been in a relationship, but she has some knowledge of how it works, so he can rely on her. He thought with a confused smile that he had a feeling that soon their life would change beyond recognition. She said that in the imperial capital, where she used to live, she had a servant named Tai. She once told her to remember these words well. If she ever finds a person dear to her heart, they should first get to know each other better. That's why she asks to let her tell her story. For starters, the largest building in this city is the Temple of Galactica, Mother Earth, right? He agreed, and she said that the headquarters of the Order of Galactica is a temple located in the capital. In this place, she grew up as a spiritual priestess of this goddess. He asked, is that why she is constantly called the Black Princess? She agreed and said that black hair and eyes are rare in humans. When the head priest found her at the goddess's statue, he received a revelation. The goddess said that this child was gifted with her blessing, and they must raise her in purity and innocence. Thanks to her, evil will disappear from this land, returning harmony to this place. Yuika said that the core of the dungeon, which is located in the deepest part, has a limit. When it reaches its limit, it will explode. This explosion will defile the surface with incredibly concentrated magical essence, and this will be the end. Other continents have already met their end, becoming nothing but lifeless land. To save this land, they must get rid of the core before it reaches its limit. To help people in this mission, the goddess bestowed upon them power. The protagonist listened carefully and thought that these must be the gifts. She recalled her past and said that because of her status as a priestess, people hoped that she would become a great adventurer, so she had to accept her fate. The core of the largest dungeon in the imperial capital, called the Endless Dungeon, had almost reached its limit. After such a revelation, she simply couldn't sit idle. Not only her hometown, but the entire Earth would be destroyed. People only live once, so being the one to save this world isn't so bad. He was very surprised by this, and she said that if she reached the core of the dungeon in this city, she would be able to level up. This meant that it would be another step towards preventing the end. After meeting him and Marie, she had even more reasons to save this world. He thought with surprise on his face that who could have known that the person who loved him was the hero destined to save the world? Marie would have been very surprised if she heard about this. He said with a smile that he would support her in everything, as an ordinary person and as a Sherpa. She thanked him with a joyful smile and said that it was reassuring. A few days later, the Sherpa Guild was holding a meeting, and MC thought the shortcut found on the 48th floor, along with the discovery of a new oasis, was breaking news that quickly spread among the city's residents. One of the workers happily called the foreman and said that the Sherpa map had been updated. Gunji looked at him and said he had done an excellent job. From now on, expedition requests from high-class adventurers would definitely increase several times over. They should keep that in mind. Ro sat next to him and thought that all those herbs and ore found on the unprotected floor could bring in a huge profit. He was confident that Yuika and her squad would be able to reach the bottom floor and get rid of the core. If left unchecked, the city would surely be destroyed in the future. Disgruntled Sherpas approached him and asked when he had managed to secure such a large contract with someone like Twilight Sword. He hadn't even known they were in their city. He wished he could be a candidate for such a job. Jima came to them and said they had many special requirements for a Sherpa, and he turned out to be the only one who met all the criteria. They called the master and said that he could at least tell them what date they planned the dive for. He really wanted to see them. He heard that their leader was very beautiful. They also had a legendary sage on their team. Gunji said that he knew they would behave like this, so they asked him not to talk about it. She said that their leader doesn't like to make noise, which is why they came incognito. However, their last dive did cause a stir. By the way, is he sure? Is it true that the heroes of the East will be able to clear their dungeon? The protagonist agreed and said that, compared to all the teams he had worked with, he believed that they could handle it. She looked down thoughtfully and said that she understood him. She turned around and the Sherpas said that the Twilight Sword was still very cool. They should drink to them. He looked at her and felt anxiety arising from the sudden silence, or rather, a premonition of something. That's what he felt at that moment. Later, he came to Morel's house, knocked, and said hello. She opened the door, looked at him, and asked if he was late. He handed her something in a bag, apologized, and said that work had dragged on. It was for her. He asked to share it with everyone. She took it and asked if these were the same sweets. Right? It wasn't that she didn't like it, she was just worried about her dental health. They entered the house, and she said that they should hurry and take their seats. She asked to be excused. They had already started eating. He thanked her and greeted Dasi, who was sitting at the table and eating. He looked at him and asked if it was true that he had been hired by the heroes of the East. They all sat down at the table and started eating, and MC agreed and said that he was very grateful for it. At the moment, this is the highest paying job he has ever had. He said with surprise that it was amazing. He thought that this was their monthly dinner, strengthening their blood ties. At least, they all pretended that way. In reality, It was a monthly report on his finances. Dasi said that he must have saved up a lot of money. He said with a smile that he had enough of gold coins, I think a couple dozen or so. Their children thanked them for the food and ran to their room. He started counting on his fingers, and Murao asked what he was doing. He should finish eating quickly. He sighed and said that he was just thinking about how well he was doing for his age. He said with a smile that he could only work in peace because they took care of his sister. He laughed and said that he didn't need any thanks. There are no orphanages in this city, so as long as they are a family, it is their responsibility to look after the children, right? Ro apologized and thought that every time he took Mari, he gave them compensation in the amount of 2 silver coins, but they never talk about it. As usual, the bread is hard and the soup is watery. However, he can't refuse it no matter what they are. It's because they promised to take Mari if he dies in the dungeon. As a condition, they will take everything he had. However, to be honest, he left half of his money with Gunji to give to his sister when she grows up. Even though he is strange, he can be trusted. He called her, pointed a finger at his face, and said that she has a crumb stuck here. She removed it and then they finished eating. He picked her up and said that she fell asleep, so he will go home. They said goodbye, and outside he said that it seemed like all they saw when they looked at him was a big bag of money. He apologized to her and said that so many problems fell on her when he was working. She was sleeping and called out to her brother with a smile, which made him smile, and he found it cute. Later, a huge crowd of different people gathered at the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild secretary, Sura, said that everyone who wanted to receive a report on the Twilight Sword's dive must submit completed forms before they could begin. Many adventurers approached her and began handing over their forms. The Sherpa Guild secretary, Anne, who had come to help with the work, brought a large stack of forms, and she thanked her for it. One of the adventurers, with a joyful smile, handed over his form and accidentally knocked over the forms she had brought. Sura became extremely angry about this, slammed her hands on the table and loudly declared that they must listen carefully. She forbade them to move forward. Everyone must remain in line and wait their turn. Anyone who fails to handle this trivial matter will be permanently blacklisted. All the adventurers were frightened by her, lined up, and loudly agreed. She said, great, they can if they want. She sat down in her place with a displeased expression, called her over, and said that they must deal with these documents immediately. She looked at her with admiration and agreed. The protagonist walked inside, surprised by the crowd of people he saw, and thought he came to say hello to Yuika, but it seemed he couldn't even find her here. He went to the counter, called Anne, and told her that she was working so hard. She called him with tears in her eyes and said that they had too much work here. Sura angrily called him and asked if he had come to apply too. He was confused by this and said that he just came to meet someone. The leader of the Devil's Wheel adventure party, Sag, came to him and said that he seemed to be doing well. He put his hand on his shoulder and asked, he was a guide for the heroes of the East, right? He shouldn't get arrogant just because important people hired him. After all, he was just an ordinary baggage porter. His team members approached them, agreed with this, and he said with a smile that now he must tell them everything. What gifts does their group have, and how do they fight? The secretaries looked at them with worried looks, and the MC called him and asked if he forgot all the rules because he was stuck in the middle ranks. He would never divulge such personal information, especially to someone who can't keep his mouth shut. He got angry because of this, grabbed him by the collar, loudly called him an idiot and asked what he just said. Sura loudly called him and said that he should stop. At that moment, Yuika came down from the second floor, saw the adventurers gathered and wondered what was wrong with everyone. She couldn't pass because of the crowd, and the people standing in front of her said that he was betting on Sag. Then he would bet on Ro. Her attention was immediately caught by the fact that they called his name, and after that, the people around them started egging them on to fight. She became very angry about this, and started emitting a strong aura that frightened everyone around her, and said in a serious voice that they should all get out of her way. She walked further, and saw an adventurer she didn't know holding him by the collar and raising his fist. She came closer, and he became worried because of how threatening she was. Sag tensed up because of this, and asked what she wanted. She said with a very serious expression that he should get his dirty hands off her darling. He was surprised because of what she just called him, and she said loudly that he should do it now. Because of this, he became very scared, fell to the ground, and started crawling away from her. She looked at him with a frighteningly serious expression on her face, and the protagonist called her and said that she can calm down. He is okay. The adventurers heard her name and asked loudly in surprise, is that the leader of Team Twilight Sword? Anne looked at her with admiration and said that it was much better that way. He asked, by the way, did she just call him darling? She agreed and said with embarrassment that they were a couple, after all. The secretaries were very surprised by this. Yuika approached them and said that she apologized for the noise. They were confused by this and said that everything was fine. She said with a smile that she still had things to do, so she apologized. Nuku will deal with the rest. He is serious and insightful. There shouldn't be any problems. Anne was very nervous about talking to her, and with a blushing face said that it was good. He came closer, called her and said that these two were his good acquaintances. Sura bowed to her and said that she apologized for not introducing herself right away. She gave her name and said that she was the secretary of this guild. She stood next to her, very nervous, introduced herself and said that she was sent from the Sherpa guild to help. Bika also introduced herself and said that she was grateful to them for taking care of her darling. She asked with surprise how long the two of them had been dating. She said with a joyful smile that it had been a few days, but the confession had been even earlier. He confessed to her first. Anne, looking happy, said that it was so romantic. The adventurers were stunned by this, and she, with an even happier smile, said that it had happened twice. She was even more surprised by this and said that he was so persistent. She was about to ask something else, and Sura called her and said that she had gotten carried away. She turned to her and asked admiringly, however, "Isn't it lovely?" Yuina, looking happy, laughed and said that it was exactly like that. How about meeting later and having lunch together? Anne immediately agreed and said that she would be happy to go. MC said that he was sorry for causing so much trouble when they had so much work. Sura said that it was okay, there was no need to apologize. He called her and asked if they should go already. She agreed. They went to the exit. He waved his hand to the secretaries and said that they would see each other later. Anne, with a very happy expression on her face, turned around and said that she invited them to eat together. They should ask them about everything properly. She, looking a little confused, agreed and said that now they should get back to work. When they went outside, he called her by name. She called him darling and asked what was wrong. He asked if she was sure she should call him that. She agreed and said that Tae called her husband that, so she called him that too. He thought about it. She was talking about her maid, right? Yuika said with a smile that she was just over 40 years old and had raised many children. However, she and her husband still loved each other like newlyweds. She taught her everything about love. For example, lovers should always trust each other no matter what happens, and also devote themselves entirely to the relationship. If they are close, then their love will be endless, so she believed. To be honest, she hadn't been listening that closely to her endless talk about love. Still, she didn't think she would ever have a loved one. Now she regretted not listening properly. He thought with a slightly nervous look that he was very glad that they didn't use the word darling in relation to each other. He didn't think he could call her that in front of everyone. It seemed she grew up in a rather abnormal environment. She grew up logical and calm, but when it came to the basics, she had practically no knowledge and experience. She called him darling again and said that now they should strengthen their bond. She extended her hand to him, and he wondered, did she want to hold hands? That's what he thought, but things turned out differently. Ro called her name and asked what she was doing. Yuika turned to him and said that it was called clasping hands. He laughed, and she asked if something was wrong. He said that everything was fine. He just thought that it was very much her style. He thought that it seemed that every couple was unique in their own way. However, despite her embarrassment and mistakes in the most ordinary things, the most important thing was that they felt happiness and pleasure in it. He asked if maybe it would be easier to walk if they matched each other's steps. She agreed to try. Barry came out of the restaurant next to them, called Pops, and said that they would see each other later. He had the best meat. He happily called her young lady and said that of course it was so. She should come again. She noticed them walking together and asked why they were together. She noticed that they were holding hands and screamed loudly in confusion. She wondered why they were holding hands so strangely and walking in sync. She ran towards them, called the princess, asked her to wait, but at that moment a cat jumped on her and looked at the meat she was holding. She apologized to the cat and said that she was in a hurry. She turned to them and did not notice where they went. She was very upset about this, and they continued walking, and Yuika asked if this was the same clinic. The protagonist knocked on the door, agreed, and said that he just needed to ask the doctor something. It wouldn't take long. He went inside, called Dr. Canope, identified himself, and said that he was coming in. He walked further, saw that he was sleeping next to a pile of empty alcohol bottles, and said that he knew he was sleeping. He tried to wake him up, and she looked a little worried, thinking about how there were so many bottles of alcohol here. He was also worried about it and said that it was useless. He was passed out. He called her and asked. It was a little awkward to ask her about this, but could she use the dark race drop spell on him? She agreed and said that it was no problem for her. She used magic. He came to his senses and asked with surprise if he didn't have a headache because the alcohol was so good. MC asked if he made the medicine he asked him for. Canope denied it, and he handed him a bottle of alcohol and said that then he asks at least to give him the prescription. He said that he should wait a second, he will write it now. He wrote him a recipe for an antidote and said that if he could sell it, he should remember to bring him more alcohol. He agreed and thanked him for it. They left the clinic and she asked what kind of antidote it was. He said it was an antidote for the poison the floor boss had given them last time. He thought that at the moment this monster was registered in the dungeon guide under the name of the bomb vine. He said that he gave the doctor a couple of thorns that he managed to save. He has the gift of analysis, so if he has the source of the poison, making an antidote is no problem for him. She, with a slightly dissatisfied expression, said that she would never have thought that he would have such an amazing gift. He said with a smile that he looks a little scary and is constantly angry. He inflates prices incredibly and also drinks on the job. However, he is good at magic and everything he knows about pharmacology, he learned from him. He can be trusted. After he makes a few copies of the antidote, he plans to sell it at the Adventurers Guild. So he was thinking about this when he saved her? Ro asked if it bothered her. She said with a slightly surprised expression that it wasn't at all. She was impressed. As expected of her darling, they can take the antidotes with them on their next dive. That's wonderful, isn't it? He asked if they would go home after buying groceries. Okay? She agreed, then noticed a store, called him over, and suggested they go in there. He looked toward the store and asked if she wanted to go to the bookstore. She agreed and said that she wanted to buy something. Later, they arrived home and were met by Marie, who said, "Welcome back." They approached her, and Yuika took out a picture book and said that she had a gift for her. She took it with a very happy expression and thanked her for it. She said with a contented smile that she was glad that she liked it. They entered the house, and he said that he would go cook dinner. Could she read with her? She happily agreed and said that he could rely on her. They sat down to read, and when he finished cooking, they went to eat. After some time, Marie, looking tired, rubbed her eyes, called her sister, and suggested that they go to bed together. He called her and said that it was time for her to go home. Yuika hugged her and told Darling that she did not want to leave. He was confused by this and said that she could not stay here. Trust between adventurers and Sherpas is a very important component. If she stayed with him again, the others would stop trusting him. She did not lose hope of staying at their house and asked if she could at least stay here until she fell asleep. He apologized and said that, however, she was already asleep. She carried her to bed and wished her good night. They went outside, he offered to walk her home, and she said that it was not worth it. He should not leave Mari alone. He agreed and said that then they would see each other tomorrow. She turned to him with a slightly displeased expression on her face, and he asked, "Is something wrong?" She said that Tai said that whether it is morning or night, when lovers are separated, they say goodbye to each other properly. He looked up and thought, does this mean his words are not enough? What is needed then? The protagonist had an idea. He came closer and embarrassedly asked if she could close her eyes. She did so with a very embarrassed expression on her face, and he put his hands on her shoulders and thought that she had also been looking at him for too long. He kissed her and wished good night. A few days later, they began their second dive into the dungeon and reached the 32nd floor. Barry pointed at him and said she'd seen it all. They were walking strangely, holding hands, in the very center of the city. She'd never believe it was a date, she protested. Nuku called the Black Princess and said that if she was in a relationship, it could cause problems. What would the temple master say if he found out about this? Yuika, with a confident smile, asked to hear her out and asked, "Lovers are people for whom the only thing that matters is whether the feelings are mutual, right?" She and her darling had already been through this, so they were definitely lovers. They were shocked by this, and she said loudly that there were bad rumors circulating about this guy. However, she heard about it from the owner of the liquor store. They remember their requirements for Sherpas, right? They must be experienced and outstanding, and this guy really is a good guide. However, the problem is their second requirement. Their Sherpa must be at least level 5. This guy was a mid-ranked adventurer, level 7, 4 years ago. However, they descended to the 14th floor via a shortcut known only to mid- and high-ranked Sherpas. But he deliberately led them to the 13th floor, reserved for beginners. There they defeated every monster they could find, and he took the experience and loot that dropped from that floor for himself. This is what beginner adventurers usually do. Because he did this constantly, he was nicknamed the Floor Eater. Yuika turned to him and asked if he had a reason for doing this, right? He agreed, and said that was exactly it. She calmly said that there was nothing they could do then. Nuku called her and told her that she should think about her situation. She is a symbol of Galactica's trust. All adventurers aspire to be like her. If rumors spread that she was dating someone, it would raise people's doubts. MC listened to him and thought that, according to him, someone once claimed to be her lover, resulting in a lot of gossip articles. This caused a great stir, not only among her fans, but also among the upper echelons of the church, guilds, and young ladies of Blue Bloods. It got to the point that members of the Twilight Sword Squad were forbidden to go out in public. She turned to him and indignantly told Darling that those articles were complete fiction. He was the first person she was dating. Nuku grabbed his head and said that that was not the problem now. He was asking just in case, but was there a chance that they would break up? Yuika decisively refused, and he said that in that case, he wanted to ask her to promise 3 things. First, she must not do anything in front of other people, including this Darling. Secondly, she shouldn't go on dates with him or sleep with him without his permission. Thirdly, when they're in the dungeon, they should stick to the usual relationship of an adventurer and a Sherpa. She wanted to object, but he called her over with a serious expression and said that he didn't know if Tai had told her about this, but it was common for lovers to go on dates. It should be done secretly. She said with a little embarrassment that there were people everywhere in this city, and besides, Darling had a sister at home, so where were they supposed to flirt? He and Barry grabbed their heads, and she said loudly that they didn't care. Mazikin laughed and said that young love was so beautiful. His stomach ached just from talking about it. Nuku called him over and asked him not to make fun of them. He said that there wasn't an ounce of humor in him. In the capital, he may have been a priest working for the Black Princess, but now they're both adventurers, aren't they? It's dangerous work, where you could die at any moment, so why not let them do what they want? She was indignant about this, and loudly told the old man that he shouldn't say such things. Ro turned to Yuika, called out, and asked what they should do. She, with a slightly displeased look, said that she understood everything and agreed to the terms, but she would continue to call him darling as long as they were the only ones here. Barry was very unhappy about this, and Nuku called her and said that they should focus on diving. After that, they continued exploring, and he thought that just like last time, 2 days later they reached the 43rd floor. Now under her command are 7 skeletons, 9 orcs, and 5 imps capable of using magic spells. With a serious expression, she pointed her hand at the monsters in front of her and ordered her monsters to shoot ice arrows and the others to retreat. They later reached the 46th floor, fought the monsters again, and encountered the salamanders, who had the innate gift of a fire cannon. She used the gift of Phantom Needle, managed to capture 6 salamanders, and said, "Great, she'll name them Sarah 1 through 6. Nuku called her and said that he sensed another monster approaching. They must dodge, it's a furry giant. Note, thanks to the fur covering this monster's entire body, physical attacks are useless against it. She called Sarah and said that they must test their abilities. They must reduce it to a mountain of ash. They attacked the monster simultaneously, and she, with a satisfied expression, said that they should concentrate their fire on its flesh. They suppressed the giant with their attacks, and Yuika called him and asked what was wrong. Is this all he can do? He lacks fighting spirit. She began to laugh loudly, and Mazikan called the guy and asked if he was okay. His lips were trembling. They were lovers, weren't they? The protagonist, with a small smile, thought that it was unusual for a person to get so excited during a battle with monsters. She jumped off the cliff she was standing on and said that it seemed Sarah would be good in the subsequent battles. It's a shame, of course, that Neko and Minoran aren't with them this time. She ordered the monsters to line up and said that the list is not bad. They have to get to the 48th floor. When they got there, he thought that this floor hadn't been explored yet, so just one mistake could kill everyone. Sherpa can't do much here. He has to focus on creating the map. Now they are at E4, S24. The dark smith teleported behind them, laughed and said that he knew it. He found the guy with pigtails. MC felt something, turned around and she noticed it and asked, "Is something wrong?" He was looking back and asked, "Doesn't she have the feeling that someone is watching them?" She denied it and said that she didn't feel anything. However, they still need to remain alert. She approached the 2 orcs and said that they will cover their backs. Nuku called his mistress and said there were 3 huge monsters ahead. She said with a smile that she would deal with them. They reached a wide field, but didn't see a single monster nearby, and said that she didn't see anything. She called him and asked if he was sure they were there. He agreed, and Rose said that in that case, these monsters might have the gift of illusion or camouflage. He put his backpack on the ground, bent down, and began to listen. He heard a muffled scraping or rustling, and thought that if you look closely, it was very strange that the moss only glowed in certain places. He said that the monsters were hiding underground. Most likely, these are monsters that can easily move through various types of rock. Yuika thought about this and said that she knew some monsters that fit that description. They are on the lower floors. However, everyone has their own weak points. First, they should know what they are dealing with. Nuku said they needed bait. Luckily, among the monsters with them now were small and agile salamanders. She agreed, called Sarah 6, and said that he should run across the floor. The salamander ran forward, and she said that they would stay here and wait for the enemy to appear. She closely watched what was happening, saw something moving underground, and said that it was approaching. A huge worm emerged from underground, and the protagonist asked, "Is it an Ovion?" She said with a serious expression that these monsters are vulnerable to fire. They should use Sarah's fire cannon. Nuku called her and said that the salamanders cannot move at this time. Against 3 Ovions, they will be their first target. He raised his hand and said that he had an idea. They can each take a salamander. With Barry Sale's air magic, they will be able to move quickly, and the salamanders will be able to use the spell without any problems, right? She asked. So they'll become legs for the salamanders, right? She called out to Sarah and took him in her hand. Mazikin, with a displeased expression, asked if he should participate in this too. Barry, with an indignant expression, loudly said that of course he should stop using levitation. Yuika called out to Darling and said that he should hide here. He agreed, and she ordered a couple of monsters to guard him, and the other monsters to also become bait. They went forward, and she loudly said that they would begin to attack as soon as the rest of the Ovions appeared. He watched this from behind cover and thought that even among the rarest monsters, Ovions are among the strongest. He hoped that this strategy would work, and no one would get hurt. The others began to fight against the monsters, and he thought that the fire cannons were effective. Great, it's only a matter of time. He didn't have time to finish his thought because a dark blacksmith appeared behind him, called him the guy with pigtails, said hello and asked why he needed so many things. Did he do delivery like him or something else? He turned to him, called him with a little surprise, and thought that he had come at such a time. He said that as he saw he was doing well, he was touched by this, and with a happy expression said that he was quite a nice guy. He actually answered him. He looked at the monster guarding him and asked, does he understand that his friends downstairs never answer him? He was so glad to talk to someone. In a conversation, you always need feedback, right? He asked. Does he mean feedback? He fell to the ground and said that in fact, he knows a lot about the surface. He knows that Lady Pamela at the reception is unrealistically beautiful and has a great body. Also, Sleepy's kebabs go well with something called ale, right? He was surprised when he heard this and wondered, hadn't she retired 7 years ago? He decided to play along and said that he knew quite a lot. He thought that although this information was a little outdated, the blacksmith took out a dagger and said with a smile that it was a dagger of memories. You can see the memories of whoever you hit with it. He learned a lot from the adventurers who died in this dungeon. If the body is fresh, then the memories are still clear. He followed them in the hope that they all die, because he wants to see their memories. MC coughed thoughtfully and asked, was this dagger made in a workshop? He agreed and said that it was made in a workshop on the 52nd floor. However, he is only a delivery man. Whoever makes this has a whole production facility. There is an administration and even a collection. However, among the 4 of them, he is the only one who understands how to best use these items. He called it cool and thought that means there are only 4 dark smiths. The lowest floor of the Tyros dungeon should be on the 52nd and 53rd floors. If there is a workshop on the 52nd, then the lowest floor is most likely the 53rd. There are no other monsters on the bottom floor besides the boss. Right now, they are on the 48th floor. It is easier to plan the pass if you know how many floors there are in total. In any case, this monster is sociable. He will see how much information he can get from it. People are trying to completely clear the dungeons, while monsters protect them. One day they will have to fight the dark smiths too. You can't be too closed off, but you can't let your guard down too much either. The blacksmith crawled closer to him, heard loud sounds, and asked what was going on there. Yuika called Darling and said that he could come out. Ro came out to them. The monster was hiding behind him, and he said he was glad they were okay. Barry noticed him, grabbed her weapon, and loudly said that it was the same monster. Nuku approached her and said that she should wait, otherwise she could hurt him too. She mustn't forget that he can teleport, otherwise they will end up like last time. Yuika held on to her sword, called out to Darling, and asked what this meant. He calmly said that he stumbled upon it while hiding. It seemed his workshop was on the 52nd floor. He seemed to know the lower floors well, for example, where the oases were. The blacksmith, in a confused tone, said that of course he knew that. He had been to every corner of this dungeon. He turned to him and asked with a smile that if he asked politely, he would show him the path with the fewest monsters. He called him a guy with pigtails and asked if he would really ask him. He said happily that of course he would show them the way to the oasis. He thought about it and said that only the leader could give him permission to do so. Later, monsters surrounded the blacksmith and pointed their weapons at him. And Yuika stepped aside and said that the shortcut to the oasis would be faster if they could use him like the monsters. She was quite confident in her endurance. Barry said that, however, he would escape before she could use the phantom needle on him. How could they stop his teleportation? Nuku said that no demonic energy was emanating from him, and enemy detection didn't work on him. The protagonist approached them, called him over, and asked if he could feel his energy now. He agreed and asked what he had done. He showed them an item and said that he used this presence isolation pendant to conceal his demonic energy. When he said that they wouldn't trust him until they felt the energy, he immediately gave it to him. He also gave him the boots he used for teleportation. Mazakin extended his hand and asked him to give him these items for evaluation. He took it and said that indeed, the boots had displacement cast on them, and the pendant didn't arouse any suspicions. Yuika asked in surprise, did he tell him about all these things even though no one was controlling him? He agreed and said that his goal was simply to talk to someone. If they got along with him, he could tell them more. She asked if they could use it even without the phantom needle. He said that the probability of this was high, but it was still up to them to decide what to do. He agreed with any decision. She thought about it and said that they will do as Darling says. Barry was surprised by this and asked the princess if she was absolutely sure. She agreed and said that they will allow him to move freely. However, if any problems arise, she will use Darling. MC came to the blacksmith and said that they were given permission. He was very happy about this, but she approached him, called him a monster, and said that he was celebrating too early. They have conditions under which he can continue to talk to the guy with pigtails. First, he follows her orders as the leader. He agreed to this, and she said that he must call her ma'am. He agreed, and she said that secondly, he cannot attack all party members as well as the monsters she controls. Thirdly, no lies. If he breaks even one condition, he will never talk to the guy with pigtails again. Understand? He straightened up, agreed to these terms, and she said, great. From now on, his name is Skull Mask. Rose stood next to him and said with a smile that they should now head to the oasis. He agreed, pointed in the right direction, and said that this is where they should go. Mazakin looked at this and said, he's just leading the monster by the nose like this. This guy is simply incredible. Nuku agreed and said that if he ever became their enemy, he seemed to be the most formidable of all they had ever encountered. Later, he thought that traveling with an intelligent monster was the first time this had happened, not only with the Twilight sword, but also in the entire history of adventurers. A unique case. The skull mask, the monster's desire to talk. Such a monster shouldn't exist. They had to be on their guard. Yuika said they should hurry. He should lead them to the nearest oasis. He politely agreed and showed them the direction. Barry looked away and asked, "What about that huge passage?" He said that this hole was both a path and not a path. There were traces of ovions everywhere. He once tried to go through there but only ended up going in circles. When he finally got out, he found himself back where he started. If a person gets lost there, they'll most likely just die. The real path, this crevice. Mazakin laughed and said that to beginners, it might seem fatal. Also, if you don't know about it, you can easily miss it. The protagonist marked it on the map, and he climbed into the crevice and said that they should be careful, because it was quite tight. Yuika said that she would send Sarah ahead to light the way. She called Darling and asked if he thought they could get through here. He agreed, and said that he thought they could. He walked along the crevice, and thought that this was a rather unusual structure for a dungeon. If the passage was so tight, then even monsters wouldn't use this path. Nuku called Lady Black Princess and said that the orcs were stuck. She called them and said that they should go in slowly, one at a time. Skullmask called the guy with pigtails and said that the exit was here. He called the others and said that he could already see the exit. He climbed out of the crevice and asked if the oasis was nearby. He stood next to him and said that it was a little ahead. He was surprised by what he saw there, followed by a joyful Barry, but bumped into his backpack. She said with a slightly displeased look that his luggage was blocking the passage. What happened there? Because of what she saw, she loudly called the princess and said that it was just a nightmare. She should go out and see. Yuika climbed out of the crevice, called Darling, and asked what happened here. He called her by name and said that she should look ahead. There is a cliff. She was indignant about this and asked what it meant. She was about to say something else, but the worried blacksmith said that he was not lying. The road continues there. He saw a road next to the cliff and asked, "Is this what he is talking about?" He agreed and said that he has been here many times. Barry asked how he crossed this crevice. He said that it is simple, with the help of boots with movement, so it is very easy to do. MC picked up his shoes and said that he had them now. He was very upset about this, and he offered to give him sandals. Yuika asked if her demons could carry them one at a time. The flying demons lifted one orc, and Nuku said that should work. Skullmask was very happy about this and asked if she was an angel incarnate. He smiled and said that he was exaggerating. By the way, how did he know the word angel? She called 2 monsters, ordered them to carry the orcs, and said that the rest would carry them. He looked to the side and thought that you can't get to that road if you don't know how to fly. He's never seen anything like this, even on maps. What should we call this path? An air bridge? Maybe we should mark it with a symbol? He looked down and said that there was a swarm of blood cockroaches down there. Barry, who was being carried by the monsters after him, was scared by this, and he said that they should try not to look there. She looked very frightened and said that they should move her quickly. Yuika was moved to them. She called her and asked how she was feeling. They hadn't moved everyone yet, but they should go ahead. She called the 5 flying monsters and said that after they moved the monsters one by one, they should follow them. They went further, saw many different passages, and he said that they needed the second cave on the right. Ro asked if these were really all different paths. Having received a positive answer, he began to write it down on the map, and thought that with so many passages here, a later group of adventurers would have a hard time even with a map. Skullmask walked further and said that they need to go there. He thanked him and said that he had helped them a lot. He laughed and said that he seemed like a special person. He thanked him for the compliment, and he asked with a happy look if he could keep these sandals. He allowed it with a smile and said that let it be a sign of gratitude and proof of their friendship. Yuika coughed to get their attention and said that they should go down and rest. He offered to make tea, and she agreed and thanked him for it. Later, he made the tea, brought it to the others, and said that he also took dried fruit as a snack. It was a little sour, but still very tasty. He approached the rest of the team, offered them some too, and they thanked him for it. He turned to Skullmask and said that he had this for him too. He was very happy about this and said that he really was a very good person. He took it in his hand, looked at the dried fruit with excitement, and asked, "Does this mean that people eat this?" He was very surprised because of how delicious it was, and the protagonist laughed and said that he should eat more slowly so as not to choke. Barry noticed the princess's displeased expression and asked what was wrong with her. Yuika, with a serious expression, said that they needed to go through the plan. She called all the team members and asked if they could come here. He agreed, and she called Skullmask and said that he should stay there and sit quietly. When everyone gathered around her, she asked Darling, it was safe to assume that the lowest floor of the dungeon was the 53rd, right? He agreed and said that most likely it was. She sat closer to him and said that they were currently on the 48th floor. Their next goal was the 50th floor. As soon as they found a shortcut, they could return to the surface. Barry looked at them enviously and asked how much longer they would have to drag themselves around with this monster. She turned to her and said that they were very lucky that they didn't get lost, and were able to take a shortcut. It would be better if he walked them to the very end of the route. Nuku covered his face with his hand with a displeased look, and Mazakin chewed on fruit and said that it seemed like they had a bittersweet love triangle here. He called him and politely asked him not to say that. Yuika called Darling and asked if he could ask him about the next step. MC agreed and said that he thought he now understood how to deal with him. By the way, he wanted to ask him about monsters too. He was sure that they would come across some that weren't yet in the monster guide. There was also a chance that they would meet the floor boss. Nuku asked with surprise if he wanted to ask him about bosses too. He said with a smile that he knew it could be risky. He would try to ask him carefully so that he wouldn't suspect anything. She turned to him and asked with a worried look. This was certainly great, but wasn't he getting too close to him? Even if it was for their benefit, he was being too friendly with him. He should remember that he was a monster and an enemy. For some reason, her heart ached from their closeness. He looked a little confused and said he understood her. Barry was very upset because she realized that the princess was jealous for the first time and called her. Mazakin was drinking tea and said that this could be considered advice from the leader. Isn't this all extremely funny? Yuika stood up and said that they had rested well. They could continue. She called Skullmask and said that they were going even lower. He should show them the shortest route. He agreed and asked if there would be more delicious food. Ro looked at him with a smile and said that maybe there would be. He agreed and said that then they should hurry. He led them to the slope, laughed and said that being with adventurers was a lot of fun. He walked alongside, looked around and asked if he wasn't strolling with his comrades, the dark smiths. He didn't know enough, so he'll just make a sketch. The blacksmith denied what he had said earlier and said that he had invited them, but no one had answered him. He looked at him and asked, "By the way, he speaks their language well, but he has no one to talk to, right? The local monsters don't answer him either." He agreed and said that they don't answer him, but one of them sang while using a spell. So it seems they should understand the language. That's why he constantly tries to talk to them. He thought about the singing. They must be high-level monsters since they can put meaning into words. Maybe they are even floor bosses. He looked back. Yuika noticed this and nodded to him. He said that he was interested in his friends. What class are they? Skullmask walked ahead and said that he doesn't know at all. All the names of the monsters he knew came from the memories of people who died in the dungeon. He stepped in something liquid, and Nuku called out to Lady Black Princess and said that a monster appeared behind them. She asked, "Only one monster?" This is a very rare occurrence for the lower floors. The protagonist heard the sound of a rolling boulder and thought that the only kind of monster that appears on the floor alone is a monster. He turned to them and loudly said that it was a killing ball. If it catches them, they will be finished. Note, the killing ball rolls, filling the entire corridor of the dungeon and destroying everything in its path. They quickly ran forward and Skullmask asked, so what he stepped in earlier was the crushed monster. They noticed that the passage forked, and he said in a serious tone that they should all go to the right. The blacksmith was surprised by this and loudly said that this passage is wider. The ball will fit in there without a problem. He said in a decisive tone that everything would be fine. They should quickly run into this passage. They managed to run into the passage, and the ball rolling behind them turned left. Barry noticed this and asked, however, why did it turn there? He said that there were a couple of reports about killing balls, but he remembered that one of the oldest guides said that the group managed to survive by choosing a wider passage. Skullmask called out to him with admiration and said that he knew so much. Even he, a monster, did not know about this, as expected of his friend. Yuika laughed with a satisfied smile and asked, "He is amazing, isn't he? After all, he is her darling." Barry was shocked by what happened and wondered if she was competing with a monster. A huge monster was crawling next to them, a sign that the carnival on the unexplored floor was silently following them. Later, she called out to him and said that the enemy was approaching. They both should hide somewhere. He agreed. They went to the side with Mazakin, and MC asked if he had ever seen them fight. When they answered in the negative, he said that it was better for him to close his eyes. For a monster like him, this could be quite shocking. A slime man crawled towards them, a special ability of this species, physical resistance. Nuku looked at this huge monster and said that he felt the presence of 7. She stood nearby and said that it meant they had merged into one. She called 5 of Sara and said that they should climb onto the slime, simultaneously shooting fire. Slime monsters are not very resistant to fire. They will support them until it disintegrates. He turned around and said loudly that 3 more monsters were moving from the opposite side. She called all the orcs and ordered them to protect them from behind. 3 minotaurs emerged from the darkness. She laughed and said that this was wonderful. They should attack the one in front. She split the group of skeletons to attack the monsters from the side. She called Barry and said that she should use magic to immobilize the slime man. She called 2 flying monsters and said that they should obey her commands. She also ordered the other 2 monsters to obey Nuku's commands and said that he should provide support to the orcs and skeletons. He agreed. And she, with a confident smile, took out her sword and said that they should bring the carnival to an end. At the same time, a frightened Skullmask called out to the guy with pigtails and asked if he could push him in the shoulder. When can he open his eyes? Something pushed him in the shoulder and he asked if it was really over already and he could open his eyes. He became even more scared when he saw that it was an orc's head and said loudly that that's what hit him. He fainted. Mazakin said so, and Ro said that it was even better for him this way. He took a notebook and thought about writing about how the battle was going. He wrote that thanks to the salamander's fire, the slime split up, and Barry immobilized it with the help of imps. All 7 were caught by the phantom needle. The minotaurs were still in formation, but the slow-moving slime was surprisingly energetic. Yuika called out to Puyo from 1 to 7 and said that they should hold off the minotaurs with their tentacles. The slimes immediately listened to her and grabbed the minotaurs. She jumped towards them, used the phantom needle skill, and then said that all the monsters should line up. She used the heal monster spell on them, and in the end, she had 3 salamanders, 7 slimes, 3 minotaurs, and 1 imp under her control. She looked at them with a thoughtful look and said that the offensive force was weak. She suggested they continue on their way, called Darling, and asked what was wrong with Skull Mask. He was carrying it with one hand and said he had fainted. He asked for a second to come to his senses and offered them a snack. Hearing this, he immediately came to his senses, stood up, and happily said that he also wanted to eat. The protagonist asked with a smile, but first, they'll get to the oasis on the 49th floor, okay? Nuku looked at this with a confused look and thought that it seemed like he was holding him on a short leash. Later, they set up camp near the oasis, and while they were resting and treating their wounds, they managed to get a garrison and 1 skeleton knight with the gift of explosion. After that, they finally reached the final point of their dive, the 50th floor. He walked ahead and thought that the Twilight Sword Squad's level was 12th, but the recommended level for this place was 16. Even though they're conserving their strength, fatigue is quickly building up. It seems they should prepare something light at the next pass. They also need to prepare health and sanity potions. Skull Mask exclaimed with slight surprise, which caught his attention, and he asked, "What's wrong? Are they lost?" He denied it and said he seemed to remember this place. When he came to visit his friend, he often teleported to a nearby place. He just didn't notice it at first because he was walking here abruptly. This caught Yuik's attention, and MC asked, "Does that mean his friend is nearby?" He said that's usually the case, but not always. He's quite gloomy, but super huge, so it shouldn't be hard to find him. Their faces also look a bit similar. He was a little confused by this and thought that it wasn't like he knew what his face looked like because of the mask. They came to a large empty cave and Skull Mask said that he wasn't in the right place after all. He usually talks to him here. He looked around and thought that it was terribly dark here. They heard the sound of hooves, which made him very scared, and said loudly that it meant that they would appear here soon. What should they do? He was surprised by his reaction and asked, "Aren't they friends?" He loudly denied it and said that they were sworn enemies. They once pulled out his hair and ate it. This hair is very dear to him. He got it from dead people whom he found in the dungeon and attached it here 1 hair at a time. It took a very long time. He doesn't want to go through something like that again. He started to run away, said goodbye to them, and Ro asked him to wait and said that he forgot his boots and pendant. He said that he had fun, so he could keep it. Besides, they are cursed after all. They will see each other again someday. However, next time they may already meet as enemies. After all, monsters exist to protect the dungeon. Yuika noticed that Skull Mask had escaped and asked Nuka how many enemies were coming here. He said there were 13 of them, all coming from the front. They seemed to be moving in a group. She called out to Buyo and said that they should form a defensive formation, shoulder to shoulder. The slimes formed a wall, and she called out to Minoran and said that they should prepare their spears, and Gi should cover their backs. Naisuke and Sara should protect her darling and Mazuken. The clatter of hooves grew louder, and they heard the loud cry of these monsters. The protagonist saw these monsters and said that they were bicorns. If they hit you with their horns, the wound would rot until they died. With a determined expression, she called out to Buyo and ordered her to block their path. The monsters crashed into the slimes, and they began to absorb them. Yuika walked calmly towards them and said that they were more useful in defense than she expected. They captured a whole group of monsters so easily. She used the Phantom Needle skill on them and said that his name would be Yagi-1. She continued to use the skill on the monsters and gave them names with different numbers. After that, she ordered them to line up, and Barry called her and asked if they were more like horses. Nuku called the mistress and said that there were 6 more enemies ahead. They looked over and MC said that they were skeletons, but they didn't even have armor or weapons. She smiled and said that it was just in time. They could try Yagi on them. She ordered them to attack the skeletons, and they handled it with ease. He called her again and warned her about 6 more monsters. He was a little surprised by this and thought that they were more skeletons without any weapons. Is this their territory or something? A few more times, 6 skeletons came to them, which she defeated with the help of her monsters. Yuika was a little confused by this and asked, "What's going on?" It was as if they were going only to their death. A magic circle appeared in the air above Yagi, which immediately attracted their attention. Dark energy burst from this magic circle, and she loudly ordered Buyo to take a defensive stance. They all heard a very loud noise that made them cover their ears, and Ru wondered what that sound was. She loudly called out to Yagi and ordered them to run from there. When the dark magical energy disappeared, she noticed with surprise that the Yagi were gone. Barry noticed something from above, pointed her finger, and asked them to look at it. They all felt a pressure squeezing their hearts, which carried away common sense, as if their heads refused to think. A huge skeleton appeared next to them, casting the gate to the underworld spell. He looked at it and thought that he felt as if only fear existed. It was the king of the dead, born in despair, a top-ranking undead monster. Mazakan was the first to overcome his fear and immediately cast the Moonblade spell. The boss of the 50th floor cast the counterbell spell and reflected his attack. He looked at it with a serious expression and said that it meant he could reflect magical attacks. His spell flew off into the ceiling, and this was the signal for the battle to begin. They all came to their senses, quickly drew their weapons, and took up fighting stances. Yuika loudly declared that Minoran 1 and 2 should deal with the skeletons, and the last one should remain in reserve. Booyah 1 through 7 should make their way through the darkness to the king. The protagonist took something out of his backpack, called out to Mazikan, and said that he should use these mana potions. He took it, attached it to his belt, and said with a small smile that it looked like he would have to participate after all. He became curious. He called the Black Princess and said that he would try to attack them with his magic, and asked to borrow the Minotaurs for support. She agreed and said that G from 1 to 4 should also remain in reserve and wait there. Darling should stay behind them. He agreed and asked them all to be careful. She agreed, ran forward and called Nuka, Barry and Naisuke after her. They ran past the Minotaurs who were fighting skeletons and headed towards the boss. He used the gate to the underworld spell again and summoned the skeletons again. She noticed this, called Naisuke and ordered her to deal with them. With their combined efforts, they defeated a group of skeletons and continued to break through. The king of the dead clapped his hands and cast the funeral prayer spell. He released a powerful sound wave, causing them to cover their ears with their hands and unable to move. The boss began to use the drain spell. Mazikan was very worried about this and loudly said that this was very bad. It was an attack on the soul. If it hit them, the soul itself would die. They must dodge. They all barely avoided this attack, and the dark energy released by the monster disappeared. Yuika loudly called out to Barry and said that the enemy was behind her. She was surprised by this and attacked with her dagger, but the skeleton stopped her attack with its teeth and grabbed her head. She immediately called out to Sarah and ordered her to help her. The salamander ran up to her and killed the monster with fire. She thanked the princess for this and said that she would use the salamander, like back then with the Ovions. She agreed and ordered them to obey her orders. She turned around and loudly said that they needed to eliminate one of the king's hands. They should focus on attacking this. Everyone immediately agreed, and MC looked at this and thought that funeral prayer and wither, the combination of the two attacks, is very dangerous. If they hadn't attacked from afar, they could have fallen under this attack that erased all the bicorns. Even if they managed to get close to him, he is defending himself with countless skeletons that he summons. If only they could find some hole in his defense. Nuku, with a serious expression on his face, attacked with his weapon and used the throw skill. The king of the dead used the counterbell spell. He noticed this and, with a surprised expression, thought that he can reflect not only magic but also physical attacks. Yuika said loudly that perhaps he can't reflect everything at the same time. They should attack continuously. They agreed. He prepared to use the shot skill, and Barry flew up behind the boss. She loudly told the salamander that he should prepare to use fire cannon. They attacked from different sides at the same time and didn't let him use his spell. The boss screamed loudly in pain, and she called out to Naisuke and said that he should use explosion on his hand now. However, the boss called him a familiar and ordered him to obey him. He knelt down, unable to move, and she called out to him with a confused look and asked what was wrong with him. He should get up and attack the king. He threw his sword to the ground and grabbed her by the throat, which she didn't expect. Everyone was very worried about this, and she called out to him, asked him to let her go, and asked why he was no longer obeying. Ro became worried about this and wondered if the king could really control the skeleton knights too. She called out to the Bio 7 and ordered them to capture him. The slime quickly crawled towards him, captured him, and he let her go. She caught her breath after what had happened and said that they had lost some of their fighting power. But unfortunately, it was unavoidable. She called Buyo from 1 to 6 and said that they must continue to advance through the darkness and immobilize the king with their tentacles. He used the spell Gate to the Underworld, and she said in a dissatisfied tone that he had summoned even more skeletons. There was no end to them. The king of the dead was about to use the spell Drain, but Barry jumped to attack him and told the salamander to attack with magic. However, the boss attacked her with his tail and threw her into the ground with great force. They were worried about this, and she called the monsters and ordered them to take care of the skeletons. He continued to summon skeletons, and Mazakan created a magic circle under this monster and used the spell High Explosive Cannon. He released a very strong stream of energy, and when the dust cleared, he said with surprise that he was able to dodge. He's pretty agile for his size, isn't he? In any case, it looks like he didn't get out unscathed. The Limousin King's spine was slightly broken, and he used the funeral prayer spell, She became worried about this and loudly warned the others about another wave. The protagonist watched from the side and thought that the battle had dragged on. But then he had an idea. Their usual tactics wouldn't work here. Yuiko loudly said that they needed to get rid of his hands first. She attacked the skeletons that were approaching them, called out to Nuka, and he understood her, and said that he wouldn't allow him to cast a single spell. Barry jumped behind him again and loudly said that he was drawing magic circles. She commanded the salamander to use magic, and he did so. She hit with this spell, but the Limousin King still used the Swamp of Darkness spell. A magic circle appeared under her skeletons, and she noticed it and said that they should run away from the magic circle. They all started to scatter, but one of them didn't make it in time and fell under the spell. MC noticed this and thought that he was sucked into the quagmire. She calmly watched this and thought that it was great that the three of them succeeded. The boss used the Drain spell, and she loudly called out to G4 and ordered him to use the Blizzard spell on him to stop him. The skeleton did so, he succeeded, and Barry, from a long distance, held a salamander in her hands, which used magic. The King of the Dead dodged this attack, and Yuika watched this and wondered, was he starting to predict their attacks? She called out to G4 and ordered him to use the spell again. She also called her and told her to use the fire cannon spell. The monster dodged the attack again, and she smiled and said that it was great. Everything was as she planned. The edge of the boss's robe was grabbed by a slime crawling nearby. She was surprised by what happened and said that she understood everything. He was very slow, so she made him come closer. She called out loudly for Maziken. He understood everything and used the Moonblade spell. The monster used the Counterbell spell to reflect this spell, but he used the duplicate skill and launched another spell. It is a gift that allows you to copy any spell just used, but it costs twice as much mana. His attack hit and he was able to cut off two of the monster's arms. They were happy about what happened, and he drank a mana potion and asked, "It only took 2 arms, right? That's not so bad." Ro watched from behind cover and thought that he couldn't use Counterbell twice in a short period of time. He realized this and immediately took advantage. The advantage was now on the Twilight sword's side. The slime man had the gift of physical resistance, so it was very difficult to weaken his grip. Yuika loudly ordered Minoran 3 to move forward and said that they should continue the offensive. The boss used the Drain spell, and he watched from afar and thought that it was not a direct attack. She loudly called out to G1 and 3 and ordered them to protect her and Nuku. They hid behind the monsters, and the attack only hit them. With a serious expression, she told him to use the sledgehammer and said that they should simply use them as shields. It was good that Minoran 3 was not injured. Now he must destroy this monster's right arms. The Minotaur ran towards him and he clapped his hands and used the funeral prayer spell. Magical energy hit the monster, leaving multiple wounds on its body. He ran closer and swung his axe, but the boss used a Drain spell and hit its head. Yuika called out loudly and ordered it to attack its right arm. Its eyes sparkled and it tensed all its muscles for a final attack. The Minotaur cut off its arm, but it grabbed its head and tore it off. Barry was surprised by this and said that the Minotaur was dead. Yuika calmly agreed and said that it was a great loss, but it took another arm. The protagonist watched this with a serious expression and thought that her monsters were fearless. No matter how terrible the enemy's attack, they could not disobey or retreat, only continue to attack. The King of the Dead used the Gate to the Underworld spell and began to regrow its arm, and she loudly called out to G4 and ordered it to freeze that arm. He did so, and Mazikan used the Earthen Fortress spell. He created a large ice cliff behind him so he couldn't escape. Nuku saw this as a perfect opportunity to attack and used the throw skill to attack his arm. One of these arms cracked, and Barry grabbed her daggers and jumped towards this monster, promising to shred this monster. She used the Gift of Edge, which allows you to cut anything the blade touches. She cut off the 4th arm, and the badly damaged monster used the Swamp of Darkness spell. He created a magic circle under Yuika, but she jumped back and loudly ordered GI4 to flee from there. However, he couldn't, and was absorbed by black magical energy. Nuku looked at the monster, loudly called out to the mistress, and said that the slime man was under drain. MC noticed this and thought that almost all the monsters have fallen. Yuika used the leap skill and leaped upward with great speed. It's a gift that increases strength for a short period of time. This battle depends on split seconds. Will her sword attack first, or the king's hand? However, at the very last moment, a smile flickered across her face. She plunged her sword into the King of the Dead's eye socket, and before he could use magic, she used the Phantom Needle gift and stopped him. She drew her sword and said that from now on, his name is Litz. She landed on the ground and said that the ruler of the Shadow Realm must obey her. Nuku said it was the boss of the 50th floor. Now that she finally got him, the picture looks terrifying. Yuika agreed and said that for him, they lost a total of 26 monsters. Only Naisuke, Buyo, and Sara remain. She would like to increase their numbers, but first they need to rest. She will put Litz on guard duty, and Darling should prepare the potions. He agreed, looked down and asked, "Is the floor moving?" They were all surprised by this, and she asked loudly, "Are they enemies again?" Barry asked with a surprised expression. "Why is the floor shaking so much?" Rose said that it seemed like the floor was changing, an anomaly that happens once every few years. The floor began to collapse under their feet, and a worried Yuika said loudly that this would separate them. They should stay as close to each other as possible. He and Barry began to fall down, and she called out to the princess in a worried tone. He was about to call her, and she noticed this, called out to them loudly, was about to use the gift and promised to save them. However, the ground between them rose to separate them, and they noticed that the passage was closing. She was very worried about this and called out to the two of them. At the same time, she lost consciousness and thought that she was seeing this dream again. In difficult times, she always dreams of her past squad, which was destroyed. The one who saved her in that difficult moment was Yuika. If they leave the labyrinths as they are, the whole world will be infected with magic and fall. Therefore, to save it, they must clear all the dungeons. When she spoke of this absurd plan, her eyes shone brighter than anyone else in this world. She wanted her eyes to shine just as dazzlingly. She wanted to stay by her side longer than anyone else and help her more than anyone else. The princess was the first and only person who gave her hope. This was her light. She came to her senses, and the protagonist called her and said that she finally opened her eyes. She immediately covered her eyes with her hands and said loudly that he should turn off this lamp right now. She sat up and asked if he was trying to burn her or something like that. He said that he looked around here a bit. It looks like this passage was formed as a result of a collapse. A straight road without branches and arenas. There are no monsters nearby yet. She tied her hair and said with a serious expression that they needed to find the princess. She should be somewhere nearby. He looked at her and said that it was dangerous to move anywhere without thinking. She wanted to object, but he said that she should think about how they were separated. Yuika and the others were probably together. There was also a skeleton knight standing next to them, but he was doing nothing. This was proof that her phantom needle was still working. Barry thought about it and said that he seemed right. He said with a small smile that as long as Nuku was with them, they could move with much greater safety than they could. So he suggested believing in them and waiting here. He handed her a recovery potion and asked her to drink it. He approached the monster standing nearby and said that the skeleton knight had lost his left arm and shield, but he still had his sword. She started drinking the potion and called him careless. She was very surprised when she heard a loud sound and started coughing. She turned towards the sound and was about to ask something, but he was holding a sword in his hands and said that he thought this sword might be useful to him. The strength requirement is 35 points to be able to wield it with both hands. He hopes there is no curse on it. He stabbed the sword into the rock, and she asked loudly, "What is it doing?" MC said that he heard rumors that after the collapses, the walls and floor are soft. They can't use it for now because it crumbles too easily. However, when it hardens, this passage will be useful if something happens. He invited her to sit down and said that they need to discuss tactics. Even if it is temporary, they are one party. If monsters appear, they will have to fight them. So it's time for them to discuss stats and gifts. He is a level 7 adventurer and also a heavy warrior. His gift is stamina recovery, 4th class. She was surprised and said that, however, the highest class is 3rd. Based on adventurers and the Galactica Guild Church, he agreed and said that he asked to keep it a secret since he had never told anyone before. She knows about the choice between a gift and a stat increase when you level up. Except for level 1, when he received stamina recovery, he chose the strength increase every time. That's why he currently has 31 strength points. If you look at this alone, he can compete with high-level adventurers. She slapped her face with a displeased expression and thought that he was a real idiot. She needed to pull herself together since she was level 11. He called her and said that she should also tell him about her abilities. All this is for the sake of surviving and reuniting with Yuika. She, with a displeased look, hesitantly said that there was nothing to be done. After her story, he said that if they ran into 5 monsters at once, they would not win. However, he had an idea on how to make it happen. He asks her to cast Wind Dance on his arms. It's a support magic that instantly increases strength, right? If she can increase the strength of his arms, he'll be able to use this broadsword. Barry asked, but his strength is 31 points, and the requirements for the broadsword are 35, aren't they? If he doesn't fully meet the requirements, he'll be exhausted almost immediately. She remembered his gift, and he said he'd be taking on the tank role, so she should stick behind him and attack when she sees an opportunity. He trusts her with his life. She was surprised by this, agreed and asked, so be it. It works both ways, right? They heard some sounds, and she asked, it took a little while, right? It's a minotaur. Ro looked at this monster and asked, was it just him or did he look somehow angry? He gripped the sword in his hands tighter when the monster roared loudly and ran towards them and swung his axe. He dealt a very strong blow with his weapon and she was thrown back by a strong gust of air. She sat up and thought that it was just a shockwave. She knew it was impossible for them to stand against such a monster. However, when the dust cleared, she saw that he held back the monster's attack with his sword. She was surprised by this and asked, did he hold out against a minotaur, a monster with immense strength? He continued to block the monster's attacks, turned around and loudly called out to Barry. She immediately came to her senses, jumped towards the Minotaur, and used the gift of edge again. She stabbed the Minotaur's arm with her dagger, and, with a tense look, wondered if that was all the damage her strike had done. How strong were his muscles? The protagonist called her and said that she had done well and that she should attack in the same place. She agreed, and he continued to block all of the Minotaur's attacks. She waited for the right moment, jumped towards the monster, and attacked again with her dagger, using her gift. Immediately after, she jumped aside and thought, great, this time the cuts were deeper. She jumped behind him, and slowly, but their cooperation grew with each passing second. The fight with the Minotaur became a war of attrition. The monster let out a very loud and angry roar, and Barry said that it seemed to have gone berserk. The Minotaur began to attack more actively with his axe, and he blocked it and warned her of the danger. Due to many very strong blows, the blade of his sword began to crack. She became worried about this, ran to him, and thought that he needed help. She tried to attack with her gift, but the monster pushed her away with his muscles. He continued to block all of the Minotaur's attacks, and she, with a surprised look, wondered how much the wind dance increased his strength, how he was still standing. How did he manage to stand on his feet? She remembered his words, jumped towards the monster, and thought that this guy believed in her and her strength. With a serious expression on her face, she struck hard with her daggers and managed to inflict a deep wound. The monster felt intense pain, threw her away with a wave of his hand, and continued attacking him with his weapon. He was about to continue attacking with his axe, but due to the wounds he received, he stopped and fell to the ground. She was confused by this and asked if the Minotaur ran out of stamina. She was glad when she realized what had happened, and with a joyful expression, said that it worked. They won. They survived the fight with the Minotaur. He was also exhausted after this battle. He lowered his sword, and blood was running down his hands. She noticed this and with a worried look asked loudly, "Is this the opposite effect? She will heal him now." MC with a calm smile called her and asked if she was okay. She agreed, ran to his backpack and said that he should sit down and she would get him a potion. He thanked her, lay down on the ground and said how glad he was that their plan still worked. He thought that such fatigue had fallen upon him as if he had never had the 4th level of stamina recovery. Barry returned, called him and said that she was bringing him everything she could find. She gave him a health potion and asked him to drink it. He agreed and thanked her. She came up behind him and said that now the wounds needed to be treated with healing ointment, so he should take off his cloak. She began to take off the cloak but didn't expect it to be so heavy and loudly asked, "What kind of cloak is this? Even armor would be lighter. Is it made of iron?" He denied it and said it was made of heavy silver, which drops from a rare monster, a silver plate. This silver is resistant to all types of magical attacks, but is many times heavier than any other metal and impossible to work with. That's why they call it not a thing, but a complete disappointment. She opened the jar of ointment with a surprised expression and asked, "But he somehow sewed this cape, didn't he?" Ro agreed and said that he melted it down into plates, placed them on a wooden blank, and beat them into the desired shape. She asked why he bothered with it if there were other types of armor. He said with a smile that weight didn't matter much to him, and he also thought it would be funnier that way. She was shocked by this, and he laughed and said that silver plates mostly lived on the 13th floor, which was intended for new adventurers. She asked, so that's why they started calling him the Floor Devourer. He no longer remembered this, and said that the Adventurers Guild had given him a quest to exterminate the owlbear, so he began his descent to the 13th floor. He remembered the past and thought that the owlbear was the floor boss wandering around the dungeon. He had taken the lives of many adventurers who were just starting out. However, if he was killed, he would be reborn after half a month. He, who was then a middling adventurer, hunted down the owlbear time and again. 3 years later, he managed to find a respawn point. By blocking one of the passages, he redirected the flow of magical elements and got rid of the monster forever. Thus, the 13th floor, which was feared to be the death floor, became passable for entry-level adventurers. She was surprised when she remembered what had happened earlier and asked if he didn't have a bad reputation at the bar. He said with a carefree smile that while tracking an owlbear, he accidentally stumbled upon silver discs. He decided to hunt them too. He could understand why they thought he had claimed all the floors for himself. She asked with a confused look, "How about telling everyone else?" The Minotaur failed to throw him back with his attack precisely because he was held in place by the weight of his cloak and the broadsword. In fact, a friend of his had once scolded him for this idea. He finally found something to say. This was the first time such a chance had presented itself. She was confused by what she heard, smiled, and said that he was even stranger than she imagined. The protagonist smiled and asked if adventurers were all like that. Didn't she think so? She laughed and said that was indeed the case. And so, having defeated the Minotaur with their combined efforts, they began to get along well. The spontaneous conversation that began naturally didn't last long. Barry heard a sound and said that it was the chime of the Furin of Wishes. Time to pack up camp. The ringing was coming from the same place where the Minotaur had come from. It was a supporting air magic that allowed sounds to be heard from a specified location. She noticed a monster flying above and loudly warned it about it, saying that it was a stone gargoyle. Note: since their bodies are composed of hard stone, physical attacks against them are almost useless. He thrust his sword into the ground and said loudly that he would take the monster's attack on his sword, and she should brace herself against his back. They withstood this attack, and he thought that the broadsword had cracked. If such a blow fell on a body, there would be nothing to bury. The monster grabbed him by the back, and she swung her dagger, but stopped when she heard a ringing sound. She turned around and thought, They could barely cope with one gargoyle, but then another one appeared. She wouldn't have time to use the spell. She loudly called out to him and said that he should be careful. The monster crashed into her at high speed and threw her several meters to the side. MC became worried about this, called out to her loudly and asked if she was okay. She didn't answer, and he squeezed the sword in his hand tighter. With great difficulty pulled it out of the ground and threw the gargoyle to the side. He turned around, his expression tense as he thought about getting Barry out of there as quickly as possible. The escaped gargoyle might return. She called out to him and said that the wishing Furin was ringing again. There were quite a few of them to the right and left, on both sides. He realized this and said that she should hide in the cave. He stood before her at the cave entrance and said that they should cast wind dance on his hands. She should keep casting it so that the spell wouldn't wear off. He gritted his teeth with tension as a true tragedy began to unfold. 2 days had passed since the collapse. Yuika and the others had been searching for their missing comrades all this time. They were barely able to stand, and their anxiety continued to grow. The group was led by Nuku, who had the gift of detection. He thought with a tense expression that detection found monsters by the magical currents emanating from them, so it wasn't suitable for finding lost friends. He felt a chilling energy and a mocking aura behind him. For 2 days, they hadn't managed to find a single clue. The Black Princess and the esteemed Mazakan were already beginning to lose patience. How could he tell them that his gift didn't seek out people? At the fork, he suggested going right, thinking that if this continued, exhaustion and hunger would take their toll, and they would be completely exhausted. He sighed and quietly said that they needed to find the luggage as soon as possible. Yuika heard this, and asked if the dear fellow himself was okay. There was no need to worry. Had she understood correctly? He denied it and said that even if they found the luggage, they wouldn't be able to get to the surface without the Sherpa himself. Of course, he would want him safe and sound. Mazikan laughed and asked, by the way, would they also push the girl into the background? Nuku tensed up even more because of this, denied it, and said that he and Barry had been fighting side by side for so many years. Of course, he wanted her to be okay too. They walked forward, and he stopped and thought that he shouldn't have said anything. He flinched in fear when Litz patted him on the shoulder. He turned around and, with a slightly worried look, wondered what was wrong with that monster. Had it really decided to cheer him up? She called him and asked why he was stuck there. He was supposed to show them the way. He agreed and said that there were monsters ahead, about 3 of them. A Cerberus came out to them. He was going to warn them about it, and Yuika called the King of the Dead in a serious tone and ordered them to attack. He used the Swamp of Darkness spell, and he apologized and said that there was only one 3-headed Cerberus. She said that he usually didn't make such mistakes. Litz patted him on the head, and she was surprised and said loudly that he wasn't allowed to attack it. What did he even expect? Mazakan said that the monster just decided to sympathize with their friend. She thought about it, apologized, and said that she had treated him too harshly. He said that he also admits his guilt. Nuku asked them not to worry, shed a tear, and thought that this monster understood all the intricacies of human relationships. She walked forward with a sad expression and thought that they had gone through so many labyrinths that she had already lost count. She had never before experienced a search in her life that exuded such hopelessness. She had been friends with Barry for so many years. She had always been there for her, just like a younger sister who did not want to leave her older sister's side for a single step. Of course, she wants her to be okay. However, as adventurers, they had to be prepared for the fact that they could lose each other at any moment. They met Darling about 2 weeks ago, and they had only been lovers for 10 days. Such a short time is not enough to fall irrevocably in love with someone and truly make them a part of your life. She had not yet become so attached to him and had not given him her heart, so she would be okay even if he was gone. Nuku called the Black Princess and said there were many monsters ahead. It looked a lot like a carnival. She asked with slight surprise, "Is there a carnival in this passage?" She found it strange and asked with a worried look, "Were they really there?" She and Mazakan ran forward, her heart pounding, and she thought she was afraid to find out the truth. Perhaps all these monsters were attracted there by the smell of human corpses. They encountered crowned lizardmen, and with a tense look, she thought that the adventurer and Sherpa, left without a group, had no chance of survival. He asked the princess to duck and use the Moonblade spell. She began to cry from the realization, and she thought that if her darling died, she would not be able to bear it. He again warned the princess that she should go left and use the unstoppable soul killer spell. She jumped aside, drew her sword, and thought that she had enough of thinking about his death. She bounced off the walls as she moved forward, thinking that he was a first-class Sherpa, so he should definitely figure out how to stay alive. A fan-eared head monster stood in her way and immediately attacked her with its tongue. She used her skill to speed up, clenched her teeth from the tension, and thought that this is why the tears should stop. She wanted to believe that he was alive. Mazakan attacked the monster behind her with his magic, and she continued running forward, and used the gift phantom needle on the bighorn monster. She jumped to the ground and said that his name would be Nekusak, and that he should fight the rest of the monsters. She continued running and thought that she really wanted to meet him again. She saw MC standing near the cave he dug in a terrible state and shuddered with fear before calling out to him. Yuika examined it and wondered what was with this useless sword. It didn't even look like a sword. The leather cape was covered in soot and torn. There were traces of fire, lightning, and ice on it. What kind of monsters attacked him? An empty, unseeing look. His clothes were soaked in blood that they had turned dark crimson. He was almost unconscious, but he continued to stand. She began to cry and thought they had known each other for only a short time, so she would be fine even if she never saw him again? What nonsense. No matter how much time had passed since they met, even those 10 days they spent as lovers meant unimaginably much. She went to him, called darling, and thought that her heart already belonged to him. She hugged him, called again, and said that it was she. He no longer needed to fight. He called her name with great difficulty and said that Barry was in this cave. She has a fracture and depleted magical powers. She needs urgent treatment. Mazikin ran into the cave, called her, and said that there are no more monsters. She should stop using magic. She lay with her eyes closed and called him dad. Nuku ran to them and said that they needed first aid. Yuika was confused by this, called Litz, ordered them to guard the perimeter, and asked if there was anything to stop the bleeding. Ro closed his eyes and thought that everyone had survived. She tearfully held a rag to his face and asked they should treat the wounds and all return to the surface together, okay? 2 days after the Twilight Sword returned to the surface, a hospital for heroes, located near the entrance to the labyrinth. He was placed in a small ward for especially important patients, located on the very top floor. He sighed and with a tense expression thought that he was very grateful that they took on the treatment of him, but such luxury would be the stuff of nightmares. There's a whole bathtub of undiluted magic potions here, a mountain of hemostatic mixtures, so much high-class healing magic, as if they want to resurrect the dead. Earlier, he came to the doctor and said that he was already completely healthy and wanted to be discharged. He adjusted his glasses, refused him, and said that the Twilight Sword ordered him to heal him so that not even a scratch remained. He thought that if Yuika came by tomorrow, he would ask her to help with the discharge. He heard a knock on his door, assumed it was the doctor, and allowed her in. She opened the door, greeted darling, and said that she came to visit him. Can she come in? He called her and said that she did not even need to ask about it. He was surprised when he saw that she was wearing a snow-white dress and said that she usually did not wear such things. She said that Barry picked it out for dinner parties, but such places are not for her. Today she wore it for the first time. How does he like it? He said with a smile that she was irresistible. She was glad to hear it, sat down next to him, and the protagonist said that she hardly rested during the last descent. Had she at least gotten enough sleep when they returned? She agreed with a smile and said that she lay down for a minute and woke up after a day and a half. At lunchtime, she went to check on Barry. He, with a slightly worried expression on his face, said that it seems she was sent to a hospital that deals with bone fractures. How is she? Is she okay? She said with a smile that she herself was not worried at all. But Mazikan was very nervous. She told her about how he did not lose his composure and told her to take shelter in that cave. She is very grateful to him for saving her life. Also, as she understood, she wanted to apologize for her behavior. Will he accept the apology? He agreed, and she was glad about this, but thought about something and turned away. She mumbled something very quietly, and he noticed it and called her by name. She turned to him, and he asked what was wrong with her. She was very nervous and still asked if she could climb up there. He didn't quite understand her, but agreed to it. After that, she lay down next to him on the bed and covered herself with a blanket. He looked at her and thought that it was an expensive dress. It would wrinkle. Yuika asked with embarrassment, by the way, how was he feeling? He felt that she smelled of flowers. He also began to get nervous and said that he was quite healthy. He was ready to defeat even a minotaur with his bare hands. Therefore, he would like to be discharged tomorrow. He noticed that she lowered her head and called her by name. She said that since she became an adventurer, she felt scared for the first time. Right after the collapse that separated them, and until the moment they met again, her heart was gripped by a paralyzing terror for a second. Her head was filled with excuses for abandoning them, one after another. It hurt so much that she wanted to rip her heart out just to feel nothing. However, when she saw that passage teeming with monsters, she immediately imagined finding their corpses. Her darling believed in her and never doubted her for a second. However, she even thought about what to do if there were no survivors. This was her, the person who should have believed in him like no one else. She asked for forgiveness, and he thought that she was one of those who cling to their principles to the last. That's why she has such a strong spirit, pure as the night sky. He hugged her and said that he does not recognize love that believes blindly, the ability to act, despite the complete chaos in her head, to turn any situation to her advantage. This is precisely one of her wonderful sides. Logical conclusions are one thing, but the desires of the heart are quite another. He believed in her and knows that she believed in him too. So she is still very good, and he loves her like this. She was touched by this, leaned towards him, called darling, and kissed him. They continued kissing for a while, and he was a little nervous and thought that things were bad. He didn't even know how to take off this dress. He didn't see any buttons or knots, Maybe it was hidden under the frills? Yuika touched his lips and said that he said that at times like this, it's okay to act like a naughty kitten. She started rubbing her head against his face, and he thought that she really was like a kitten. With a face very red from embarrassment, she called darling and said that that's why she asked him to be gentle with her. She began to imitate the behavior of a cat and thought that maybe she should ask Tay about it someday. The next morning, they woke up in bed and MC wished her good morning with a smile. She was very embarrassed about it and responded in kind. Later, they were walking down the street and she asked with embarrassment if pretending to be a kitten was not really necessary. Why didn't he tell her about it yesterday? He was also a little embarrassed, apologized and said that she tried so hard and it was very sweet. He didn't have time to finish because she squeezed his hand tightly and with a displeased look, loudly said that everything was completely wrong. He said that, for example, he couldn't take off her dress, so they're even. She was ready to cry from awkwardness and loudly said that his awkwardness was not even close to hers. He felt threatened by her and said in a confused tone that it didn't make anyone feel worse. When two people share something that is embarrassing with each other, their relationship only gets stronger. She calmed down a bit and said that if that was the case, it was his turn to tell her something embarrassing about himself. Yuika thought she understood perfectly well that her behavior yesterday couldn't be interpreted any other way. The dress she usually didn't wear, the perfume and the fact that they shared a bed. They miraculously survived the first and second descents. However, there was no guarantee that their next, third descent would go smoothly. She didn't want her feelings for her loved one to consist only of regrets. When they finally found them, she sighed with relief. However, then she saw what an unbreakable adventurer's spirit he hid within himself and fell in love all over again. Darling has a family for whom he's ready to do anything. She has a duty to destroy dungeons. They can't sacrifice what's most precious in the name of love, but she won't let go of this hand just yet. Rose said that around the corner is the house of relatives who are looking after Mari. Yuika was about to say something, but she saw her crying, ran to her and called her loudly. She called her sister, and she asked, "Is this the picture book she gave her? What happened to it?" She cried with a very sad expression on her face, and began to ask her for forgiveness. She hugged her and said that it was not necessary. She did not have to apologize, it was not her fault. Michi and Kolan came out of the house and started to bully her, but ran back when they saw him. She looked at them with a very displeased expression on her face and asked, "Were those two the ones who did this?" Mari continued to cry, agreed and said that she sat in the corner to read, but then they took the book from her. Morao opened the door and asked, "Have you deigned to come back?" She extended her hand and said that she was already wondering what all the fuss was about. It's stupid to take children at their word. Who knows what really happened there? Or maybe he wanted to argue with her? He took the coins out of the bag, denied it, and said that everyone just saw her children teasing his crying sister. He handed over the money and asked if she could ask them not to do it again. She just snorted and slammed the door in his face. She was unhappy about this and was about to ask something, but he immediately said that they would talk about it when they returned. He greeted Mari and said with a small smile that it was time for them to go home. When they returned home, Yuika loudly called Darling and said that they shouldn't give up so quickly. Why did he just let them go? He should have demanded compensation. He asked her to calm down and said that the pages were dirty. Then for now, he would thoroughly wipe the cover and then take it to a specialist to glue it. She was happy about this and with tears in her eyes asked, "Will this really help?" The protagonist agreed and said that they would go tomorrow for this. She asked if he always asked those people to look after her. He agreed and said that Murao was his only relative. She asked if the money he paid would be enough for a kindergarten, which would definitely be better for her, right? He said that, unfortunately, there was nothing like that in their city. He hugged his sister and said that children left without families either die of hunger or end up on the black market. He agreed. They didn't have the warmest relationship, but if something happened, at least she would be safe. She agreed with a worried look and wanted to object, but thought with horror that the deeper the group descended, the more danger the Sherpa would be exposed to. However, the lives of Darling and Marie were at risk from none other than her. MC called her with a small smile and told her that she didn't need to worry about it. He made his decision after carefully assessing the risks. Besides, they pay him so much that it's hard to jinx it. She said that they are close after all, and not just as an adventurer and a Sherpa. She didn't have time to finish because he refused and said that it was only his family's business. She was surprised by this and thought that she was pushed away, or rather, shown her place, so that she wouldn't take on responsibility. He said with a smile that, frankly, he plans to move to a big city so that Marie can go to school. So he's gradually saving money. If he adds to this the reward they will give him for the next descent, he will get just the right amount. Then she will finally be able to live without worries. Yuika said with a determined look that if money was the problem, then she can right now. She noticed his expression and thought that indeed, they are undoubtedly dating, but that does not give one the right to rely on the other for everything. He does not need alms and will not accept it. That's what his quiet smile told her. He decides for himself what to do. Most likely, he follows this motto, taking responsibility for his sister. After that, they will start a new life, and in this future which Darling so longs for, she is not there. Last evening, they were consumed by burning feelings. They clearly love each other, and yet this is only his family's business. This means he doesn't consider her someone close, someone he can trust with family problems. She loves him so much, but still remains a stranger. She looked at him with a determined gaze and thought that he will not live to see this. She began to take off her gloves and said that she believed that he was driven by the best intentions, but his words offended her to the depths of her soul. Ro, looking confused, called her name, and she threw her gloves on the table and with great embarrassment said loudly that therefore he should take her as his wife. He was even more confused by this, and she, with a determined expression, thought that this way her darling's problems would become theirs. The next morning, he was tied up in the Sherpa guild and didn't understand what was going on there. The department employees tensed their muscles in front of him and said that the report on the dungeon dive was delayed. He wouldn't leave until he wrote it. They started dancing, and he apologized and said that everything would be done by morning. They snatched him from the house so unexpectedly, he didn't even have time to make breakfast for Mari. Gunji also tensed his muscles and said loudly, "There's no need for worries here." He pointed to the side and said that he should look here. The Sherpas brought her many different dishes and invited her to eat. One of them happily said, "Here are some sweets and juice. She can take as much as she wants. They have plenty." He'd already taken his sister with him, so she'd been to the Sherpa guild many times. She also knew that these big men were actually kind. The guild leader also went to them and said they should stop. He also wanted to take care of her. Gima, looking displeased, said that they should calm down, otherwise they'd practically start fighting. She asked the employee to close the door, called him, and said that these guidebooks contained all the information about the labyrinths of the Tyros dungeon. According to him, they would fill in the gaps in the maps. He agreed to tell her everything that happened in the dungeon, right? Closer to midday, in the very center of the city, in the temple of the goddess Galatica, Barry, with a happy expression on her face, left the building and thought that she had managed to level up and even received a new ability. Perhaps I should check on the princess about the report. She froze when she noticed the protagonist walking along the road and instinctively hid behind a flower bed. She looked around and thought that the man walking ahead of him was the head of the Adventurers Guild. She was sure his name was Joe. But who was this woman? Why were they walking with them? She had a bad feeling, so she decided to follow them. She followed them to the building they entered, used the gift of Furin consciousness, and thought that here she received an invitation from the Tyros mayor's office to a dinner party at a first-class restaurant. She attached a magic mark to his back. Note: this gift allows one to hear sounds within a radius of the one on whom the gift technique is cast. She heard a restaurant worker say that they should go to a private room on the second floor. Their counterpart would be here shortly. After that, she heard a knock on the door and someone apologized to Baraman for being late. She heard Jima say that updating the map takes time. Barry thought she was from the Sherpa guild. It was the voice of the woman who had passed by earlier. The mayor said that it turned out they had broken the diving record again. She closed her eyes and thought that she needed to focus on the conversation. The mayor said that they could sit down. There was enough food for everyone, so they didn't have to be shy. He already knows about the Twilight sword in detail, doesn't he? He will be able to answer his questions. She thought with a serious expression, why would such an important person secretly obtain information about their team? A bad feeling didn't leave her. He said he was curious to know about the gift of the Phantom Needle, how many creatures this technique can control. MC said that he didn't know the exact number, about 10, but he could be wrong. She smiled at what she heard and thought that he had lied just now, in fact, much more. Baramon asked, then, what about the duration? He said that the monsters changed very often, so the duration of the effect is presumably short. He asked if there were any other limitations. He said that, unfortunately, he didn't know more. He did everything he could to save himself. She was pleased with his answers and thought that he was perfectly false. The identity of the gift's owner should not be revealed. With his eloquence, they will not be lost. The mayor asked, was he saving himself then? It seems because his very young sister is waiting for his return on the surface. Kima said that if she had his gift of endurance, work on the surface would be enough. He descends into the dungeons, putting his sister in danger. In this case, there must be a good reason, right? Baramon said that she was right. He is young and strong. He understands what he's talking about, right? We can't miss this chance. Having connections with influential people like him is very important for the people. By the way, this sauce is simply excellent. Rue said he didn't have any great goals. He wanted to live a good life in a good place. After all, they needed enough money to live. Joe laughed and said that, by the way, he'd been working so hard for money for a long time. He was an adventurer in the past. Back then, the 13th floor of the dungeon belonged to an owlbear. Many aspiring adventurers fell victim to it. and the Adventurers Guild Union also put in a request to kill it. However, the only reward from the union was a small monetary compensation, as they considered the monster cheap prey. He was the only one to accept this offer. He continued hunting the owlbear alone on the full moon of its rebirth. He located the demon's origin and ensured that it could not reappear. This took 3 years, and now it's only thanks to him that young adventurers can descend into the dungeon below the 13th floor. However, adventurers unaware of the full circumstances mistakenly criticized him. He decided not to fight back. He added a hush money, otherwise the Alliance would get a bad reputation by only requesting certain adventurers for the dive. Essentially, he was willing to do anything for money, even if it tarnished his reputation. The protagonist said that it seemed they were expecting him to take some action. It was probably a matter that could not be discussed publicly. Baramon said that he understood his train of thought and liked it. Therefore, he suggested getting straight to the point. He hoped that unnecessary words were not necessary. How much does he know about the history of this city? He said that Tyros was built after the discovery of an underground labyrinth. He said that this was indeed true. 90 years ago, the Tyros labyrinth was found in this area. A small watchtower was erected nearby, which became the predecessor of the Adventurers Guild. The construction of the city began. People built the Adventurers Guild and the Sherpa Guild, as well as a temple that serves as a signpost for adventurers. Over time, adventurers began visiting the city. People were looking for medicinal herbs, crystal ore, and other items from the dungeon. More and more shops selling such loot opened. Various shops also gathered, keeping adventurers busy. Moreover, they began building houses here to stay and work. This is how the city acquired its current appearance. If the dungeon is completely exhausted and the labyrinth core disappears, it will become impossible to obtain herbs and ore. Demons will not appear, so there will be no drops. The capital has an endless labyrinth, opened 250 years ago, and there are still no signs of the labyrinth core reaching its limit. MC said that he also doesn't think anyone will be able to reach the bottom of the Tyros dungeon in the next 10 years. What does he mean? He plans to sabotage the Twilight Sword and take it. Barry was surprised by what he just said and wondered what he just said. Jima said the Sherpa Sword. Their job in this city isn't just to escort them into the dungeons. They also act as protectors and are called Sherpa swords. Of course, this is a top secret position, granted only to those chosen from among the senior Sherpas. This is exactly what she wants to ask for. Jo said that it seems the brave adventurers trust him completely. She said that the Sherpa sword is like a curse. It taints the Sherpa position, and at the same time, fills one with a sense of sin. He must be strong enough to dare to indulge in ruthlessness. She called him and asked, "Is that really so? It's reasonable to fight to protect what's more important than oneself. One must have a clear mind to calculate the benefits and losses, and also have a strong will capable of making heartless decisions. They will provide everything necessary. Of course, there must be a reward in return. He must be properly prepared tomorrow. Will he be able to take on this crazy role?" He laughed and asked if she thought that sounded a bit much. Baramon agreed, and said that it wasn't like they were going to lead these brave men to their deaths. He said with a wide smile that the Twilight Sword would successfully fail to capture them and obediently flee the city. That would be enough. Barry, with a very displeased look, found this disgusting and thought that there was definitely logic in wanting to save the city. Maybe they should put a no capture sign at the entrance to the labyrinth? Why not just negotiate with the Twilight Sword directly? They decided to cleverly use the Sherpa. A passing restaurant worker noticed her and asked if they really had guests. What was she doing here? He asked with a worried look if she was relieving herself. She became embarrassed by this, denied it, and he asked in a confused tone, then what was she doing? She turned, waved at him, and said she was just looking for something here. She'd find it now and come back. She started to leave, thinking with a displeased expression that this was all very suspicious. She couldn't hear their conversations anymore. Should she report everything to the princess? If tomorrow went as planned, his reputation was at risk. In the end, she didn't hear his answer, although he would definitely refuse, right? At the same time, Ro finished listening to them and said that he understood everything and agreed. They were glad about this, and Zhao said it was not surprising. He knew that he would take on this case if offered a good fee. He maintained a calm smile and thought that here he had no choice but to agree. If he refused, then Twilight Sword would hire another Sherpa, or he would have to rely on Marie's safety. If that happened, frankly, he would lose all hope. It's better to let them think he was blinded by the reward. By following their instructions faithfully, he will definitely find a way to save Yuika and the Twilight Sword. After some time, he came to the Sherpa Guild, went to Gunji's office, and said that he apologized for distracting him from work. He wanted to tell him something. He turned to him and asked what he had. He handed him an envelope. He looked at it and asked, "Is this a new will?" The protagonist agreed and said that it looked like the Twilight Sword's next target would be the Labyrinth Core, so they updated the maps just in case. Clearing the dungeon would be a truly significant event. He thought that Tyros profited from mining ore, medicinal herbs, and items. However, sooner or later, the city would begin to decline. Unlike adventurers who could move to other cities, the locals would have to find new ways to earn money. Gunji said that, however, he had good news. He will be able to see the very top floor. He has never been there before. When this happens, he will ask him for directions. His face looks like he is crazy. He put his letter in a small chest and said with a smile that everything is clear. It seems like he is the type to keep everything to himself. Is he worried about the city's affairs after clearing the dungeon? He need not worry. It was bound to happen someday. It is in the interests of the population to take care of how their lives will be after the clearing. He should just focus on his work, without thinking about anything else. If something is bothering him, he may well ask for advice. In difficult times, there is no shame in showing weakness. He allows him to cry on the chest of a respected mentor. MC immediately refused, and he laughed and said that in any case, he should enjoy the adventure. Isn't it great to be the first to see something no one else has seen? He smiled, called him teacher, and thanked him. Gunji was taken aback by this and asked what he had just called him. His face immediately turned displeased, and he asked who he was trying to strangle. Presbyopia, due to age-related farsightedness, was not cured by restoration magic, so he must take care of himself and not overexert his eyes. He headed for the exit with a smile, thinking that the guildmaster seemed eager to conquer the dungeon. He was truly sincere. It turns out that from the Sherpa guild, the only members of the Sherpa sword are he and Mrs. Jima. Sometime later, in the living room of his house, Yuika said that, by the way, the guildmaster had held a private consultation with her. He wants an expedition team to accompany them during the dive in 3 days. He brought cups of drinks, and Nuku asked thoughtfully, "Did she say expedition team?" She agreed, and said that the team was assembled from 5 squads of local adventurers. Initially, they planned to dive to the lower levels themselves. However, their plans changed slightly when the Twilight sword reached the 50th floor of the dungeon. In short, they want to accompany them to the 50th floor. Barry was surprised by this and asked what she meant by that. They decided to just use them, they should refuse, and that's it. He asked if they refused, would they be sanctioned? After all, this was a direct order from the head. She denied it and said that they were not being forced. He said that in that case, he didn't think they needed to agree. It could hinder their progress through the dungeon. Mazikin calmly said that they could do as they wanted. Yuika turned around and asked Darling what he thought about it. Rose said that it seemed like they should let them go. Barry was surprised and she asked if he could explain the reason. He said that if it was an expeditionary group whose goal was to reach the lower floors, then their combat power should be quite high. They would be able to use their power. Adventurers always fight in hotbeds of demon resistance. He said with an indifferent smile that reducing the use time of the Phantom Needle would ensure the safety of the princess's physical condition. Such a condition would provoke the dungeon dwellers. She agreed and said that indeed, it would help them. He said that the Twilight sword and the accompanying party had different goals, so it would be better to move in the same direction. Nuku said that it would also be beneficial for them. She agreed and asked Barry how she liked the idea. She said that if the princess didn't mind, then everything was fine. She remembered what had happened earlier and wondered if everything was all right with him. Yuika calmly said that it was decided then they should get down to business. The protagonist raised his hand and asked if he could elaborate. Having initially planned the dive, they should have already assigned roles and coordinated actions. The sudden introduction of the Twilight sword into this process could lead to confusion. Although they will go together and support each other in battle, it seems that they should act separately. To avoid unnecessary trouble, why not separate them from the management of supplies and food in the camp? 3 days later, the squads gathered on the 14th floor at the beginning of the oasis. The squads in this dungeon included Twilight Sword, Yugen Unification, Meteor, Lizard, Conquerors, and Spiral. The Sherpas were also assembled for a total of 40 people. The squad leaders gathered and said they welcomed them, Twilight Sword, and hoped for their cooperation. Regarding the demon cores and other things, were they sure it was best to leave everything? Yuika agreed and said that their goal this time was the dungeon core. One of them smiled and said that it made sense. If that's what they wanted, then sure. However, advancing through the labyrinth together and acting separately was a bit boring, don't they think? There were reasons for that, he'd heard, but they were all on the same side. Adventurers value cooperation, don't they? She looked at him suspiciously and thought he was talking too much. He said with a smile that, besides, they understood very well that the expedition group consisted of a large number of adventurers, and they should help each other. It was worth discussing the dive plan. He wondered if the princess was looking at him now. He said that they knew little about the Twilight sword. Of course, they had heard of their merits. In general, he wanted to ask about the dive practice. She asked with a serious expression. In short, they want them to demonstrate their descent techniques? He became embarrassed and thought about how intently she was looking at him. The other squad leaders agreed and said that before them were the very heroes rumored to be circulating. First, they would see what they were capable of. She said that there was no problem with that. A newcomer to the Twilight sword was showing the way. However, they continued to move at their own pace. They would have to watch them closely and keep up. Barry cast the sail spell on everyone, after which they ran forward very quickly. For the rest of the adventurers and the Sherpas, a truly hellish descent began. The other adventurers admired this and ran after them. MC looked back and thought that people from the other squads were a good distance behind them, but they would still make it in time. Nuku called out to the Black Princess and said that there were 5 demons ahead. Yuika said that they should deal with them. He looked ahead and said that they were horned cats. They should be careful. Their claws are incredibly sharp. They quickly defeated these monsters, and one of the surprised adventurers said that they were taking down demons with such incredible speed without even stopping. She turned to them and said that if they decided to pack their things, they should hurry. They were moving on. Their descent tactics did not include stopping here. They continued running, and he said that there were 3 new demons here. They did not hear the sound of footsteps, but immediately after that, huge stone dolls emerged from the wall that could not be hurt by a sword. She said loudly that they were not their opponents. They would pass through them. The other adventurers were shocked by this, but still continued to run after them. They said that they cannot lose sight of the Twilight sword. They must wait for them. Those stone demons are chasing them. Who is he even talking to? They didn't pay attention to it. And Nuku said that the next monsters are on the left. At the end of this path is a snake path. She said that at this pace they will descend to the 19th floor. The Sherpas running after them with a tired look said that he had never descended like this before. What monster did he lead them to? After some time, they reached the 19th floor and everyone began to rest after what happened. Yuika said that if the water supplies run out, they will leave. One of them was breathing heavily due to fatigue and asked, "Are they joking now?" She asked in a serious tone. They wanted to see their method, right? He brought her some sweat wipes and asked her to take them, and she thanked him for it. One of the Sherpas, Gameo, called him over, asked if he could distract him for a minute. Ro went to him and asked what was wrong. He said that their commander had something to talk to him about. He approached them, noticed that they looked angry, and asked what was wrong. Barry watched them from the side and thought that there was an uneasy atmosphere in the air. Research on the 21st floor resumed. The reappearing overlords were conquered again. She called the manticore Nico, and they were shocked by this name. One of them approached them, greeted the deadly warrior, and asked if he could touch him. Yuika turned to him with a displeased look and said that he could, but only those she approved of. Immediately after that, he left her. Having subdued the manticore, the Twilight Sword Squad defeated the demons one by one. Having begun to command them, they formed an army. Meanwhile, the other adventurers could only stand aside and watch what was happening. She turned and said that they had defeated Lamantis, and that they could obtain the cores and items. She stopped short when she noticed that the Sherpas were already collecting things from the floor. One of the adventurers said that it looked like they were only collecting things here. The first day of the dive was over. They stopped on the 29th floor. She walked towards the monsters and ordered them to line up. She began killing them one by one, and the adventurers asked if she was already getting rid of them. She agreed and said that it was because the Phantom Needle made them fight for only one day. They believed her, and the protagonist thought that the Phantom Needle's effect lasted only one day. To ensure the princess's once-a-day sleep, they had to lie. Looks like they'll have to stick to this strategy. Yuika said they'd better go collect the cannonballs. Later, the squads dispersed and began preparing food. Gameo called him again and asked him to come over. Barry looked at this and thought he was heading over to them again. Didn't they want to separate from the others for the duration of the camp? The adventurers and Sherpas began actively talking to him, which caught Yuika's attention. She walked over to them, called his name, and asked, "What's going on here?" He turned to her and said that nothing. Everything was fine. The food would be ready soon. He apologized for the wait. She asked with a slightly worried look, "Is he sure everything is all right?" He said with a smile that there was nothing to worry about, that she should rest now. The plan is to go even lower tomorrow, right? She agreed. He went to the grill and said that he hoped it wasn't burnt. Barry looked at the adventurers with distrust and thought that tomorrow she would keep an eye on them. After his conversation with those guys, their hostility had noticeably increased. She would even say that they were ready to kill them. Initially, the Twilight Sword has no connection with the other adventurers. If the relations between the parties deteriorate, it will hinder the capture of the dungeon. Did he really accept the offer and try to sabotage it? It's impossible. She can't believe it. After all, he saved her life. Although something doesn't add up here. She decided with a determined expression that it was enough to think about it. If she continued to be in the clouds, she wouldn't be able to fight properly. Then she decided she would solve his mystery because it was time for them to know the truth. She, like a detective, was going to clarify this situation. On the second day of exploring the dungeon, Yuika asked, "What's wrong with them?" Today, as she could see, the fighting spirit had awakened, unlike yesterday. Barry glanced at the smiling protagonist. She thought, according to her calculations, the protagonist's behavior at camp could have been the cause of such belligerence, and it seemed that after those conversations, the guys were eager to get rid of them. Watching the clash between some of the two groups, Yugen and Lizard, who began using their magical skills in the duel, she confirmed her suspicions. Cooperation was completely impossible. Assuming MC was up to something, she wondered what he was actually planning. Her detective instincts were aroused. Was Rue the traitor? But common sense told her there was no evidence to support this. After some time, on the 43rd floor of the oasis, everyone grew tired and made camp. The opponents began lighting fires, their rivals watching them warily. The opposing leader called the protagonist over. The protagonist looked at his allies and sheepishly said he'd finish cooking when they returned. The team looked at him in confusion. Mazukin's stomach rumbled and he muttered, "I'm so hungry." At that moment, Gameo approached them with a cup of food on a tray and said he'd made some potato soup and wanted to share it with them. What did they think of it? Mazakan sniffed the air and noticed how delicious it smelled. Gameo continued, something telling him that they all had mixed feelings right now. He thought they'd get to know each other better over food. Nuku said he agreed. It would be nice to ease the tension. Gameo exclaimed, excellent. Handing over the tray of food, he added, this is for them. But the protagonist grabbed his hand so abruptly that the cup of food spilled, almost falling off the tray. The protagonist turned to the boy with a smile and said he should have warned him, but they ate separately too. Gameo looked puzzled. He understood. But he meant well. MC addressed him by name again and insisted that he please not do anything unnecessary. The entire group looked at their porter in surprise. Nuku addressed him by name, confused, not understanding what was going on. Yuika also looked at him, perplexed. Gameo laughed sheepishly and remarked, indeed, he should probably take it back. Mazakan was indignant. No, what about the soup? Gameo, without a word, walked away. Barry's father asked Yuika if they should put some potatoes in the soup too. Barry looked thoughtfully at Gameo and then rushed after him. Her father turned to her and asked where she was going. Confused, the girl replied that she needed to go to the bathroom and would be right back. She ran up to Gameo and, apologizing to him, said he had gone to such lengths for them. The man replied that their Sherpa was right. Everything was fine. He had heard, after all, that they had their own way of doing things. She inhaled the aroma of the soup and asked if she could try it. Gameo happily handed her the tray and said of course. After tasting his dish, Barry exclaimed admiringly, it's so delicious. The man replied with a smile, it's so good. It was all due to the ingredients he added. After that, the girl returned to her allies and apologized for the wait. Was she on time? Yuika replied that she was right, just in time. The team settled down for lunch. Barry, clutching her stomach, said, it really is a bit empty here. She looked at the protagonist and thought, this feeling always comes back to her. By midday on the second day, the situation had changed. On the 48th floor in the oasis, everyone was admiring it. It was amazing. They'd never been this deep before. The floor was simply breathtaking how wide. The adventurer remarked, okay, that's all for today. He suggested they stop here and rest a bit before the 50th floor. Yuika agreed, yes, quite. He exhaled loudly and said, maybe they should leave everything and escape to the surface? Just her and him? Yuika replied irritably. She refuses that. The adventurer noted her gaze was always so passionate. At that moment, someone called out to her and said she was urgently needed. The girl replied, yes, she's coming. After that, she ran off in response to the call. Running up, she asked, was she being called? The adventurer who called her said there was rainbow grass here, good for mana potions. It could sell for a lot. The girls on the team were overjoyed. The water was amazing. Finally, they could cool off. One of the team members grinned and suggested they go for a swim later. The second adventurer cheerfully added, it's a shame there are no fish. Barry thought sadly. Everyone was too excited. I wonder if they'll lose tomorrow too? She remembered how they came to that floor. Then she suddenly thought, where is the protagonist? Seeing him with the opponent, she wondered, perplexed. Where is he going with that Sherpa? Gameo. The girl activated Furin's consciousness and tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. She thought they were a bit far away and she could only hope she could hear. The words came in fragments. Barry thought irritably, it was really hard to hear. But she managed to catch snatches of phrases. The opponent told MC he knows his task. He clarified what he meant. Barry thought, a role. Could this really be what Jima was talking about? Like, there's a role, a so-called Sherpa sword for saving the dungeon. She tried to hear Ro's answers, but cursed, thinking irritably that his words weren't being captured by technology. The only thing she heard was the protagonist saying, he's certainly right, but he's not sure. The other man said, he understands. He has nothing more to add, so he can handle it. The girl realized they were finished talking and thought she should go back, which she did. On the way, she thought, Ro really is a traitor. Her detective talent immediately objected. He has a little sister, and they don't want the labyrinth cleared out and the Sherpas left without a job. Her mind told her she understands everything, but still, her detective talent objected. Assuming she accepted the fact that he had already arranged the sabotage, he must have already made up his mind. After all, he'd approved the escort offer back then. Barry closed her eyes and told herself, enough. She wanted to believe him, but her detective talent protested again. The adventurers would leave the dungeon, and life in the city would continue. That's why that Sherpa simply couldn't offer his help. Even without physical evidence, everything they'd heard was enough to tell their allies. They couldn't allow Ro to stay with them any longer. Barry noted that the princess and the others knew nothing. She'd made up her mind. She wanted to save their Twilight sword. With these thoughts in mind, she approached Yuika and addressed her by her status. The leader asked if something had happened. At that moment, she turned her attention to the returning MC and exclaimed anxiously, is he hurt? Ro, with a bruise on his cheek, responded sheepishly. He stumbled a little, so she shouldn't worry about it. Barry wondered, puzzled. Did he get into a fight? The protagonist said, much worse, that Barry wasn't quite well right now. He had just the right drink. It would bring her back to normal. Pouring the drink into a mug, he noted that it tasted bitter, but was drinkable. Barry took the mug, dripped a little liquid onto her palm, and asked Mazakan for his expert opinion. The man sniffed the drink and said in bewilderment, I think it's poison. The girl stared at her father in amazement, then turned to Ro, indignantly shouting, is he completely stupid? She can't believe he agreed to this. Yuika asked in bewilderment, what is she talking about? The girl looked at the protagonist indignantly and replied to the princess, this time, the protagonist is trying to prevent the dive. The mayor of the city, along with the heads of the Sherpa and adventurer guilds, had asked him to do so. Using her gift, she overheard a secret conversation in the restaurant. The MC spoke up, surprised. He sensed a fate presence at the entrance, and it turned out to be Barry. Looking at everyone, he suggested that maybe they should sit down for a while and talk. After a while, Nuku acted as judge. He told Barry, "She says Sherpa sword," which was hard to believe. Ro said, "This must be a peculiar Tyros custom." He actually accepted the offer for the sake of protecting the Twilight sword. Yuika looked at him with regret. He continued, if he refused, he would be replaced by another Sherpa capable of the job. Or by taking his sister hostage, they would force him to do it. So he agreed. He thought it would be better this way. However, there was a backup plan, so they separated from joint operations with other squads. Gamo is the second member of the Sherpa sword. There was poison in that soup. Barry thought fearfully. Soup. Poison. She accidentally ate it? The protagonist showed his allies the vial, and continued, explaining that he and Gamo had both received the same poison, made from the eggs of parasitic insects. These creatures can survive even in arid conditions, and once they enter a body, they hatch within 3 days. They say they then begin to eat away at the insides. A doctor he knew gave him the antidote, but the medicine was powerful, so their expert had every right to call it poison. Then he thought he saw Barry run after Gamo. He thought she might have eaten some of the soup, so he offered the medicine. It was effective, but he'd have to wait a day. The girl rushed toward him, screaming for him to give it to her. Nuku told her to wait. He turned to the protagonist and asked if his story was true. Could he, for good measure, drink it himself? MC replied, no problem, and downed the potion in one gulp. Nuku asked if the remaining 5 Sherpas and the adventurers were also accomplices. Ro grimaced and replied, no. He thought it was a good medicine, just bitter. Pouring another shot, he continued, regarding the plan for the Sherpa guild, this was a big no-no, and the limits of what he and Gamio could do. The squads were supposed to rescue them if they were injured. The lizard boys were good at tracking, that's their forte. The plan was to keep an eye on them in case they refused. He looked at the thoughtful Yuika and added that tracking was very tiring, especially for sleepy Yuika. Therefore, by allowing the opponents to go, they were using their strength wisely. Nuku had to admit he was right, as always. The protagonist said, however, that they had their own opinions too. They didn't like that only the Twilight Light was getting special treatment. That's why they demanded payment on the very first day. There wasn't much point in accompanying them. So at camp, he kindled their fire for battle. Yuika told him guiltily that he seemed to be trying to solve all the problems alone. But his words of reassurance clouded her mind so much that she didn't even try to find out anything. MC apologized to her and said it was selfish of him not to tell her. But if the existence of the Sherpa sword were announced, rumors would spread throughout the country. The people of Tyros could be criticized. He wanted to avoid such consequences. Besides, he didn't want the person closest to him to discover the dark side his hometown hid. Yuika turned to him with emotion and exclaimed, upon learning everything, that she still loved him. Let him forgive her. He had to endure this suffering alone. So thank him for clarifying the situation. She took his hand, squeezed it, and said, but in the future, she wants him to tell her about all his worries, because she will always be there. Ro thanked her for her support. Nuku spoke, turning to the protagonist. So it turns out he had no direct intention of interfering with the dive. The protagonist replied, of course not. Gamo agreed with him. But he himself had 3 children, so he had to take on this job, and he was very worried about it. Clutching his cheek, which was bruised, he added, that guy even hit him when he tried to convince him otherwise. Nuku said, is that so? Placing his hands on his knees, the shortstop said, their squad expresses their gratitude. But how does the Black Princess feel about them punishing Barry for withholding information? The accused girl looked at him in confusion, sticking out her tongue. Yuika said, she tried to protect too, didn't she? Just let them be grateful. Punishment is unnecessary. She was sure Barry hadn't meant to doubt their Ro. They needed to forgive her. They didn't know how worried she was either. Barry, her eyes filled with tears, her voice trembling, uttered her title in gratitude. Then she turned to the protagonist and apologized for doubting him. He replied, that's not surprising. She'd heard the entire conversation. Based on what she'd heard, she drew the right conclusions. Something tells him she's got real talent. Nuku grumbled, and she fled alone, only to become even more confused. The girl burst into tears, thinking that something had gone wrong in her attempt to protect her friends, and it had backfired. After a while, Yuika announced to the squads that today was their 3rd day of the joint expedition. They had all performed admirably. Their individual work had been impeccable. One of the opponents quipped, will she complain then? The Black Princess smiled peacefully and answered as expected of senior adventurers. They were outsiders here, so they couldn't imitate the monster's tactics or exploit their stats the way they, senior adventurers, could. The opponents were shocked by her words. Was she paying them a compliment? Yuika turned to Yugen's group with a smile and continued, they're doing a great job of managing the distraction. The adventurers in their party possess a variety of unusual abilities, giving them a diverse range of combat strategies. They first slow down the enemy, confuse them, and then confidently destroy them. Their high level of coordination is a clear testament to their effectiveness in dungeon exploration. The adventurer, in response to her words, sheepishly smoothed his hair, thinking, she's fallen in love with him after all. She then turned to the Spiral group and said, their name speaks for itself. They skillfully attack by encircling the enemy. The adventurers in this group, confused and surprised, asked, Is that what she's talking about? They were so surprised. The girl explained, the roles in the party are divided. Some attack, others defend, and all 5 combine their skills perfectly. The party leader, embarrassed but pleased, said, well, nothing special. His comrades laughed and egged him on. He can't resist praise. Next, Yuika addressed the meteor team and explained that their main tactic was hit and run. Lightning-fast attacks stop monsters. The adventurers in this group were also pleased with her praise. The protagonist thought Yuika had explained the special features of each squad and praised everyone for their combat strategies. One of the leaders replied that 5 squads was quite a lot, but she had observed each one so carefully. The protagonist knew her speech was based on his notes. After all, he was the one observing everyone. The heroes here had confronted the Twilight Sword, and at first glance, they seemed a bit aggressive. But deep down, he admired them. His expectations had been correct. There had been a confrontation with those who hadn't wanted it at all. These people had already begun to rebel on the first day of camp on the 29th floor. MC was called upon every time during rest stops, and he motivated everyone with the right words. This is how the forces were adjusted. Yuika said they were heading to the 50th underground floor today, completely separating themselves from other squads. But Twilight Sword is proud to have the opportunity to walk the path with them until the fork in the road. Would they allow their squad members to become one of them before they parted ways? The group leaders each replied sheepishly, if she insisted, then so be it. It wasn't like they'd quarrel without it. It would be fine, right? The main thing was for everyone to have good memories. Barry, looking at her opponents, thought they were enjoying themselves, unaware that the protagonist had concocted the speech. Yuika replied, good then, it's time for them to go. Sometime later, after the salamanders had been subdued, the cleanup of the 48th floor began. The protagonist said that Ovion hadn't resided on this level in the previous dive. He might reappear, so please let them watch the ground movements. One of the leaders asked in surprise, Ovion? That's a rare, very powerful monster. One of the adventurers remarked, well, it's easy to say they're watching the ground. At that moment, Nuku became wary and informed Yuika that he sensed 5 monsters. The girl replied, I understood. Turning to the vanguard, she said, they'll handle it. At that moment, monsters appeared. The protagonist exclaimed, they're basilisks, demons that breathe stone breath. This species' specialty is turning opponents into stone statues, then destroying them with beak and claws. Yuika exclaimed, even her techniques are powerless against petrification. The adventurers rushed into battle. The leader of the senior adventurers activated his slashing skill and cleaved one of the monsters. But then the leader of the meteor group shouted, the enemy has joined forces. Get everyone on the ground. He activated the bombardment and shouted to the leader of the senior adventurers to leave this to him. The boy, striking the enemy, replied, no problem. The leader of the other group activated an iron hammer, smashing the enemy, and then shouted to the princess, well, how does that sound? Not bad, huh? Yuika confirmed this with a smile and activated a phantom needle and ice swords, attacking the enemy. Ice barriers grew around the basilisk. She shouted to her comrades to stop him from getting away. He's trapped. Let them join forces. The adventurers rushed to carry out her orders. Yuika looked around and wondered where Barry was. At that moment, the girl summoned salamanders and activated artillery, attacking another monster. After that, she activated a spear and charged head-on at the enemy. Yuika warned her that there were snakes behind her. Barry abruptly shifted her position, somersaulted in midair, and finding herself behind the snakes, activated Slash, destroying the enemy. This was her new ability. Along with her kick, she dealt additional damage, slicing through the target. After a while, Gameo told MC he was a little sad that they would soon be separated completely. He replied that they would still be compiling the map and dive reports, and then they would talk about everything. Eventually, the team safely arrived on the 50th floor. Due to the Undead Lord, the level had changed, and the previous route was no longer possible. Therefore, the journey to the oasis took 2 days. After a while, Yuika announced to everyone that they had arrived. Their original goal was to explore the dungeon from the 48th to the 50th floor. Therefore, they would set up camp on the 48th. The adventurer cleared his throat and said, don't let her, so sweet, be sad. Their destinies are connected by a red thread. His companion apologized to the girl and said their leader was very amorous and there had been a misunderstanding. They would scold him. The Black Princess remarked, that's true, it wouldn't hurt. The adventurer said that for them, the adventurers of Tyros, this descent had been a valuable experience. He hoped they would meet again someday. Barry thought in confusion. Is the leader Yugen that guy? Yuika said she didn't think it would be long. They would be able to see each other soon. The adventurer asked, puzzled, what was she talking about? The girl approached Ro and said with a smile, they're getting married, aren't they? The protagonist's eyes widened in confusion. She added that their engagement had already taken place before the dive. Love is a wonderful feeling, Barry thought in confusion. She'd never heard of it before. Yuika continued. The protagonist is a native of Tyros. She will be his wife, and she will be half like him. The adventurer was simply devastated by this news. His comrade looked at him, thinking, their leader abandoned again. Everyone was silent, stunned. MC, confused, called out Yuik's name. She asked, did she say something wrong about her darling? Everyone gasped in surprise. Darling? Rose said, you can actually jinx it in the labyrinth. Did you know that? They say that before and within the dungeon, any agreements and words spoken can go wrong. And the most taboo topic of discussion is marriage. The girl replied with a smile. Of course. She knew this, but superstition wouldn't work on her. He looked at everyone and thought even adventurers known for their courage were shocked by what was happening. The girl from the squads began congratulating Yuik. The men who had their sights set on the Black Princess good-naturedly called the protagonist a pest. They started teasing him. Marrying a Black Princess? He's just lucky. Let him change his name to Eater of Adventurers. The protagonist replied irritably, they'll tear his shoulders off now, although they'll shake his soul faster. Gamo approached him, addressed him by name, and asked if it was for her sake that he decided to save the party. Right? The protagonist smiled silently, letting him know he was right. Gamo smiled back and said, praise be to you. After that, he placed his hand on his shoulder and added, no matter what happens, he must protect this girl. MC assured him of this. They said goodbye to the groups, and the adventurers left. Nuku turned to Yuika, perplexed, and asked what a wedding meant. The girl replied that, philosophically speaking, it was when two people unite their destinies. The shortstop remarked, slightly irritated, but that's not what he meant. She is the symbol of the goddess Galactica. The situation itself is complicated. And anyway, had she forgotten the 3 postulates? She exhaled loudly and asked, the ones they adopted before she and her dear protagonist fell in love? Well, let him repeat them. Nuku said, first, don't behave provocatively in public. Second, don't go outside without permission, and don't spend the night in unfamiliar places. Third, maintain your position among the Sherpas and adventurers. He added, this also applies to her beloved. Yuika exclaimed, as of today, she's engaged. Therefore, the third point must be added, and the first and second are no longer valid. She turned to Barry and asked if she had any objections. The girl answered, confused, her head aching from these thoughts. Next time, they would save all important questions for the end of the dive. Nuku said, well, it couldn't be helped. They'd talk more when they returned. They still needed to discuss it with the temple in the capital. Mazakin laughed and told the protagonist to try. He replied, I certainly would. Yuika exclaimed, don't forget they're trying to sink as low as possible and increase their monster army. Their descent begins here. The allies set off. Meanwhile, on the 52nd underground floor, in the blacksmith's workshop, Skullpaw, sitting halfway between 2 exits, said his tracking bracelet had activated. It was an item capable of detecting the spiritual energy emanating from adventurers. Skullpaw chuckled thoughtfully and noted that someone had delved so deep, probably Pigtail and his friends. He was certainly glad to see them, but he couldn't let them take over this floor. After all, a fight was inevitable. He was very sorry. At this point, Barry pointed at the sparkling fragments and exclaimed in admiration, let them just look. Those are Elu crystals. They're used to making weapons. MC remarked, wow, it's amazing, like a flower field made of ore. Here on the 52nd floor, the demonic energy is concentrated more intensely. That's why it's easier for them to form here. A squad of monsters stood behind their allies. Suddenly, he noticed a slight movement and asked, a vortex of demonic energy? Yuika grunted in confusion and ordered the small ogre to go first and break that rock. It was an ogre with a first-class physique and strong muscles. It was capable of splitting even metal. The monster complied, shattering the rock with a single blow. Yuika said it seemed the accumulated energy had stagnated, and a core had begun to form. They say that's how monsters are born. Such clumps are best removed immediately. Ro remarked that he'd heard that all the energy was emanating from the dungeon's core. Then perhaps the emerging clumps were its embryos. At such depths, demons are usually intelligent and resemble humans. Then a cyclops appeared. Nuku attacked from the ground, and Barry, activating her skills, pounced on the monster from above, taming it. Cyclopses were known for crushing opponents with their immensely powerful, massive fists. They were also numerous and had special abilities. Suddenly, another monster appeared, an Ifrit, capable of releasing unlimited amounts of flame from its body. Yuika engaged it, activating a phantom needle and stabbing it into the enemy's body, also taming it. Afterwards, she said that with the fire monster and that one-eyed giant, they made a pretty good team. They'd get below the 52nd floor this way. The allies continued on. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed something and noted with surprise, a new kind of glowing moss. At that moment, Nuku stopped again and informed the Black Princess that there were 2 monsters ahead. She responded decisively, we must go. When the allies entered another room, they were surprised by what they saw. Barry exclaimed, what is this? The lava around them resembled an oasis. Suddenly, Skullface's voice rang out through the haze. He said, welcome to the workshop, Pigtail, and his charming friends. The protagonist said, workshop, I see. He asked Skullface if he'd been expecting them. The dark blacksmith replied, more likely, they just came. Well, that outfit suits him. He looked at MC and laughed. Then he said, he told him back then that they would become enemies, but he had to protect the dungeon. It seemed that humans were now striving to completely conquer its territory. For them, it was akin to a mission. So, he prepared himself. The haze cleared, and the allies saw a multitude of enemies behind the bars. Barry exclaimed in surprise, a horde of labyrinth guardians. Ro also stared in confusion. The monsters were simply eager to engage in battle. They thrust their weapons through the bars, emitting vicious warlike sounds. Yuika noted the same blacksmiths on either side of the barrier. Like their skull? The protagonist answered, probably. They know there are 4 dark blacksmiths in total, but only one wears a skull mask, so the number and other characteristics match. Skullface called out to his opponents and asked if they wanted to go back. He knew that humans strive to prevent the destruction of all life on Earth before the world is filled with demonic energy. That's the main reason they invaded the labyrinth. However, When that end will come, no one knows, right? In their lifetimes, it might not even happen. Then all their efforts now are pointless. Humans already have shorter lives than demons, and if they plunge into the very thick of things, their death will come prematurely. So, let them abandon their plan. Why set such grandiose goals? The protagonist said, so he really doesn't want to fight. The dark smith sighed angrily. In response, Yuika said that although they barely knew each other, she still had fond memories of their last encounter. Therefore, she asks him to clear the way. They don't want to kill him. Skullface chuckled and remarked, the princess is so kind, so he felt sorry for her. But since they don't want to leave on their own, he'll have to send them out by force. At his command, the guards opened the bars behind which his warriors were located. Hordes of guards rushed at their allies. Yuika ordered her squad to gather around her. After they did so, she activated the Dark Fusuma. It was a protection spell that summoned giant barriers that created shadows. The dark smith laughed and exclaimed, they think they'll hide, and that's it? Well, that's interesting. But he sees them through a gap in the machinery. The dungeon guards rushed toward the breach and thrust their weapons into it. The ogre gripped their blades with one hand. The opponents tried to pull their weapons free, but it was useless. Yuika gave the order to the second and third ogres to attack the guards. The monsters immediately rushed to obey her command. They smashed the guards standing near the barrier to smithereens. Skullpushy realized the glimmer was a decoy. He shouted to his warriors, and they split up, hiding to the left and right. Don't let them fall for the bait. His guards rushed to both sides of the barrier, their weapons clanking loudly. Ogres jumped out from behind the barrier and began to repel the enemy attack. Yuika gave the order to the first and second ogres to smash the guards. The monsters intensified their attack on the opponents, destroying them. After that, Nuku informed her that there were 8 demons left. She replied, understood. Then she turned to her monsters and told them to keep up the good work. There were still 4 magic-using guards and 3 dark smiths left. The allies had made a smart move. The dark smith gasped in confusion and remarked, what's going on? The wall is moving with them. What? He likes it. He wants to master this technique. Well, it's time for the next guards to move. They were the dark smiths. The magical protection the smiths were in exploded, and they flew beyond their cover. The blast wave threw Skullcap himself aside. Yuika gave the order, Bounds 1 and 2, let them cool the smiths. At that very moment, the summoned Bounds bound the enemies in their icy shackles. The dark smith exclaimed theatrically, oh, what's going on? Everyone's dead? He was the only one left? Monsters appeared from behind the cover. Yuika ordered the first minotaur to bring the one in the skull mask here. Skullface grabbed his weapon, clutched it to himself, and exclaimed, him? The girl replied, they want to know all the details about the dungeon lord. The minotaur advanced on him. Approaching the dark blacksmith, he tried to grab it with his hand, but the enemy jumped up and began to float in the air. Barry exclaimed in surprise, he can do that? He laughed and replied, it's because of his zero-gravity boots. With them, he can walk on air. Did they appreciate his purchase? At that moment, he flew behind the Minotaur, hit him on the head, and then something strange happened. Yuika suddenly shuddered and clutched her head. Roy asked, what's wrong with her? The girl replied in amazement, the connection with the monster was lost. Skullface grinned and shouted, that's it. He's holding a nullification club. It removes effects placed on monsters. Do you like it? Barry said in confusion. Nullifies the effect? Was it the same with the demon lich and those skeletons? Yuika replied, no. Skullmask looked at the enemy leader and said, now he'll completely sever these bindings. A strange light began to pour from the Minotaur's eyes. The girl spoke decisively. No way. She shouted at the remaining monsters to jump into the lava pool. The dark blacksmith exclaimed in surprise. What? The monsters rushed into the lava. A terrible hissing sound was heard, and the lava gurgled, consuming its victims. Mazikan said in shock, it's not a pleasant sight, but this option is still better than ending the Phantom Needle. Yuika said, they won't have any more enemies. She turned to the protagonist and told him there was nowhere to hide here, to go further away. The protagonist answered, okay, and retreated to a safe distance. The Minotaur rushed toward them. Skullface ordered him to stop. Was he planning on killing them? They just needed to get them out of here. Yuika called out to Nuka and Barry, telling them they had to stop the Minotaur. They rushed toward their former warrior. Yuika activated a shockwave and attacked the enemy. The Minotaur landed next to them, dodging the attack, and the allies were forced to jump aside. To their surprise, the enemy ran past them. Yuika, noticing this, called out to the protagonist with alarm. The Minotaur rushed toward him, raising its weapon. Yuika called out to the protagonist in fear, her cry echoing throughout the labyrinth. The protagonist's eyes widened as he realized the danger threatening him. At that moment, something incredible happened. The dark smith appeared in front of the Minotaur with lightning speed and pushed MC aside. Rose, surprised, called him by name. The Minotaur's blow landed on Skullface's back, and the loud crunch of breaking bones was heard. The protagonist looked in confusion at the enemy who had saved him. The Minotaur's enormous axe was protruding from his back. The monster roared from the damage it had received from Mazikan's activated attack, Moonblade, which bisected its body. The Minotaur was finished. Yuika rushed over to them and asked Barry's father and the protagonist if they were okay. The men replied that they were. Skull, with an axe stuck in his back, said, "So Pigtail's alive?" MC ran up to him and exclaimed in surprise, "He saved him." The darksmith laughed and said his body reacted on its own, strangely. Yuika cast a healing spell on him. He continued, "It's good he made it in time. Otherwise, things would have been dire." Yuika worriedly said, "Her healing spell isn't working." Ro exclaimed, "What is she talking about?" She noticed the wound wasn't healing. Perhaps the core was damaged. He said fearfully, "But then, Skullface will soon disappear." His former opponent said, "I see. Well, life doesn't always work out the way you'd like. Let him help him sit up." When the protagonist fulfilled his request, the dark blacksmith told Yuika to stop wasting her restoration magic. "What's wrong?" As if they were worried about him. He's happy. He feels like they've become true friends. The reason he became interested in people was the memory dagger. When he found the bodies of the dead here, he always peered into their memories, but none of them remembered stories of friendship between man and monster. However, they set out on an adventure with him. They are special, but they won't survive the boss fight. That's why he wanted to force them to leave. He grabbed the protagonist by the hand and asked, "People are afraid of death, right?" He'd long wanted to befriend a human, and he was glad he was his first friend. People don't like to keep memories they don't like, so even if he tried to stop them, they would still continue down. Well, maybe that was his mission, to tell them about the mistress of this dungeon. MC thought in surprise, "A woman?" The dark blacksmith continued. In the depths of the workshop, they needed to follow the snake path, which would lead them down further. Then, they needed to go straight to the end of the road. That's where they would meet the main boss. One day, he wondered if they could chat, so he stopped by to see her, but she seemed to dislike noise and strangers. She got angry as soon as he spoke. He still remembers her red eyes frightening him. At that moment, Skullface's body began to deform. Rose said, confused, "His face is changing," but he continued, clasping his hands together. He'd seen many of the most horrific human deaths during this time, but he didn't understand what this was like. Thanks to him, his friend, it was truly a fun life. At that moment, his head fell off, and he laughed, saying something like that. After that, his body dissolved into space. Yuika sadly turned to the protagonist and said, "There in the clothes? Are those the straw sandals he gave him?" The protagonist remembered Skullface trying them on and asking if he could keep wearing them. MC then replied, "Of course, it's a gift as a token of their friendship." And now Barry said in surprise, apparently, he had been carrying it with him all this time. Nuku sadly noted that he supposed they were very important to him. After some time, Mazakin reported that he'd checked all the Guardian's belongings. Of course, these artifacts were created for monsters, but they could use some of them too. He slapped them all on Ro and said they'd be perfect for him. It was a great sword. A durable blade that couldn't even be chipped, much less broken. It also had a mask of power that tripled one's physical strength and a tracking bracelet that detected the spiritual energy of adventurers. The set also included an enemy repellent bracelet. It allows tracking the demonic energy. The protagonist asked why everything was just for him. The man replied that adventurers couldn't use items with effects. For example, this mask. With it, various offensive magic would be almost completely harmless, although it had a bad luck effect. Furthermore, simply equipping the bracelets would begin to drain the magical power from enemies, and the great sword itself was too heavy and required considerable physical strength, so without the mask and restoration, it was useless. The protagonist thought, so that's how it was. Yes, no effects would affect him. Yuika said the items from the workshop would be helpful. After all, who knows what would happen on the top floor? He admitted it was true. He thought he didn't feel the weight of his luggage at all. That amazing mask. Yuika told him they needed to go. On the way, the protagonist recalled the dark blacksmith's words, that his adventure with them, though short, had truly enjoyed it. They buried his remains as best they could and stuck a sword into the mound, hanging his sandals on it. Eventually, Twilight Light brought the number of monsters in the party up to 20 and stepped onto the 53rd floor. Yuika remarked that this road was incredibly long. Ro, equipped with the artifacts he'd found, agreed with her and thought the demonic energy density was so intense that it gave him goosebumps. He'd never felt anything like it. If you relaxed, you could lose consciousness. He asked Yuika how they'd fought dungeon bosses before. The girl replied that they were varied, from dragons to undead, and quite intelligent. At first, they usually blocked all entrances and exits. Nuku added that the hardest part about fighting them is that they don't have a core inside them like other monsters. Therefore, the Phantom Needle is useless. Yuika said, so they just always fight to the bitter end. Nuku noted grimly, that's true. The leader continued, but offensive magic is far more important. It's the key to their victory. She looked at Mazakan and said they were counting on him. The man laughed and replied, everything is under control. The mana potions are ready. Barry noted sadly she hoped the boss wouldn't be so vicious. Otherwise, all their efforts would be in vain. Suddenly he said, everyone, stop. The energy grew even denser. Perhaps they'll meet the boss next. Yuika said, everyone, prepare yourselves. Their monsters are perfect for a lively battle. Let unwavering faith light their eyes, and let confidence become their strong core. The allies greeted her command with enthusiasm. The girl continued, well then, let the final battle begin. The dungeon boss is the guardian of the labyrinth. Defeating him will open the passage leading to the core. And now, time to descend to the very depths. They began their descent. The protagonist, stepping on something soft, thought in surprise, green ivy? There was no room to even set foot. Barry asked her allies if they saw anything. Yuika answered, yes, there was something there. A plant? The comrades stared in surprise and wariness at what truly did resemble a tree. It was a creature resembling a distorted humanoid creature with features of apes and insects. The shambler suddenly spoke up. How dare they interfere with the mission of the Almighty? Who are they? She glowed with rage. Yuika fearlessly replied. Before her, the Twilight soared, a squad of adventurers from the surface. The dungeon boss, revealing herself, said irritably, they are vile earthlings. They are mere insects, pawns in the hands of Mother Galaxy. She is the immortal shambler, and they're a thorn in her side, so they won't get out of here alive. Strong, powerful roots sprouted from its trunk, entangling the passage. The protagonist noted with confusion that the only passage was blocked. Yuika gave the order to ogres 1 through 4 to surround and attack the enemy. The monsters rushed to attack. Shambler shouted at them. They're controlled by insects. What a shame. She will free them. With these words before the astonished eyes of the allies, she released the bonds that had entangled the monsters. Nuku rushed forward and activated his shot skill. His attack dealt minor damage, slicing her roots. Barry drew her weapon, cut the fetters of the monsters that were near her, and rushed at the boss. Shambler smirked and called them 2 bugs. She called Barry a little brat. The girl and Nuku attacked the boss simultaneously. She repelled their attacks and summoned her minions. A demon plant emerged from the ground behind one of the ogres and fired a projectile at the monster, decapitating it. Yuika stared in amazement. The protagonist noticed the creature was attacking with projectiles. Plant demons usually use seeds for this, but these were too large. Yuika spoke with concentration. The attack came from red ivy, but the one that entangled the ogre was blue. So, the colors make sense? The girl addressed Naisuke 1 through 3 and ordered them to bombard the ivy, forcing the ogres to advance. She ordered Shambler 1 through 3 to attack the enemies and continue to surround them, but Shambler furiously shouted, she won't allow it. The boss activated an explosion, destroying monsters caught in the blast radius. She then drew her sword and began attacking the enemies that approached her, who, however, skillfully dodged her attacks. MC thought worriedly, the hits deal serious damage, so the main thing is to avoid the blue ivy. The monsters dodged her attacks, destroying the ivy. Yuika said the blue ivy restrains prey, while the red one hurls projectiles, but it seems this vegetation only appears within a certain radius of the monster's body. Mazakin noted that the ground and walls are covered in green ivy. This place looks more like a trap. Moreover, her body is motionless, making her quite easy to hit. The girl told him to prepare his attacking weaves. She activated the demonic eye and sent it attacking. Shambler, seeing this creature, exclaimed, what is this? The demonic eye blinded her with a bright light. Using a magical beam, it was capable of briefly freezing the enemy. At that moment, Barry activated the Moonblade and bisected the boss's body. Her upper half fell to the ground. Barry saw something like a bundle of fibers inside her body, still pulsating. She muttered in confusion. What? Did they win? It seemed too easy. At that moment, laughter erupted from the boss's ground portion. The sheaf of fibers began to pulse, and before the eyes of the astonished allies, a new body of the boss grew again. Shambler exclaimed. She'd been cut in half for the first time. Reappearing in her former form, she asked, so what next? Yuika remarked in surprise. Rebirth? The protagonist replied that monsters with the ability to reincarnate were more resilient. The girl admitted it was true. Burning everything here with fire magic or destroying the core, the 2 most proven methods of dealing with powerful monsters. Mazakan expressed confusion, but none of them were capable of using such powerful magic. And the labyrinth boss didn't have a core, so it was unlikely that would work. Oh well, he'd just have to test something out now. The man activated a poison gate with his staff and aimed the attack at Shambler. It was poisonous magic, corroding the demon's body from within. The magical force attacked the boss, even beginning to destroy her, but she seemed to shake off all the damage, laughed again, and exclaimed, how cheerful. Her appearance was untouched. Yuika exclaimed in amazement, not just rebirth, but also the gift of resurrection. Mazakan said ruefully, what a hassle. There's no end to this. Yuika responded, but each resurrection drains her energy. She commanded the monsters to continue attacking the enemy until the boss ran out of strength. Then she shouted to Mazakan that they were coming too. Her companions rushed forward. MC, hiding in cover, watched tensely. Shambler exclaimed with laughter, her greatness is unmatched. She's immortal. She cannot be killed. Stupid humans. It was pure entertainment, watching their senseless efforts. Yuika desperately cut through the ivy, dodging their attacks. Ro thought that even with monsters fighting on their side, the chances of their strength depleting later than the enemies were practically zero. Typically, a demon's power is determined by the size of its core, but if the labyrinth boss doesn't have one, then what fuels her power? The dungeon core? But the boss is just a guardian. Come to think of it, Skullmask was telling the whole truth about that boss. Monsters are born from clots of demonic energy, and these emanations are emitted by the labyrinth's core. So Skullmask must have called the dungeon's core Mistress. However, he was clearly talking about Shambler. Her red eyes frightened him. He had peered into countless adventurers' memories, and perhaps he knew about the birth of monsters. So after all, the labyrinth core is the boss's core. Then, by attacking the heart of the dungeon, they will destroy the demon too. All that remains is to find it. Judging by Yuika's words, defeating the dungeon boss would open the passage to the core. The passage would remain closed until the boss was defeated. He generally believed the information was correct. However, things could be slightly different. If all the passages leading to the core were closed, demonic energy would be unable to escape and create monsters. So perhaps some passage was always open, linking the core to the entire dungeon structure. Only it was hidden. He looked around and noted the ceiling, the walls, the floor. He needed to inspect every corner. The core was somewhere nearby. After a while, Mazakin used his mind field again and attacked the dungeon boss. She was destroyed, but she revived. Yuika thought grimly. This was already the 17th time they'd killed her. Nuku also activated his shot skill and attacked Shambler. Barry activated her wind dance and also aimed her attack at the enemy, but she only said, "They're parasites." Yuika commanded the Minotaur to attack the boss with a blizzard. The allies and the monster attacked Shambler simultaneously. Nuku activated his shot and Barry summoned a slash, cleaving the enemy. The boss rose again and remarked that their running was annoying. Suddenly, she wrapped Ivy around Barry's leg and began to pull her toward her. The girl resisted, but the forces were uneven. Yuika commanded the Minotaur to attack the boss. The monster, without hesitation, rushed into battle, but the enemy repelled its attack with the help of a demon plant, dealing damage, after which she exclaimed, "He's an idiot." But this saved Barry. Yuika cut the ivy and freed her ally. She gave the girl a potion and told her to drink it. While Barry drank the potion, the leader noticed that the Shambler's respawn rate had slowed and the number of ivy shoots had decreased. This meant the enemy's strength was dwindling. But their situation was no better. They were also at their limit. Out of 20 monsters, they were down to only 6. She shouted to her remaining allies, "The boss will respawn again. They should brace themselves for a powerful blow." The allies replied that they understood and prepared to attack. Suddenly, a thin trunk began to emerge from the ground. The allies watched warily. Shambler's voice mockingly declared, "They still don't comprehend the extent of her power. The ruler cannot be defeated." Barry exclaimed in surprise, "This time the format is different." Yuika agreed and urged her to pay attention. Shambler began to emerge from the trunk, declaring that she will not tolerate humiliation. There are no limits for her. For some little bugs to defeat her, such an outcome is simply impossible. Having finally assumed her true form, she appeared to the adventurers in all her glory. Nuku noticed in surprise she'd transformed. Barry exclaimed in bewilderment as ivy sprouted from her head, similar to the attacking one. "It's absolutely huge," Mazakin said in confusion. "Yes, the queen." The enemy activated a demon plant, which fired at the allies. Yuika shouted at Barry, "They have to run!" The girls scattered in different directions, dodging the boss's attack. The projectile slammed into one of the barriers and exploded with a powerful blast. Mazakin grunted wearily and in surprise. Nuku noticed in confusion. The seed exploded. He called out to the princess and Barry, warning them of a new danger. The enemy fired another demon plant seed, and this time the attack was more powerful. The allies covered their ears and crouched, hunching their bodies. Shambler said, "They're just insects, but troublesome ones nonetheless." Yuika turned to Mazakin to activate the defense. The man, peeking out from behind cover, activated a dirt bridge, setting off a chain reaction. Large boulders of earth formed between the opponents, offering cover. Yuika thought in surprise. The entire hall was changing shape. Nuku, quickening his run, noted that this way they would remain undetected and could get closer to the enemy. Barry thought, now she could aim for the red ivy on her head. Mazakin, drinking a potion, muttered, "Potions are depleted too quickly." Yuika changed her position and thought resolutely, "But they are not going to retreat, no matter how many times they have to destroy her." Shambler, activating the demon plant again, said, "Do they think they're hiding? She will leave no stone unturned." The demon plant fired a projectile. The protagonist thought, she's attacking, heedless of the destruction. Apparently she's aiming blindly. Most likely she's simply not afraid to detonate the core, but perhaps, with her attacks, she'll sooner or later open a passage to it. He mentally pleaded with his allies to hold out a little longer. His comrades attacked the enemy. She used the demon plant again and fired at them. Barry swung her sword, ready to parry the blow. Mazakin activated his magic power. The projectile hit the monster first. Then Barry and Mazakin were thrown back by the blast, and they fell to the ground, lifeless. Shambler straightened up and said, "There's only one left." Yuika exhaled heavily. Her leg was badly injured. The boss had told her she couldn't run anymore with that leg, and her sword was broken. The girl, overcoming the pain, activated a super jump that instantly increased her strength for one breath and lunged forward, plunging her sword into Shambler's face. She laughed and exclaimed, "Such attacks can't hurt her." The boss knocked her back with ivy, further injuring her. As Yuika fell and tried to stand up, leaning on her sword, Shambler said, "I wish she was dead already. Let her think about it. It's better for her." The leader muttered, "It's not over yet." Having come this far, she would never stop. Gathering her strength, she activated super jump and tried to escape to safety. She thought, there must be a way to counter her. The boss, activating a demon plant projectile, said weakly. Then the enemy attacked Yuika, damaging her again. Desperate, the leader activated super jump again, thinking her body is on the edge. But she has to run. If she stops even for a moment, she'll lose. Time after time, Shambler fired projectiles at her, and time after time, Yuika used super jump to run and dodge. But suddenly, her legs crunched, and she simply collapsed to the ground. The girl realized her legs couldn't bear the strain. She couldn't feel them at all. The boss asked, Are you finally exhausted? And they really gave her a hard time. Yuika thought resolutely. She could still move her arms. The leader grabbed her sword, but her opponent suddenly threw ivy forward, and the flexible vines wrapped around Yuika's throat, squeezing her in a death grip. She began to choke from lack of air. Shambler angrily declared, "She'll strangle her." Then she began to pull the ivy toward herself, tightening the vines around the girl's throat. The leader, losing consciousness, saw movement through her blurred vision and wondered in surprise, "Is someone running?" She recognized the protagonist and silently apologized. She so wanted to be together longer, for him to be by her side, and for them to live happily together. With that, her consciousness left her. The protagonist rushed toward Yuika. Shambler said in bewilderment, "Who the hell is this?" He thought. Finally, he understood where the hidden passage was. The only place Shambler hadn't shot was where Yuika had fallen. The boss irritably called him a little bastard and reached for him. With one deft movement, he cut through the ivy near the girl. The enemy screamed angrily, "No! Damn him! Let them all die!" A round, dark object appeared in the resulting slit. MC noted with surprise that demonic energy was oozing over the edge. It was definitely the core. The key to victory had been found. He had found the dungeon's core. Ro tried to deliver a powerful blow to the object, but barely managed to scratch the core. Suddenly, Shambler appeared, trying to tie him up, and exclaimed, "This is an underground sanctuary." He really meant to hurt her? She would never allow that. MC thought he wouldn't be able to use his sword at this rate. He let go of the sword with one hand, and approaching the core, used the grab skill. Instantly, the core's power began to flow into him. Shambler, trying to squeeze through the narrow gap, furiously shouted that she would stop him. The boss released her tentacles and half-grabbed his body. The protagonist noted that as long as he was right in front of the core, she wouldn't be able to shoot the seeds. Shambler smirked and asked if she should strangle him or break all his bones. He, absorbing the pain, thought that he couldn't give in to weakness. The protagonist mockingly asked, "Is that all she can do?" She threatened that soon they would all disappear, and used the grab skill. He thought, as soon as she calms down and comes to her senses, she will be able to capture the guys. He still had a little time before the spell wore off. Thanks to the mask, she wouldn't be able to cover his nose or mouth. He just needed to tense his muscles and endure. He couldn't lose this endurance contest, or she would kill him. Shambler screamed furiously. He was an insignificant insect and worthless trash. She would destroy him, simply kill him. The boss quickly unleashed an incredible number of tentacles and enveloped his entire body. MC was a little nervous, his blood barely rushing. He was gradually losing consciousness, but he had to endure it. He had to endure this. Memories of his loved ones began to surface before his eyes. After some time, the protagonist realized he had no idea how much time had passed, but the core had clearly shrunk. Just a little more, the test was almost over. Together with Marie and Yuika, they would begin a new life. After that, the plush's tentacles began to weaken and release him. Shambler exclaimed that she, the immortal ruler of plants, would not lose. They, the insignificant ones, would not kill her so easily. They would not destroy her so easily. She would punish him, pouring her entire self into the torturous impact. It would twist his being, change his very core. With the last of her strength, the boss plunged her tentacles into him and injected him with poison. MC, having completely dissolved the core, thought in surprise. He won, right? They would be going home very soon. After that, he fell to the ground. Sometime later, Yuika woke up, surprised to find herself still alive. Had the dungeon boss really disappeared? The mana, previously so plentiful in the air, had vanished. The ivy that had covered the entire hall was now completely gone. What had happened? The girl began to examine her allies and was relieved to find everyone breathing. She said she should heal the protagonist. Realizing he was nowhere to be found, Yuika anxiously asked where he was. She noticed a hole in the wall and realized it wasn't the dungeon exit. Entering, she found his sword and exclaimed with relief, "Good thing he took refuge here." But behind the weapon, she found only his visage, only not his normal form, but one completely petrified. Yuika anxiously said, "No matter, just be patient. She'll heal him in no time." She began casting magic and exclaimed that she would heal him quickly. She tried using the darkness burst skill, but it was no use. She repeated the skill over and over, but her attempts were in vain. She exclaimed, "Why isn't it working? This spell should cure any condition in an instant." After some time, Yuika woke up and saw Barry standing right above her, who asked with concern if she was okay. Nuku was also worried about the Black Princess. He said she had expended too much energy, which is why she lost consciousness. Tell her to take the potions she needed from Ro's backpack and drink them. The girl exclaimed, "Yes, they'll cure him with potions." Mazakan, standing next to the protagonist, noted that the potions were useless. No matter how many scans he made, he now felt like an ordinary stone statue. He didn't know it was possible to rewrite genetic code, but right now, the stone form was his true form. Therefore, they wouldn't be able to cure him. His conclusion, he's dead. Yuika, confused, asked how that was possible. She could heal him. The girl frantically began using her darkness burst skill, but it was no use. Nuku excitedly grabbed her and remarked that she would simply die from wasted energy. She screamed for him to let her go, for the darling to answer her, for him to move at least a little. After that, Yuika let out an incredibly heartbreaking cry. After they managed to calm the sobbing girl, the squad decided to return to the surface. However, Ro had to be abandoned in the depths of the dungeon. In an oasis on the 48th floor, the group reunited with the rest of the expedition. Gameo then presented a report stating that there were no more traces of the boss or the core's magic in the dungeon. The cleansing could be considered a success, but at the same time, everyone present understood that a tragedy had occurred. After some time, they returned to the surface and returned to the city. Baramon gave an emotional speech about how Ro was the pride of their city. They would mount a rescue operation to bring his body back to the surface. The mayor's voice trembled throughout the speech. Only 2 months later were Yuika and the others finally able to move on. In the quarters of the protagonist's sister, Mari, she introduced the girl to the new maids and secretary, adding that they had settled all the formalities and she was now her little sister. Everything would be fine. She would do everything possible to save her beloved, no matter how long it took. Until then, she suggested she just keep smiling, so that when he returned, they would have many funny stories to tell him. Yuika's condition left much to be desired, including physical and mental exhaustion. One day, the head maid, Tae, came to see the girl and remarked that her symptoms were very familiar. Dr. Saffron, who was standing next to her, said that she had already learned about the symptoms from the maid Tae. They would conduct an examination now. After using her skill, she noticed that everything was ready. She wouldn't be able to dive for a while, as her expeditions weren't good for the baby. Yuika, with tears of joy, announced that she and the protagonist were going to have a child. 11 years later, Mari, now an adult, entered the room where the protagonist's statue stood and announced that today was her first solo dive as an adventurer. She was nervous, of course, but she would try her best. Now she had to go. After a while, Miuri, watching Mari, thought, his sister is so hardworking. Every early morning, she goes somewhere. She graduated from the Adventure Academy only a month ago, and already she was diving alone into an endless labyrinth, a gigantic dungeon in the capital. One day he asked her if she wasn't afraid to fight monsters alone. Mari smiled and replied, not at all. She wanted to collect all the demon cores, so she wasn't afraid. Sister Marie never loses heart, laughs joyfully, and looks so strong, but sometimes her hands tremble. Perhaps she herself doesn't notice it, but she's desperately fighting. Not so much with the monsters, but with her own heart. She worried a lot about the future and wanted to become strong quickly. Only late at night, when everyone was asleep, did she allow herself to quietly cry in the company of the stone statue. And in the morning, as usual, she gave them a smile. He wished he could be as strong as his sister. Sometime later, in the endless labyrinth, on the second floor of the dungeon, Marie fought monsters. She activated the ice buds and attacked her opponents. They were finished. Having collected the cores, she looked dejectedly at their small size and said, well, large cores can't be collected from lesser monsters, and experience points are a bit hard to gain. It's time for her to return. The girl emerged onto the surface of the kingdom's capital and walked down the street. She encountered the squad leader, who turned to her and asked if she'd thought about her offer. Let her join her squad. Triumph of pleasures. The woman's eyes sparkled with invitation. Marie responded in bewilderment. Hadn't she refused enough times? The squad leader remarked. Not that she didn't understand, but she was asking her to wait and not to rush into things. It seemed like it had become harder for her to be alone, hadn't it? Even for someone like her, gifted with 2 magical attributes during her training, and hailed as a child of miracles. Let her journey through the labyrinths with her, and she promised her unforgettable experiences. At that moment, the squad leader, running up, interrupted his opponent and exclaimed, she promises a happy life? Don't let her cut in front of the line. He'd spotted this girl before she did. So, she'll join his Silver Hammer squad. The girl who had arrived exclaimed, what a laugh. She had to join her team. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Katrina exclaimed, let them stop arguing. The only person who deserved Mari was her academy classmate, which meant she was the only one. Mari sighed wearily and thought, I wish I could go home. While the leaders were bickering among themselves, she slowly walked on her way, thinking that she wouldn't join anyone anyway. The girl was barely able to move from exhaustion, and passersby turned to look at her. Mari swayed and rested her hand on the wall. At that moment, Katrina exclaimed, running up to her, well, what can you do with her? It was a good thing she followed her. She gave Marie a potion and said it was a high-grade healing potion created by her father's company. Let her drink it. She couldn't abandon a friend who was about to faint. She chased away those annoying guys. Marie took the potion and said, thank you. What was her name? The girl told her hers and added that they'd long competed for supremacy at the academy. She'd been her best friend and her strongest rival at the same time. Marie wondered, perplexed, had she ever had such a relationship with anyone? This girl was so confident. Katrina asked why she refused all the invitations. Marie, drinking the potion, replied that she simply wanted to go to the 80th floor of the endless labyrinth, so she didn't have time for quiet dives with other people. Katrina exclaimed in surprise, that very devil level where so many brave venturers had given their lives? But why does she need this? Mari replied, to save the people dear to her. Clenching her hands into fists, she added that there was no one else who could save them. The girl exclaimed in bewilderment. What was she saying? Mari thanked her for the potion and moved on. Her classmate replied in confusion, but they were best friends. They could address each other without formality. She shouldn't be shy. She wouldn't mind if she wanted to call her simply Karen. Yes, they would. She should promise to call her that. Mari walked on silently, without answering, without turning around. After a while, she arrived at the Eureka mansion and announced that she was home. The maids joyfully addressed her by name and welcomed her back. Head maid Tay announced that there was roast meat for dinner tonight. Mari exclaimed, "Really? She's so happy about it." Tay, laughing, remarked, "They'll cook it with love." At that moment, Shizu's secretary appeared and asked Mari if she was back yet. After looking the girl over from head to toe, she added that she should remember to freshen up before dinner. She was covered in dust. Mari replied, "Okay," and headed to the library. Shizu watched her thoughtfully. The girl entered the room and seeing Miyuri joyfully exclaimed, "So that's where he is." The boy joyfully congratulated her on her return. Miyuri added, "He prayed here for her to return home safe and sound." Mari thanked him with a smile and tenderness. Then she turned to the statue of the protagonist and told her brother that she was home. Taking her magical attribute, she asked Miyuri to step back a little. The boy responded anxiously, "But she hasn't rested yet. He'll bring her the potion then." Mari smiled and noted that everything was fine. She had already drunk it today. Activating the attribute, she channeled magical power into the statue and invoked Rewind. It was a rare magic that could reverse the time of inorganic objects within the spell's range. But unfortunately, nothing happened. The protagonist's statue remained motionless. The girl repeatedly invoked Rewind, but it was all in vain. Shizu, standing outside the door and overhearing this, quietly opened the door and looked at Mari. At that moment, she swayed, nearly losing her balance. Miyuri called out to her anxiously, touched her back, and said, "Please don't torture yourself. Such a heavy spell shouldn't be used so often." Mari replied, "No problem. Just wait a little longer, and she'll definitely help him meet his father." Miyuri looked at her hopefully. Sometime later, Shizu, covering the unconscious Mari with a blanket, noted that 3 years had passed since she learned this spell, but she still used it every day until she fainted. How stubborn she was. The secretary turned to Miyuri and said she would leave the potions here for when Mari woke up. He knew what to do. The boy confirmed, yes, he knew. She could rely on him. Shizu smiled and replied, then she would leave the matter to him. As she left, the secretary glanced at the statue of Ru. A few months later, one day, Mari again tried to revive her brother using Rewind. Miyuri, hoping and praying and watching Mari's efforts, thought, even today his father is still a statue. The girl wished her brother good morning and said the weather has been capricious lately, and Miyuri is growing fast. Soon he will be as tall as her, so he'd better come back soon. The son looked at his petrified father. Mari turned to Miyuri and said, well, it's time for her to go out. She needed to stock up for the next dive. He asked, roughly when she'd be back? The girl replied, she thought before sunset. And would he study all day? The boy replied, yes. The ceremony was just around the corner, but let him remember to rest, okay? He assured her that he would, and thanked her for her concern. At that moment, a flash of something faintly visible in the darkness, like the flickering light of a fire, flashed through the protagonist's mind. When he returned home from the dungeon, a couple of weeks later, his mother was gently hugging someone. He asked in surprise, little sister? She replied that it was, and her name was Mari. Let him say hello to her. His sister had tiny hands with tiny fingernails. Soon after her birth, their mother fell ill and died. Their father began to drown his sorrows in alcohol and then followed their mother. Then, it was just the two of them, brother and sister. But if he didn't pull himself together, even this small life would fade away. He'd always believed that life was meaningless without achieving heights and recognition, but his sister showed him what happiness was. Living to protect his family, that was the true purpose of his existence. When his sister grew up, she always accompanied him on his dives, childishly mangling the word brother. And now, he heard a girl's voice wishing her brother good morning and telling him about the weather. What was that? Could that really be Mari? He heard her say, before sunset, and wondered, where did this conversation come from? Suddenly, his hand came to life. He saw a multitude of books in front of him, and he thought in confusion, a bookshelf? Miyuri and Mari were just then talking about the ceremony and rest. MC wondered in confusion, where is he? He apologized out loud and asked, what is this place? Mari winced at the sound of his voice and slowly turned around, afraid she might be wrong. Miyuri also turned around in surprise. Mari staggered, gasped, and said, did he really come back to life? Ro looked at her in bewilderment. What was she talking about? The girl threw herself into his arms with a loud cry of joy and hugged him, bursting into tears of happiness. He asked in surprise, who is she? Mari looked at him tearfully and replied, it's her, his sister. Only, she's already 15 years old. He asked in confusion. Mari? She exclaimed. He'd been a stone statue for 11 years. Yuika and her squad, along with the townspeople, pulled him out of the dungeon. She knew he wouldn't remain a stone forever. She always, unceasingly believed. She hugged him again, burst into tears, and said how happy she was. Welcome back, he thought, confused. Perhaps it really was his sister Mari. Curly hair and the same color as her eyes. So, it really was 11 years ago. He tenderly stroked her head and said he had finally come to life. She had grown so much. The girl, openly tearful, joyfully agreed. He thought, so the Twilight sword saved him. He asked his sister where they were. She replied, in the Eureka mansion in the capital. Although now, it was more of a home for him and Miyuri. The protagonist asked, perplexed, who? This little one? With these words, he pointed at Miuri, who was cowering in fear. He wanted to say something, but was too afraid to utter anything coherent. Mari turned to her brother and told him to take off his mask. He caught himself, for sure. Taking off his mask and putting down his weapon, he crouched before Miuri and, with an embarrassed laugh, greeted him. The boy stared at his father in bewilderment, seeing him for the first time. The protagonist thought, what a lovely girl. Shiny dark hair, sparkling like obsidian, black eyes, the spitting image of Yuika as a child. Suddenly, he exclaimed in amazement, could this really be his and Yuika's child? Mari, wiping away tears, joyfully exclaimed, wow, how did he guess? She turned to the boy and told him to come over and introduce himself to his father. Miuri hesitantly complied, approached MC and sheepishly greeted him. Afterwards, he told him his name, adding that he was 10 years old. Ro was touched. His voice was sweet, like the ringing of bells. He replied with a smile, it's nice to meet you, and told him his name. The protagonist added, what a blessing to have such a charming daughter like her. Mari exclaimed in bewilderment. What was he saying? Miuri's a boy, he exclaimed in surprise. What? Incredibly embarrassed, he thought. If you look closer, she looks like a boy. No, she looks like a girl, and a very sweet one at that. Where was his paternal instinct? He noticed that Miuri was shy about being stared at. Realizing it, he apologized to his son. Miuri replied with a smile, everything is fine. People often make mistakes about him. The protagonist placed his hands on his shoulders and said that he and Mari had believed in him for a long time and had waited for his return. Thank him very much. Miuri smiled joyfully and told his father, you're welcome. He congratulated him on his return. Mari, overcome with emotion, hugged them both and joyfully exclaimed, now, finally they can all live together. MC, hugging his loved ones, thought about how, the moment his parents passed away, it was just the two of them. And now there were more smiles he had to protect. They were all his family. Mari suddenly caught herself and cried out, yes. He had to tell everyone else quickly. He asked, confused, who? The girl laughed and told him to just follow them. Mari opened the kitchen door and apologized to the maids for distracting them. Tae addressed her by name, perplexed. Puri, polishing the mirror, asked in surprise, what happened? The girl led Rue into the kitchen and joyfully exclaimed, here, her brother has finally returned. The protagonist smiled at the women and said it was a pleasure to meet them. Puri exclaimed joyfully, what happiness? Tae asked in surprise, how could this be? Shizu approached them and asked what all the commotion was about. The maid joyfully exclaimed that Mr. Rue had stopped being made of stone. The protagonist greeted her. Even the always steadfast Shizu was simply stunned by this. After this, the maids eagerly introduced themselves to him, and Tae, tearing up, remarked how wonderful it was that he was alive and well. He thanked the women for their warm welcome, thinking, so this is the same Tai who taught Yuik this strange manifestation of love. Shizu, having recovered from her astonishment, introduced herself. She was the manager and secretary, and gave her name. He replied that it was a pleasure to meet her. Puri exclaimed joyfully, now everyone's here, maybe some tea? The maids placed a mountain of everything on the table. Puri cheerfully said, they prepared it all themselves. They'll definitely find something to their liking. Rue looked at the pile of food in confusion and thanked the women. The maid remarked, he hasn't eaten or drunk anything for 11 years, Tae added, so let him have a good meal. The atmosphere at the table was cheerful and relaxed. The protagonist began to explain that he had a couple of artifacts left over from his equipment for fighting monsters. Touching the bracelet on his wrist, he noticed this one, for example. Incidentally, this one has different effects. Miuri sighed in admiration and asked if he could touch it. Rue exclaimed with a smile, of course. Suddenly, Shizu nervously placed the cup on the table and told the boy it was time for him to return to his room. Everyone stared at her in surprise. The secretary continued, so Mari, if she was planning on leaving the house after tea, perhaps she could give Mr. Rowe a tour of the city? The girl replied, confused, okay, and apologizing to her nephew, said they'd see each other later. Okay? Then she asked her brother if he wanted to go to the Adventurers Guild building in the capital. MC, surprised, inquired why there first. She explained with a smile that she wanted to meet someone there. After that, they got ready to leave the house and said goodbye to the others. The maids wished them a safe journey and warned them to be careful. Ro asked, perplexed, won't Miuri be going with them? Mari pointed out that he needed to study for an important exam. The protagonist wished his son luck and left the house. The boy looked after him, confused. Shizu, remaining with him, looked at him thoughtfully and attentively. After some time, the siblings approached the guild building. He exclaimed in admiration, this is amazing. So this is what the capital looks like. Marie agreed, adding that Yuika's mansion was right in the center. It was especially beautiful here. MC remarked that everything here was very different from Tyros, and there were no adventurers in sight. She said the guild was a little further. They needed to go down the stairs. Ro looked around and said, it's so spacious here. He would get lost here alone. He asked if Yuika still went down to the dungeons. She was at home. Marie, descending the stairs, replied that she would tell him about her later. First, they needed to reach the guild. He looked at her in surprise. Continuing on, Ro noticed a change in the atmosphere. After a while, they arrived at the right building and went inside. The adventurers, seeing them, began to comment, it's Marie, and what's that imp next to her? It was as if they knew him, as if they'd seen him somewhere. The guild worker greeted her and asked her to wait a bit. MC, meanwhile, began to listen to the adventurers whispering, wondering if this girl was in a group with this guy, although she'd refused all the offers. Suddenly, Nuku called out to him, noting that they hadn't seen each other in a while. Had this day really arrived? He couldn't even believe it. Ro exclaimed in surprise, "Is it really him, Nuku? How good he looks!" Mari, noticing him, bowed her head and said hello. The man asked if they'd sent her the exercises. She replied that they hadn't yet. MC said he felt like a lot had happened while he was imprisoned in stone. He wondered out loud if something had really happened to Yuika. Mari, upset, explained that she'd gone missing after descending into a dungeon near the capital. He exclaimed in confusion, "What's that?" Nuku called him over and said they would discuss the details in his office. At that moment, Shizu, still in the mansion, approached the maids and asked them about their impressions of Lord Ro. Puri said with a smile that she thought he was a very kind man. Tae agreed, adding that he was pleasant, just like their Princess Yuika. He was also a good man. Shizu remarked with a serious expression, and she could only agree. But do they know who the dungeon Sherpas are? They have no exceptional abilities, and these people lack the courage to become full-fledged adventurers. Therefore, all they can do is carry the warrior's luggage. They are rude, without a shred of honor or respect for others. The Black Princess was inexperienced in love, so perhaps he deceived her. Tae replied with a smile that perhaps that was true, but the princess had been saved by him more than once. In the dungeon, Mr. Ru always came to her aid in any situation. Shizu coldly remarked that being humane and being a skilled Sherpa were two different things. She constantly kept an eye on Mr. Muri during classes, but she always felt as if his thoughts were elsewhere. The priestess and their symbol, their Black Princess, were no more. So now, Mr. Muri, in whose veins her blood flows, is especially important to their country. He grew up an incredibly kind and pure child, and that's precisely why she fears that a man wearing terrifying demonic artifacts will have a negative influence on him. If they suddenly notice anything strange about that man, they must inform her. They need to know what kind of person he is, and if his presence interferes with Mr. Muri's education and well-being, they will take appropriate measures. The maids were surprised and silent, and in the silence, the loud dripping of water from the faucet into a pot could be heard. Meanwhile, the protagonist and his sister entered the guildmaster's office on the top floor of the building. Nuku pointed to a chair and asked them to sit down. The protagonist, surprised, asked if he really had become the guildmaster. That seemed unexpected. Nuku replied that he had. 7 years ago, he had retired from adventurers, but now he suggested they talk about something else entirely. What had Marie managed to tell him about those 11 years he spent in stone? MC replied that she had become an adventurer and had brought him back to life with a time spell. He had also met Miuri and the housekeepers, but frankly, he hadn't yet fully grasped all the changes. Nuku remarked that that was obvious. 11 years is a long time. Before he tells his story, could he tell him what happened back then in Tyros? Ru spoke up when none of them could fight anymore. He'd found the dungeon's core and thought he could defeat the boss by destroying the labyrinth's heart. He managed to reach it somehow, but was forced to fight Shambler alone. He destroyed the core with a spell, but the demon had already affected it any sooner, and he wouldn't have even had time to destroy the core. Nuku said thoughtfully, "I see. He was a true adventurer after all." Thinking back, every time they delved into Tyros, it was he who saved them all time after time. The man bowed his head to him and sincerely thanked him for everything. The protagonist bowed his head to Nuku in return and said, "The feeling is mutual. Thank you for the rescue operation they'd arranged. It was hard to pull out the stone statue, wasn't it?" Nuku agreed. Yes, it was a bit difficult. However, even a burst of darkness didn't help his petrification. So the princess continued to cry daily. She was so exhausted she began to resemble an empty shell. But around that time, Master Gunji came from the Sherpa Guild to give her his will. The protagonist thought, "That's it." Nuku continued. The contents of the letter suddenly helped Yuika get back on her feet. It stated that if he couldn't escape the dungeon and she returned, he entrusted his younger sister, Mari, to her. Yuika took the girl and returned with her to the capital. Then, she learned of her pregnancy. She and Barry were shocked, but they supported her. Mari exclaimed, and Yuika was so happy. She barely remembers that time, but she definitely said something like, "Well, dear, well done." Nuku, embarrassed, put his teacup down on the table and said, "The Black Princess is the symbol of the Galactica teachings, a priestess chosen by the church to save the world from the end of time. That's why the church told people that the Black Princess Yuika, who became the incarnation of the goddess Galactica, gave birth to a heavenly child. They then dubbed Miuri a child of the gods and erased the existence of his real father from history. And he asks him to uphold this legend. Now that they've lost the princess, the people need a new source of hope." Mari spoke with a confused and thoughtful tone. Miuri finally met his father, and then this happened. MC expressed surprise. He too didn't fully understand why his existence had to be hidden. However, when Yuika returns, he thinks she'll be angry, doesn't he? Nuku, sipping his tea, replied that he was prepared for her wrath. Well, it's time to talk about how she disappeared. Ro listened intently. The guildmaster said that as soon as Miuri turned 2, the princess resumed her dives. She decided that a way to free him from petrification could only be found in the dungeons. Then, on the 80th floor, something awakened. A monster calling itself a great demon. It turned out to be the master of the floor, capable of commanding an army of lesser monsters. The horde of monsters subjugated by Yuika and his army clashed. The battle was pure hell, but Yuika and her squad had cornered the great demon. She called Barry to join her, ordering him and Mazakan to provide cover. The girls attacked the demon. Yuika activated her Phantom Needle and was about to lunge at her opponent, but the Dungeon Master activated his attribute, immobilizing her. Barry called out to the princess in fear, but she didn't respond. The girl noted that she was completely immobilized, even her hair frozen. What kind of magic was this? The demon laughed maliciously and, looking into the frozen Yuika's face, exclaimed, "Those eyes are filled with the power of the spirit. They are the kind he likes. His name is the Collector, and he collects whatever his heart desires. Let them watch carefully. Mortals whose lives are short. At this moment, this man will be freed from the influence of impermanence." Nuku sighed heavily and continued, and then Yuika vanished. A couple of days later, he accidentally saw Mari's spell in reverse. It was then that he realized that the monster's magic also had to do with time. There were two pieces of evidence to support this. First, the magic circle's layout was similar. Second, there were reports from adventurers who had experienced similar things. Several other cases were recorded of comrades disappearing from the group in this manner, and they all repeated the same thing. It felt as if time had stopped. The protagonist thoughtfully noted that Yuika's time had also stopped. Nuku continued, 8 years had passed since then. The hope that the princess was still alive had abandoned them, and everyone had started over, including him. Mari sat pensively. The protagonist, confused, remarked that time magic was so rare that it was only described in ancient tomes. But thanks to Mari and her magic, he was able to return from the stone, so there was still a chance to save Yuika. Wasn't there? The sister looked at her brother hopefully and asked, "He won't give up, will he?" He replied, "Of course." Yuika was part of their precious family, Mari pointed out, but by that point, no other group had made it to the 80th floor. MC said, "Is that so? Then they need to create a team that can handle it." She countered, saying there was practically no information about the Collector either. He replied, "The unknown is the foundation of dungeon exploration." Ro looked at his sister and said heartfeltly, she alone, day after day, searched for a way to save him and Yuika. But from now on, she wouldn't have to bear that burden. After all, she had already saved him. That's why he would save Yuika. The girl clenched her fists, looked at him with tears in her eyes, and said that no one but her was ready to continue saving him and Yuika. She had had to bear this too heavy a burden for years, carrying it on her fragile shoulders. But she'll help him. They'll save Yuika together. Mari buried her face in his chest, crying, and he soothingly patted her shoulder. Nuku said he'd support them in any way he could. The protagonist thanked him. The guildmaster asked, however, what they planned to do first. According to Mari, the stronger the groups that break through to the lower levels, the more members they lose. That's how they weaken. The protagonist replied, well, could he write a letter of recommendation to reinstate him as a Sherpa? And he himself knew that a party's strength depended not only on the abilities of each member, but also on their teamwork. Nuku agreed. That was it. MC continued. Even the current adventurers, with the right combination, would become the strongest of the strongest. And the best way to gather information on adventurers was to accompany them on dives as a Sherpa. He didn't think bringing Yuik back would be that easy. Therefore, step by step, they needed to develop a perfect plan, down to the last detail. Nuku had noticed, and indeed he had. Ro had said he was counting on his help. Sometime later at Yuika's mansion, Mari asked him where she should start. He replied that she was already level 4 in adventure, right? The girl agreed. He continued then. First, she needed to raise it even further. She exclaimed. She understood. She was already going deeper and deeper through the floors every day. The protagonist said, just remember, diving blindly was ineffective. From now on, she needed to earn experience points more productively. Mari noted that this was true, but good hunting spots were always crowded. He replied, yes, that was true. However, by changing your hunting style, even the most unpopular spots could yield a great catch. The girl exclaimed enthusiastically. Really? The protagonist remarked. But she herself should avoid such places for now. It's very dangerous. Mari drawled in confusion. What was he saying? MC smiled and said, but with him, it's a different story. The girl stared at him in surprise and joy. He suggested they go together, adding, an adventurer and a Sherpa. Always a great team, right? She laughed and replied, yes, exactly. Mari snuggled up to him and exclaimed, diving with her brother. It's just a fairy tale. He asked with surprise and mockery. Why is she cuddling up to him like a little girl? She looked at him in confusion and indignation. What? She'd waited 11 years, Rose said thoughtfully. 11 years. Then he smiled and said, then nothing can be done. His sister happily agreed. Shizu looked at them gloomily. Tae burst into tears and told Mari she was so happy. She was touched to the depths of her soul. Puri looked at the brother and sister with a warm and sincere smile. Mari was embarrassed and apologized to them. Puri exclaimed, no problem. Everything's just fine. 11 years have passed, after all, Shizu said in a serious tone. However, don't get so carried away with the conversation and wave the fork she'd spit food on. By the way, had she forgotten the table manners she taught her? You should sit up straight in your chair. Mari, completely embarrassed, straightened her back and lowered her head. The protagonist looked at her in surprise. Puri said conciliatorily, well, what's this? It's okay today. Shizu said categorically, no, protection is necessary. The protagonist said with a smile. He, too, had completely forgotten himself and hadn't noticed. Let them forgive him. It seemed he still needed some practice himself. But now it's no wonder Mari and Muri are so well-mannered. No words of gratitude could describe his appreciation for taking care of them all this time. Tae, finally bursting into tears, replied, they're not worthy of such words from the master. Puri remarked admiringly. They were amazing from the very beginning, and only Shizu maintained her composure. Mari sheepishly tugged at her brother's shirt sleeve, urging him to be quiet. Instead of answering, he stroked his son's head. Miuri was pleased by his father's affection. The secretary thought gloomily that, as the head of the church had feared, everyone had developed feelings for this man. After Miuri's training and Mari and Rose's departure for the guild, she went to the head of the Galactica church. The clergy were surprised. The man made of stone had returned. It seemed he'd let his guard down, thinking it was impossible. If this continued, God's will for the heavenly child would be fulfilled. And yet, he'd worked so hard to raise him as a replacement for the Black Princess, and the church had helped them so much with their living expenses. He turned to her and said, "Let her get rid of this man by any means necessary." Shizu, who was a deaconess, replied, "It shall be done." And now the protagonist looked at her and thought he had learned about Shizu's position from Nuku. For her in the church, he was probably the greatest threat right now. What would she do? Depending on her actions, his own could also be at risk. He sighed, smiled, and thought, well, as they say, time will tell. Shizu meanwhile thought, for now, she'll keep an eye on him, and then she'll see how things go. That evening, lying in bed, the protagonist thought a lot of events in one day. He thought he was fighting a dungeon boss, and then suddenly there was an 11-year jump. His sister was now 15, his son was already 10, and Yuika was missing, and it was important to save her. Although first he needs to get back on his feet and get his job back. At that moment there was a knock on the door. Mari and Miuri entered the room. MC asked, surprised, if something had happened. His sister asked if they could sleep with him. It's just that Miuri hadn't been able to chat with him, Rue thought in surprise. At 10, he hadn't really wanted to sleep with his father, but this was different. He smiled and said the bed was just too big for one. So, if they hadn't changed their minds, let them climb in with him. Miuri exclaimed happily. Good. The three of them settled comfortably on the bed, the protagonist and Mari at the ends, and the boy in the middle. Miuri looked at his father and thanked him. The protagonist thought, what a lovely child. He said out loud with a smile, he looks just like his mother. The boy replied sadly, he practically doesn't remember her. People often tell him they look alike, but he thinks their personalities are completely different. MC remarked in surprise, is that so? His son turned to him and said that, since they'd met, could he tell him what she was like? He thought, while drunk, of Yuika kissing little Mari, always saying goodbye. And she often resembled a kitten. She was honest in her feelings, and when she thought about something important, her cheeks would flush. Out loud, he said she was very sincere and charming. Something like that. The boy asked in surprise, is that true? Mari exclaimed. No, Yuika was incredibly strong and wonderful. She's a truly great heroine. Miuri noted. The others said so too. Ro noted with a smile, that's the complexity of the adult world. They behave differently depending on who they're talking to. Mari continued murmuring admiringly, Yuika is wonderful, reliable, the epitome of an adventurer. Suddenly, a thought struck the protagonist. What if he shouldn't have said that about Yuika? She'll later accuse him of telling the children such things while she was gone? He said out loud, but then they shouldn't tell their mother what they discussed. This conversation will be their shared secret, okay? Miuri happily promised his father this. He asked his son, by the way, if he also attended the Adventurer Academy, how was he doing in his studies? The boy looked confused, and then after a brief silence, he slowly began his story. When he couldn't score enough points to advance to the next grade, he was given special treatment and exempted from exams. His peers didn't bully him, but no one ever tried to befriend him. Everyone had high hopes for him. They said he was supposed to save the world from the end of time. The protagonist asked if he felt a burden from their words. Miuri sighed and said that if he didn't live up to expectations, many people would despair. That was the worst part. In a few days, the Academy would hold a leveling ceremony, where the students would receive their first gifts from the goddess Galactica. But what if he didn't acquire a good ability? He was very worried about that. Mari hugged her nephew, held him close, and said everything would be fine. He pressed himself against her gratefully and said she'd always worked so hard alone, but he would definitely receive a worthy gift too. And then he would go with her to save his mother. The girl looked at him in surprise. The protagonist was touched, the very soul of directness. He told his son out loud that he truly was his mother's spitting image, just like her, innocent and charming. Mari hugged Miuri and joyfully asked her brother if he could tell her how he and Yuika met, how he fell in love with her. He exclaimed sheepishly. What? Mari continued, laughing, telling her how he'd confessed his love to her twice, and how they'd strolled through the city hand in hand, like lovebirds. He wondered, Yuika? What had she been telling her while he was gone? He said it out loud, but Miuri probably doesn't want to hear about his parents' love story. But looking at his son's eyes sparkling with curiosity, he thought, yes, he's very interested. Well, it can't be helped. But too much has happened to tell at once. He'll start from afar, little by little, and he'll adapt, smooth over the unpleasant moments. He'll add a little mystery here and there. Now's the perfect time to continue. MC said he and Mari were born in Tyros. That's all for today. Mari and Miuri both exclaimed in surprise. What? He replied. They'll continue tomorrow. His sister exclaimed happily. Can we come tomorrow too? She wants to sleep together every night. Miuri declared, and so did he. Rue said, that's great, and now good night everyone. After a while, Shizu asked in surprise, "Do they want to go on a picnic?" The protagonist, holding his sister and son's hands, replied, "Yes, that's true." He thought it would be a great way to get closer to everyone. "What does she think?" Shizu paused, surprised, while Puri exclaimed joyfully, "What a wonderful idea. By the way, have they ever done anything like this before?" Tae replied, "No. They'd been thinking about going somewhere with the princess for a long time, but it hadn't worked out." Yuika had asked in bewilderment if a picnic would really save the world from the end of time, and she'd flatly refused to go. The protagonist, laughing, said how like her. Shizu thought indignantly, "How dare he talk about the princess like that?" Mari said, "But they once went picking goji berries together on a weekend, and even made jam out of them." Yuri said, "Sounds fun. He'd love to go berry picking with them too." MC said, "At least for a couple of hours. It would be nice to hang out nearby." Shizu took off her glasses and reluctantly agreed, well, if only for a couple of hours. The next day at the academy, Muri entered his 4th grade class, Class A, made up of children from particularly high-ranking families. It was also known as the elite class. The classroom was unusually lively today, and the reason for this was precisely him, Muri, a child of the gods. His divinely chosen status and outward beauty created an image of an aloof prince. Most often, he would observe the street scenery with a melancholy expression, as if he were worried about the future of the entire world, and this note of enchantment made him even more unapproachable. However, such was not the case today. He looked at the card with the flower and smiled joyfully. His classmates whispered in surprise. The atmosphere was significantly different from usual. Did anyone know what had happened? They thought it couldn't be. Katie had dared to say, come what may, she would go and ask. Her classmates were amazed. What fighting spirit! She cautiously approached him, who was examining the flower, and her voice stammering with excitement, apologized. The herbarium he was holding was very beautiful. He, smiling, thanked her and said that they had gone on a picnic that day, and he had picked flowers with his family. The girl exclaimed in surprise. Really? He replied, yes, in the Milva forest. Jitan, sitting at the desk in front of him, asked, so, he goes on picnics too? Katie indignantly told him not to interrupt her without permission. The boy looked at her perplexedly and asked, what difference does it make? It's his place anyway. The girl persisted, and besides, it was improper to address a prince by his first name. Muri also addressed her by her first name and said, everything is fine. She wondered in surprise. He called her by her first name? The protagonist's son continued. He enjoys being addressed by his first name. Katie, her voice breaking with excitement, asked if she could also address him as Mr. Muri. He replied, of course. After all, they'd always studied together since first grade. Bells jingled in the girl's head with joy. Jidan asked, by the way, is that forest interesting? It's nothing but trees. What else did they do on the picnic? Muri replied that first, they settled into a picturesque spot, laying out a deck so everyone could sit. And then, they ate the food they brought from home, strolled through the forest, and sampled wild plants. All of their classmates were extremely surprised. What? He ate the local vegetation? He replied, that's right. For example, there's an edible grass called subibi. It's a little sour, and they drank nectar from a peach lily. That was sweet. And they also climbed trees and walked barefoot on the grass. His classmates were stunned by his story, especially Katie. Jitan was perplexed. I can't believe it. He always sits so quietly every day, so he thought he was unapproachable. Miuri drawled in surprise. Really? And he always wanted to be friends with everyone. After that, the children began to chatter, inviting him to be their friend. They asked him to tell them what they did next, and why shouldn't the whole class go on a picnic. One of the children said he'd borrow horses from his stable. Another boy exclaimed, and he grabbed a blanket for the arrangement. At that moment, the class president, Ignace, entered the classroom and said in a stern voice, so loud you could even hear them from the hallway. He insistently asks them to moderate their ardor and tone down. Now is not the time for fun. There are 3 days left until the leveling ceremony. The future of each of them depends on the gifts they receive there. The classmates fell silent, and indeed, one of the girls said in a disgruntled tone, he should stop plunging them into this cruel reality. Jitan winced and said, someone get him some water. He was finally able to talk to Muri. The protagonist's son was surprised. Him? The boy replied, that's not what he meant. He hadn't been looking for a chance to talk to him since first grade. Nothing of the sort. Katie laughed sarcastically and asked, really? Ignace said the bell had rung. Everyone should go to their desks. The classmates dispersed, disgruntled. Katie, almost in tears, said to Muri, well then, until next time. Muri thought in surprise. He thought his classmates hated him. After all, everyone treated him special. But now he'd made friends, and he had a father and an aunt. The teacher entered the classroom, greeted the students, and said they would begin a special lesson to mark the upcoming ceremony. This celebration is the most important and sacred event in their program. The goddess Galatica, who brings gifts, is very noble and honorable. Therefore, rude behavior from them is simply unacceptable, and they must definitely invite their families to the ceremony. They must try. Miuri drooped and sadly thought, looking at the herbarium, about inviting his relatives. He'll be glad if his father and the others can come. 3 days later, the day of the leveling ceremony arrived. A crowd had gathered in the waiting room of the great temple, all the students with their parents. Zitan's father said, how wonderful. Today he'll be able to speak with the goddess. Another boy's mother said her maternal heart was so worried. He told her not to worry. Another boy's parents told him they were with him. Did he remember that? The girl's father told her not to worry, she'll succeed. Miyuri, watching all this, remained sadly silent. At that moment, Mari called out to him and said with a smile, "They've come to support him." Miyuri was overjoyed at her arrival. At that moment, Katrinoa exclaimed, "Great gods, it's Mari. What an amazing coincidence, to run into her here like this. It's definitely fate." Mari stared at her in bewilderment. The girl said, "It's her greatest rival." But they'd agreed to address each other informally, like loyal friends. A sobbing Katie ran up to her, clutching her sister's dress and saying she was terrified. Katrinoa remarked in surprise. She was her younger sister, so she should be a little more confident. The girl, crying bitterly, said she'd lied when she'd turned up her nose at breakfast and said she'd slept well. In fact, the truth was, she hadn't slept a wink that night. Katrinoa sheepishly replied to her sister. Okay, she understood. They should go somewhere quieter. She wished Mari and Miyuri all the best and left with her sister, who still hadn't calmed down. At that moment, Miyuri saw her father and Shizu looking very elegant. The secretary was saying something to MC. He thought, surely his father was being warned about something again. Shizu told Ryu to address his son properly, by his title. According to church teachings, a heavenly child has no father. The protagonist replied that he understood everything. She added that he must adhere to 2 rules during the ceremony. First, he must not call himself Miri's father. Second, he must not allow himself to speak or act like a parent. He was going there as Mari's older brother, nothing more. MC agreed with her. Miri, looking at them, thought sadly of his father. He had always dreamed of meeting him. He had hoped to talk. And finally, his wish had come true. But now, he wanted to cuddle up to his father like Katie did to her sister, to hear him say that he was with him. He wanted his father to reassure him, to tell him that he was there, that everything would be all right. Mari, watching her nephew, asked, "Is he all right?" Understanding his thoughts, she added with a smile that, no matter what they called him here, her brother would be watching everything closely and supporting him. And she too. The boy smiled and replied, "Okay." The protagonist approached them and told his sister that they would soon be seated in the audience seats. He addressed his son by name, at which point Shizu coughed warningly, and the protagonist, calling his son Sir, told him to try to relax as much as possible. He believed in him. Miyuri, with a joyful expression, replied that he understood everything. Finally, all the spectators took their seats in the blessing hall. MC looked around and thought, so many people. The master of ceremonies informed the students that the ceremony was held in 2 stages. In the first, they would learn the required number of experience points and obtain them through leveling cores. Then the actual leveling process would begin, during which they would collect their gifts. Well, everyone was ready to begin the ceremony. He invited Jitan to enter the magic circle first. The boy fearlessly complied. His father shouted, "Cheer up." His mother cried, "She's with him. He could do anything." The boy entered the circle, and the master of ceremonies seated him on a chair. Then he told him to recite the keywords to contact the goddess. Jitan excitedly said, "Let the goddess respond." A glow appeared around the goddess's statue. Jitan's mother anxiously wondered if he would be able to carry out this conversation. His father replied, "No one but himself will hear anything. Therefore, they can only believe in their child." The master of ceremonies, assistant, asked how many experience points were needed. Jitan replied, 112. The man said, "Okay, let him take these." The master of ceremonies, placing the tokens in his hands, said, "This is the first gift from the goddess." The boy, looking at the tokens, from which emanated an unknown power, thanked her for this gift. The master of ceremonies said, "Now let him repeat the invocation." Jitan closed his eyes again and asked the goddess to respond. His parents watched excitedly. Ignace remarked, "I wonder what gift he'll receive." Katie cringed and said how worried she was, even though it was Jitan. A glow appeared around the boy, after which Jitan jumped up from his chair and joyfully raised his hand, smiling broadly. His parents breathed a sigh of relief and praised the goddess. He had received a good gift. The spectators burst into applause. Next in line was Adi. His parents shouted to him, "They're rooting for him. Good luck to him. Everything will be fine." Miyuri, watching the proceedings, thought that there had been plenty of wonderful gifts, but there had been bad ones too. The ceremony, which determined the future of each child, was incredibly important for their parents as well. Some cried, others rejoiced. Finally, his turn was announced. He was invited into the magic circle. He thought excitedly. Everything was fine. The main thing was to remember what needed to be done. A whisper rang out in the hall. It was a child of heaven. He truly was godlike. Miri nervously noted that he needed to sit on a chair and greet her for the first time. Say the keywords. Voices echoed through the hall. The very symbol of the goddess Galatica. The savior, the inheritor of her blood. Everything jumbled in his head, a complete cacophony, his attempt to concentrate, and the voices from the audience. Suddenly, the entire audience began chanting, "Child of heaven, it's him, the child of heaven. Let him save them from the end of the world." It was a veritable roar from the crowd. Miyuri was at a loss and looked around the hall in confusion. The master of ceremonies shouted, "Quiet, everyone. Let them show calm before the face of the goddess." Suddenly, the entire hall fell silent. An oppressive silence descended. The master of ceremonies turned to him and told him to continue. Miyuri thought, everything is fine. The main thing is to do everything in order. First, he needs to sit down on the chair. But what next? Panic overtook him. He couldn't remember what to do next. Mari said anxiously, something was wrong with him. All this fuss had confused him. Miyuri panicked, wondering what to do now. At that moment, something incredible happened. The protagonist stood up and shouted, "Dad's with him." The boy looked at him, confused. Mari simply froze in amazement, and Shizu glared at him with hatred. The protagonist continued, "First, let him take a deep breath. Then, calmly exhale. Let him chat with the goddess." Mari also shouted, "She's rooting for him." Tei turned to Yuika and asked her to give him strength. Puri shouted at him, "They'll eat sweets before bed tonight." Shizu breathed angrily and noisily. Miuri, having overcome his nervousness, did everything as his father instructed, and happily thought, "Father and the others believe in him." He sat down on a chair and declared, "Here we go." The surprised host answered, "Yes." The boy closed his eyes and thought, as his father said, he needs to calmly address the goddess. He made his request. Let the goddess hear him. The host wondered, what about the keywords? The MC watched his son with a smile. The man sitting next to him asked in surprise, "Does a child of heaven have a father?" Finally, Miuri opened his eyes and stated the required number of points, 130. The host's surprised assistant replied, "Let him wait a second." When he gave him the required number of chips, the boy thanked him and said, "Then he'll continue." The stunned assistant replied, "Of course." Mari, with tears in her eyes and a joyful smile, said, "He's become much bolder." She looked at her brother, and Ro agreed with a smile. "That's true, he's amazing." Mari could no longer hold back her tears. A very bright glow appeared around Miuri, and he suddenly opened his eyes. Jumping up from his chair, he threw his hands up and shouted to his father, he'd done it. Ultimately, his leveling ceremony had been a success, but the protagonist still felt uneasy, having broken his promise to Shizu. The secretary thought about how she still clearly remembered the day she first met the princess. She'd asked, "She's the secretary sent from the church, right?" Her stunning beauty had taken her breath away. She'd replied, confused, "Yes, she is, and her name is Shizu." Yuika had said she was going to clear all the dungeons in this world, and her help would be greatly appreciated. She'd offered to combine their powers. She'd heard that she, like Shizu herself, was only 10 years old, but what a great goal she had. To achieve her vision required an unwavering heart, a strong spirit, and absolute talent, and the princess possessed all of these qualities. She told her then, okay, she'll give it her all. Then, her heart had been stolen completely, and from that day on, she lived for the princess, doing everything to make her dream a reality, regardless of the cost. But since she could no longer help her, with the princess missing, she could at least nurture the precious children she had been forced to leave behind, Mari and Miuri, to perfection. They would be beautiful in spirit and strong in will, unlike anyone else. They would become like the princess. Sometime after the leveling ceremony, the evening dinner was so calm, it was almost frightening. Shizu gave no sign of her anxiety, remaining silent as always, and, alarmingly, not making eye contact. Mari thought her brother had called himself Miuri's father, in front of so many people. She must be very angry. The boy himself, looking at the secretary and everyone present, wondered if something had happened. The protagonist asked his son how he liked the goddess. He replied that they had heard at school that she was terribly strict, but, as he'd told him, the goddess turned out to be very kind. She even teased him a little. The protagonist laughed, remarking that he thought it was because he'd been able to establish a calm and honest dialogue with her. That's why she relaxed. So he'd received the Sword of Light attack. It seemed like a unique gift. After all, it wasn't mentioned anywhere in the gift book, so he'd have to learn to use it on his own. But most importantly, let him take his time and practice more, okay? The boy happily promised his father this. Then he asked if one of his friends had gone into shock after receiving the power and started crying. He couldn't help her now. Could he? MC asked what kind of gift she'd received. His son replied, apparently, a level 1 spirit enhancement. Ro exclaimed, "Oh, she's happy." Miuri asked in surprise, "Why?" The protagonist said, "The top S-ranked adventurer stats don't list spirit enhancement. For example, his stats, physical strength, endurance, reaction speed, flexibility, magic, can be enhanced by leveling up, but fortitude, not. But fortitude is an essential stat for every person. It's very useful both in the dungeon and in everyday life." In other words, his friend had received an incredible blessing from the goddess. Miuri happily asked if he could tell her about their conversation tomorrow. He said, "Of course." The boy thanked his father. Mari remarked, "It was good that he consulted with his father, wasn't it?" Miuri happily agreed. Tei burst into tears and remarked that the boy had made friends. Puri added, "How happy." MC turned to Tei and asked if he could have some more soup. The maid joyfully exclaimed, "Of course." The maid said she'd bring it to him right now. He laughed and asked if she could serve him a bigger portion starting tomorrow. The maid replied with a smile, "Of course." "Let him say how much?" Ru said, "3 times." The maid repeated in surprise, "3 times?" Mari exclaimed in bewilderment. "And he'll eat that much?" The protagonist laughed sheepishly and said, "It's just that he hasn't been active in a while." A while later, when he left his room, Shizu was waiting for him in the hallway. She asked if they could talk a little later, preferably in private. He replied, "Of course." Would his room be suitable for a conversation? They could talk after the children went to bed. The secretary replied reservedly, "Okay, she'll come in." The protagonist began to climb the stairs. Shizu glared after him, thinking angrily. This man opened his mouth in a room full of people. He just went and declared whose father he was. Miuri is a child of the gods. By protecting the sanctity of his person, they, in turn, protect him. Therefore, she couldn't tell everyone about their relationship. How many times would she have to repeat this simple truth to him? He was an ordinary Sherpa villager, raised in the lower classes. She should have been more careful from the start. Using his role as a father, he could easily bring the entire estate under his control. That evening, when everyone had gone to bed, she knocked on the door of his room, determined. He apologized and asked her to wait a little. Finally, he opened the door and said she could pass. But Shizu said sharply, "Thank you, but she'll have to stand here." The protagonist was surprised, but accepted her decision. The secretary, looking at him, thought he'd already turned many heads with his hypocritical smile. She turned to him and told him that, according to the official church statement, Miuri had no father, and he had been informed of this, and more than once. He smiled sheepishly, patted the back of his head, and replied, "Yes." But his son was so worried that the words slipped out accidentally. "He's sorry about that." Shizu couldn't help but exclaim irritably. Doesn't he understand the consequences at all? His foolish act had jeopardized the faith of so many people, and the very existence of a divine child. He confusedly tried to say that he understood the importance of it, but the girl angrily interrupted him, saying, no, he couldn't even imagine how Miuri and Mari had suffered while he was a statue. Mari had used her ability every day until she lost consciousness, and Miuri had cried, worrying about her, and all because of him. He was the sole cause of their suffering. Therefore, he couldn't be allowed to remain near them. She was asking him to leave this house. Incidentally, he had no right to refuse. Besides, he hadn't proven in any way that he was the prince's father. Therefore, he had to leave immediately. But she had to interrupt herself mid-sentence because she saw the children who had been hiding in the closet approach the door to his room. The girl gasped in confusion and looked at them in bewilderment. Miuri, blushing with embarrassment and his own boldness, cried out with tears in his eyes, "It's his father." Mari, looking coldly at Shizu, told him not to worry. They would leave with her brother. After all, this mansion had no meaning to them. After that, they left the room and, entering their own, slammed the door loudly. Shizu looked in confusion at the door behind which the children had disappeared. The protagonist said in bewilderment, "Well, that's something." He simply didn't expect their conversation to go this way. The thing is, they come to him every night to listen to stories about the past, and then they fall asleep together. He thought they could talk peacefully once the children were asleep, but as soon as she knocked on the door, they woke up and hid in the closet. He wanted her to forgive him. He didn't think it would turn out like this. The girl said, confused, "No." MC, looking at her lost expression, told her not to worry. She hadn't actually said anything wrong while defending the church's position, and he admitted he had to take responsibility for the words he'd spoken during the ceremony. Therefore, he would try to explain everything to the children, and if she apologized to them afterwards, they would definitely understand. He wanted her not to worry. Nothing bad would happen. He would take care of it. The secretary replied, confused, "Okay." Suddenly, she bowed to him and thanked him. Then she quickly left. He watched her go and thought she wasn't just a servant of the church. She truly cared about the children. But that's how it all turned out. He sighed heavily and returned to his room. Sometime later, Shizu came to the head of the church and told him what had happened. He exclaimed irritably, "Did she quarrel with the divine child?" The girl replied that it was true, and her attempt to separate Miuri from her father had failed. The man sighed and asked if she had even managed to beg his forgiveness yet. Shizu, looking guilty, replied, "Yes, this morning." "True, with some help from Ro." The head of the church exclaimed in bewilderment. What should she do now, after the very person she tried to drive out helped her? He bit his finger and muttered, "Since the princess's disappearance, the donations have significantly decreased. If they don't have the child left, then there won't be any money at all." Gnawing on his finger, he thought about this. Shizu called out to him and asked what she should do now. He replied, "She will no longer be the child's mentor. She should go home and wait for the official letter." Shizu turned pale at his decision and stuttered, "Fine." At that moment, Nuku entered the office and, after assessing the situation, asked if everything was all right. The head of the church exclaimed obsequiously, "Ah, it's him." Regarding that incident with the clan, little could be said yet. Nuku irritably noted that the other side was insisting on its own. Therefore, they were hurried to review the matter again. The head turned to the girl and said she could go. Turning to Nuku, he said, "Well, perhaps it wouldn't be a problem." Shizu flinched and replied, "Very well." Bowing, she left, but no one paid any attention to her. The head told the guildmaster that they had to make major concessions with them. He was ready to accept his offer, but with a few conditions. The girl slammed the door and left. On the way, she thought she had been separated from Miuri. The first time she saw that expression on his face was when he shouted that Ro was his father. Perhaps the boy hated her now. At that moment, a woman working as a realtor called out to her. The secretary thought in bewilderment. Surely, the church had close ties with real estate agencies. She wondered out loud if something was wrong. The realtor replied with a smile. A young gentleman had called her. He needed to find a large house for him. She was hoping for a profitable partnership. Shizu exclaimed in surprise. What was she talking about? She burst into the house and called out loudly. He, talking to Marie, turned in surprise at her voice and greeted her. The girl asked, perplexed, why there was a realtor outside the house. He sheepishly ruffled his hair and replied that he had to go to work and was thinking about moving closer to the place. She looked at him in confusion, clenched her fists, and asked, "He's not planning on taking the children with him, is he?" A chill ran through her at the thought that she would never see them again, that she wouldn't be able to be near them, and her connection with the princess would be severed forever. She screamed, "Don't let him do this." The thought flashed through her mind. This is the end. But she doesn't want to lose everything. The girl, unable to hold back her tears, begged him not to take away her memory of the princess. Everyone stared at her in amazement. Even the maids stood confused in the doorway, unable to move. Mari tried to speak, and the protagonist turned to the girl and said in bewilderment that neither Mari nor Miuri could replace Yuika or anchor her in this world. Shizu looked at him in confusion, realizing that this was the obvious truth. However, without realizing it, she had found in the children a replacement for her mistress. The protagonist continued, "He has a goal more important than life itself, and he is willing to do whatever it takes to achieve it. Therefore, he will never back down, no matter who or what stands in his way." The girl's tears fell onto the floor, her legs buckled, and she sank to the floor. She thought she had finally lost everything. All she wanted was to find a replacement for the Black Princess. But the price of her obsession proved too high. After a while, she mechanically packed her things into a suitcase. The girl thought, well, there was no need to take too many things. It was disgusting that she had to leave the mansion. Snapping the suitcase lock, she thought, today was the end for her. As Governess Miuri, she would leave the mansion. And what next? Entering the kitchen, she called for the maids, but no one answered. She thought perhaps they were on the second floor. Climbing up, she called out to them again, but again, no one answered. Shizu thought sadly, they were gone. Now there was no one else beside her, but where had they all gone? She hoped they would at least say goodbye. No one was seeing her off. The girl chuckled, thinking, perhaps it served her right. Stepping outside, she bowed to the mansion and said, "Thank you for everything." As she walked down the street, she thought, in her opinion, Rose's return had changed the atmosphere in the mansion for the better. The dining table had ceased to be a place for testing good manners and had become a cozy corner for family gatherings. Perfect training, perfect control. She was fixated on only this. She was completely oblivious to her own mistakes. Shizu stopped and looked at the sky. Looking at the sun, she pronounced, "Nice weather." Looking at the official letter from the head of the church, she clarified, "The destination is a clan?" That was the name given to large, organized teams of adventurers, along with all their assistants. They were located in separate bases, financed by wealthy patrons. Only the most promising groups could afford such a lifestyle. The girl mused, such clans, though rare, had been encountered before. However, she hadn't thought they still existed. And the address? Wasn't that the church's property? A sudden thought struck her. Could it be that the temple was now the richest patron? But given the financial difficulties, it was unlikely that the frugal leader would easily agree to support such associations. What was going on? Shizu wandered on thoughtfully. After a while, she stopped and said, "This is the very place." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Yes, he will clean up the gate." The girl was stunned. She recognized that voice. Miuri, holding a broom, addressed her by name and exclaimed, "Thank goodness." She saw their letter and came. Shizu, confused, pronounced his name in confusion and said, "She received orders and arrived at her new place of work." The boy joyfully exclaimed, "Yes, it is here. Welcome to their clan." The girl looked in disbelief at the large, beautiful mansion. Miuri called out to her father and aunt, informing them that Shizu had arrived. Everyone came out of the gate, including the maids, and everyone was smiling happily. Confused, she asked, "What's going on?" Marie, looking at her sheepishly, asked if she could call her sister. The girl looked at her in surprise and thought, this brought back memories. She'd called her that a long time ago, when she was very little. Incidentally, when had she stopped calling her that? She remembered telling Marie when she was 11 that the Twilight sword was being disbanded. The girl exclaimed in confusion. What did she say? The secretary remarked that they had tried their best and thrown everything they had into rescuing the princess, but she had ended up on the 80th floor of the dungeon, and no one could figure out what exactly had happened. Apparently, it was time to give up. Marie grabbed her hands and exclaimed, "Everything will be fine. She'll become an excellent adventurer. And no matter what, she'll save her adopted sister, Yuika. So she's asking her to give her strength." And now, Mari grabbed her hands and asked her to lend her strength. The girl noticed that at that moment, her eyes were burning with the same passionate fire. At that moment, Mari said again that she would become an excellent adventurer, and no matter what, she would save Yuika. The girl shook her hands in amazement and was about to say that it was impossible, but the protagonist's sister said that she had heard from Nuku that Yuika had stopped her own time with magic. So, there was a chance she was still alive. Shizu said in amazement, but reaching the 80th floor wasn't that easy. The girl countered that her brother had come back to life after 11 years as a statue, so there was still hope. So she's asking her not to give up. Mari hugged the astonished girl and added that she would try her best, and she would forever remain by her beloved adopted sister, Shizu. The secretary, barely holding back tears, thought her soul was so pure. She gave up, no longer hoping for the princess's return, and tried to maintain the church's influence with Miuri's help. Therefore, she began paying less attention to Mari. But after everything she had done, she still called her sister. Mari was mature and independent, or so she had previously thought. However, in reality, she had simply used this pretext to distance herself from her, and she continued to struggle, alone, pushing away despair. And finally, she found true hope. Hugging Mari in return, she thought, this girl is so kind. She forgave her even the most foolish mistakes. No longer holding back tears, she said, "Okay, thank her. She will do everything in her power, anything." The protagonist exclaimed joyfully, meaning everything was fine now. Sometime later, he arrived at the Adventurers Guild and walked into the guildmaster's office. Nuku turned to the protagonist in surprise and asked him to explain it again. Wouldn't it have been better to turn to Shizu for help right away? When he'd seen her in the head of the church's office, her face had been as white as a wall. MC remarked. He imagined churchmen like Shizu would willingly listen to something he said. Nuku admitted it was unlikely. He was, however, also a servant of God. In the Galactica church hierarchy, he held the position of acolyte. Ro said he sensed that this girl's love for the children was genuine, not simply forced. Therefore, he hoped she would finally be able to trust him. Nuku had noticed, but ultimately brought chaos into her life. The protagonist replied, not quite. He shouldn't sound like he was the ultimate villain. It was all just a coincidence. Shizu and Miuri had suddenly had a falling out, and suddenly he managed to mediate between them. Thanks to this, the church readily agreed to his outrageous demand to create a clan, covering all the expenses for the land and building, providing the talented Shizu and a few other things. So he asks him to officially register their clan's name, Scabbard of the Morning. The protagonist placed the document on the table and added, they were created to bring Yuika back. However, their only fighter so far is Mari. The rest are all supports, so he thinks they'll find more members. Nuku said, yes, and thought, it must be another coincidence. MC smiled and remarked on the delicious tea. After a while, he returned and shouted, he's home. Mari and Miuri ran out to him and joyfully congratulated him on his return. Ro remarked in surprise, they looked cheerful. What happened? Mari exclaimed. They explored the mansion. Miuri added, and they found a gorgeous pond and even a basement. The protagonist was delighted. Wow, he's so happy about this. They'll need more gear and equipment. It's good there are empty rooms. He asked his son if he'd give him a tour. The boy happily hugged his father and said, of course. Mari looked a little offended. The protagonist hugged her too and said, with her, of course. The girl also happily snuggled up to her brother and said, okay. At that moment, Tay announced that dinner was ready. When everyone sat down at the table with the maids, everyone wished each other bon appétit. Tay sheepishly asked, sure, she and Puri could dine with them? After all, they were maids. MC replied with a smile. Of course. They were in the clan now, so everyone was equal. Then he turned to Shizu and asked her to call him by his first name. She clarified, she's part of the clan now too, right? So she'd try. After a pause, the girl addressed him by name. She learned he was planning to undergo training for beginner Sherpas, but he was a highly skilled professional in Tyros. So why shouldn't he go straight into raiding? He replied with a smile. He'd suggested this option to Nuku, but he'd been turned down. To the capital's Sherpas, he was just a stranger, so he should start over. Mari exclaimed, don't worry. If she asked him to accompany them on every dive, they could quickly fulfill the experience requirement for advancing to a higher level. They'd be taking a shortcut, so to speak. And he could also keep the registration fee she'd paid. He'd said that was okay. Shizu looked at him in bewilderment and exasperatedly exclaimed, really? What is he teaching an innocent child? The protagonist, adopting an innocent expression, began munching on vegetables with exaggerated loudness. Then he said that, first, they needed to strengthen the clan, and he was counting on Mari for that. His sister exclaimed, yes, she will try her best. They will go diving together and defeat a ton of monsters. And then, in the great temple, she made a sacred vow to the goddess Galactica that, upon entering the endless labyrinth, she would surely avenge the Black Princess on the terrible demon. Then, everyone present began to mutter in surprise. This is the great princess's younger sister. Immediately after the princess disappeared, rumors began circulating about her sister. Could it really be her? Her brother said he was counting on her for this, but that was not what she expected at all. In the main temple of the Galactica Church, inside the Moral Cathedral, the farewell ceremony for the junior priestess had been underway since early morning. Marie thought dejectedly. The ceremony was so long. She said it out loud, but she was only at the beginning of her adventurer's journey, so she would face many trials. She was participating in a sacred rite to collect donations. Placing her hand on the sheet of paper with the text, where it was marked where she should lower her voice, where she should change her intonation, where she should show determination, where she should lower her head slightly, she continued. She had no right to retreat, therefore, she would surely overcome evil, and she counted on their support. All for the precious Black Princess, she thought, checking the text. She needed to wait 3 seconds. The assembled people admired her, a true junior priestess, calm and determined. She was a blessing to them all. What a brave girl. Mari, holding back tears, said, thanking everyone from the bottom of her heart for gathering here for her. Following the prompt, she spoke these words slowly and tenderly. Then she sighed with relief and thought, finished. The head of the church addressed the people. Now we can move on to the blessing for happiness. He asks everyone to come up to the stage one by one. Mari thought in surprise. More? The head continued. In honor of the important mission, they ask everyone to show sincere support for their beloved junior priestess. The people began to approach the stage and put their money in a common pile. Mari thought in bewilderment. What? They're all going to come? Are they kidding me? The people continued their procession to the stage, handing over their money. Finally, Mari, standing in a scattering of coins, blessed everyone who brought money with the goddess, promising heavenly protection. She warily said, next. When the man approached her, she also extended her hand over his head and said, the goddess blesses him, granting him heavenly protection. The man thanked her and left. Marie couldn't wait for it all to be over. At that moment, Katrinoa's voice rang out. She exclaimed, my best friend in the world, today is an important day for her, isn't it? Since they are close, she came to witness the solemnity of this moment in person. They have definitely become even closer, by the way. She knows fire magic. If she doesn't mind, then to defeat the demon lord, they could form a joint squad. What does she think about this? Marie, ignoring her, thought that was a stroke of luck, and summoning the next person, she automatically said, "The goddess blesses him, granting him heavenly protection." Next up, the man was surprised. Why so quickly? Katrinoa, looking at her, said with a grin, "It can't be helped. There are so many people here. They'll continue this conversation next time. She'll come again," she promises. After the donation, the church staff began singing songs. The church workers began offering the people a collection of poems by the junior priestess. Every line is dedicated to the Black Princess. The title of the collection was, "To My Beloved Sister. If they buy now, they'll get a discount." People were so moved they cried. It was so touching. In another corner, a brochure about the 2-day sacred event, the Junior Priestess's Evening, was attracting people's attention. People were happily buying it. Meanwhile, Katrinoa thought, the brochure and the collection, she took them all. Looking at the titles, she noted with surprise, details about the saints and events. From the Church of St. Galatica, the Scabbard of the Morning Clan. What was that? She'd never heard of them. The chanting continued, drowning out everything around her. Meanwhile, in the reception area of the main cathedral, Mari sat exhausted in her chair. Shizu thanked her in a mentoring tone for her work, and added that in the future, she needed to slightly strengthen her expressiveness and voice so that even in the back rows, people could hear and understand everything. And also, let her pause occasionally, maintaining a natural demeanor. Speech. She will sign this point in the next speech. Looking at the girl, she asked, was she listening to her? Mari answered honestly, not really. She doesn't want to leave. Why is that necessary? Of course, she understands that fundraising and cooperation with the church are very important, but still, isn't the promotion to the rank of junior priestess a bit too sudden? She doesn't feel like a servant of the goddess at all. Shizu looked at her calmly. The girl continued, many people came to see her, and even paid 10 coins for a blessing. You could live in the capital for 6 months on that money. And the poetry, she didn't write it. Shizu answered gloomily, it's better for her not to know. She had already agreed to do everything that would benefit their clan. Therefore, she will not tolerate her whining, okay? The girl answered embarrassedly. She understood. Then she looked at her and said, she is so cruel. Shizu shuddered at her words and thought, as sweet as she was as a child. She said out loud with a smile, the princess had once taken part in all these events, even going on raids. Mari exclaimed in bewilderment. What was she saying? Could it really be true? Then she needed to try hard too. If Yuika had worked so hard, she wouldn't disgrace her efforts. Shizu said there was a business dinner with patrons planned for tomorrow evening, and in 2 days, there was the evening of the junior priestess event. She needed to memorize the speech she had prepared for it, and next time, she would try without prompting. And a couple of additional comments. May she always maintain a bright, sincere smile. She wanted to add something else, but Mari cried out in despair. She wants to go to the dungeon. Sometime later, a peculiar auction was taking place in an abandoned building on the outskirts of the capital. The basement of this building was filled with a strange atmosphere. Everyone was wearing masquerade masks and costumes. The host, wearing a clown mask and outfit, exclaimed, they congratulate the playful monkey on his successful acquisition, and welcome the next lot to the dungeon auction. Presented to their attention is Angel Venom, an amazing item from the Phantom Demon Hydra. In his hands was a vial of potion. He continued, this Angel Venom will help anyone prolong their life. The starting bid is 40 gold. Those present began to place bids. 40, 47, 60. Nuku, who was also present with the protagonist, growled indignantly and said that no one except the Adventurers Guild can arrange a sale of loot from monsters. The protagonist, under the mask of the Dark Reaper, replied that apparently there are adventurers dumping their loot here. Nuku was indignant again. This is unforgivable. The auctioneer announced, sold to Mr. Obsidian Wolf for 80 gold coins. This is the highest bid in the history of the auction. Everyone present applauded. Clap your hands. The host announced, and the final lot for today is simply a miracle. An assistant rolled out a dagger on a cart, and the host said, the legendary sage Far, known as the Hand of God, created this artifact about 100 years ago. The keyword activates the water magic hidden in the artifact. The name of the blade is Spider Dagger. During his life, Far sealed spells in almost 1,000 daggers. However, after a single use of the internal weave, they all turned into ordinary knives. Therefore, now very few blades remain that have not yet lost their power, but he will not languish them. The starting bid for this item is 70 gold. Those present began to place bids again. MC raised his hand and said 100. Nuka was indignant. Let him wait. For that kind of money you can buy a house in the capital. What is he doing? People began to raise the bids. Rose said that if you combine his power with Marie's ability to turn back time, then it is possible. Use this dagger forever. He shouldn't worry. He'll get it all back. Every penny. Nuku replied, that's not the problem. The protagonist remarked that they needed this dagger to strengthen the clan. Raising his hand, he named a price of 200 gold. Nuku almost howled and asked him to listen to what he had to say. The auctioneer spread his arms wide and joyfully exclaimed, what a day, an incredible amount. Never before had the bid risen to such a scale. Maybe today they'll have a brave soul who can challenge the Black Reaper. The auction guests began to speak doubtfully. It seems like a lot. You can easily live in the capital for 10 years on that kind of money. Nuku thought excitedly. They came to the auction on his behalf, and if this continues, it turns out he'll have to pay as well. What a loan that is. He began to mentally pray that at least someone will outbid outbid this thing. Finally, the auctioneer announced, well, it turns out there are rivals. No more? Then the dagger sold to the Dark Reaper for 200 gold, and they congratulated him. The auction participants applauded the buyer. Nuku was ready to disappear into the ground. The protagonist asked with a smile, everything's all right? Marie made good money at the ceremonies today, so let the church pay for it all. Nuku was indignant, so now he still has to convince the head of the church? He should put himself in his shoes. Leaving the building, the guildmaster declared decisively he would never set foot in these auctions again. At that moment, Katrinoa and her assistant were watching Ro's house. She thought, it's here, the scabbard of the Dawn clan. She'd done some research. The clan had only recently been established, and Mari was its only adventurer. She asked Harris what he thought. The man asked permission to consider the matter, but for now, she'd better hide properly. The girl remarked, wasn't it odd that they were working closely with the church and holding sacred ceremonies? Harris begged her to just get out of sight already. She continued, walking slowly, as if she hadn't heard him. Had Mari gotten involved with a suspicious group, and now they were using her in their schemes? The assistant again urged her to be reasonable, but Katrinoa, ignoring his pleas to hide, put on her glasses and said that if Mari was in trouble, then she simply had to rush to her aid. With a disguise like hers, they could begin their investigation. Let Harris go ahead with her. The girl resolutely approached the house and shouted, I apologize for disturbing you, but no one answered. She said, it's a suspiciously perfect building. It clearly belonged to wealthy people. Perhaps a member of a noble family or the son of a wealthy merchant. Harris addressed her by name, and the girl asked, what's wrong? Had he found any clues? He glanced back and said, I think the clan members are here. At that moment, the protagonist, entering the premises, wished them good morning. Katrinoa exclaimed in confusion, it's too early for climactic meetings. Harris bowed to the protagonist and apologized for their rudeness. The girl told her assistant they needed to get out of here. At that moment, Marie entered the premises, looking tired. Katrinoa called her name, ran up to her, and asked, what's wrong? Why was she carrying such a huge backpack and looking so disheveled, and so sad too? Mari uttered just one word, sleep. The girl thought resolutely, as clear as day. This suspicious clan was to blame for everything. The protagonist asked her sister if she knew her. Mari replied that they were in parallel classes at the academy. Katrinoa exclaimed that she was her best and most loyal friend. After that, she told him her name, and added that it was nice to meet him. The girl asked with serious intentions, is he the clan leader? She had something to talk to him about. MC replied, no, he's not, but he'll tell them they have guests. The girl said, she's so grateful. Then she whispered to Mari that she would definitely get her out of here, but Mari didn't answer. She was falling asleep on the move. The girl thought, no matter what, she wouldn't back down for dear Mari. Ro opened the door to the house and asked her to come inside. She politely thanked him for his time. Sometime later, over a cup of aromatic tea, the girl recounted the beginning of their acquaintance with Mari. It was the end of the semester in her 4th year at the academy. For the first time in her life, she had been demoted from the honor roll. Her classmates, standing behind her, exclaimed in surprise, Number 1, Mari? Who was that? Apparently, she had received an extremely rare gift at the ceremony this year. It was simply unbelievable. Since her first year, Katrinoa had been the leader every year, and now she had been surpassed. The girl herself, looking at that name, wondered what kind of person she was. She had come to the administration wing and seen her there. Her rival. The girl thought, watching her training, according to her investigation, she always trained in the school garden during breaks, swinging a sword in her skirt, no subtlety. Seeing Mari deftly wielding a sword, she turned to her and asked, does she practice like this every day? The entire area here is a public place. Running around here in a skirt, not to mention everything else, that's simply unacceptable. Mari glanced around and silently started to leave. Katrinoa shouted at her to wait. Mari spun around abruptly, thrust her sword forward, and assumed a fighting stance. Katrinoa thought irritably, what kind of rude woman is this? She shouted, she won't move until she takes her reasons into account. Mari gloomily told her to stay out of the way. The girl smiled and noticed she had actually answered. She was a role model for the school. The actions of the number 1 ranking student are always looked up to. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Katrinoa exclaimed in surprise, she's exhausted. Maybe she should go rest. But Mari seemed to perk up and lunged with such force, plunging her weapon into a tree that Katrinoa fell to the ground in surprise. This embarrassed her beyond belief and made her blush. Mari, ignoring her, continued with her task. The girl turned to her, but she merely exhaled sharply with each lunge. Her classmate thought, her eyes, it seemed she wasn't just some kind of rude woman. Incredible levels of strength could only be achieved by pushing oneself to the limit, and she was definitely on her way to it. The girls looked at each other, and Mari again told her to leave her alone. Katrinoa shouted irritably, telling her to wait. She would definitely surpass her and reclaim her place in the rankings. She would never lose. She'd better remember her name, Katrinoa Voltek. From that day on, her school life sparkled with new colors. She dreamed of her first rival acknowledging her and telling her she was also not bad. Laughing, Katrinoa concluded, although by the end of her studies, she still hadn't regained her place. It was a little disappointing, of course, but she was happy nonetheless. The strongest friendships are formed in the heat of competition. That's why she and Mari became unforgettable best friends forever. Shizu, adjusting her glasses, said, what an incredible story, a very interesting acquaintance. So, she came to them to strengthen her friendship with Mari? She really should get some rest first. The girl countered, not at all. She came to save her. Earlier, she saw her in a deplorable state. She looks completely out of order. It's the overtime that's to blame. Actually, no, more likely, they're simply exploiting her for their own dirty purposes against her will. Right? Shizu grinned and said, "Ah, so that's how it is." The protagonist drawled in bewilderment. "So that's how the situation looks from the outside?" Katrinoa was indignant. "Are they even listening to her? Let them free Mari right now. And if not, then she'll go to the proper authorities." When Miuri placed a new cup of drink in front of her, she said, "The tea is a bit strong," but she thanks him for the hospitality. And suddenly it dawned on her who was standing before her. She exclaimed in confusion, "Child of heaven?" The boy smiled and said, "It's been a while." She exclaimed in bewilderment, "Why is he in such a suspicious clan?" Miuri replied, "He's one of its members. He's just helping out though." Katrinoa thought she was about to lose her mind. After that, the boy turned to his father and Shizu and placed the tea in front of them. They thanked him. Katrinoa couldn't believe her ears. She asked in confusion, "Father?" The protagonist ruffled his hair and said, "Yes, that's right. He came for the leveling ceremony." The girl remembered. She'd seen him. He'd then shouted to Miuri that his father was with him. She gasped in surprise and apologized for the inconvenience. He laughed and remarked, "So it seems she wanted to sue their clan?" The boy exclaimed in bewilderment. "What? How could that be?" Katrinoa, trying to explain herself, wondered how things had turned out this way. Zeres coughed in embarrassment. The girl exclaimed, "Exactly." It seems she had expressed herself incorrectly. She went to the guild and found out that her application to join had been approved. Miuri was delighted. Was it true? That was so wonderful. The girl turned to Shizu and clarified, "She's the clan representative, right?" She replied in surprise, "Yes, that's true." Katrinoa continued, "She's a level 5 adventurer and knows offensive fire magic. How does she like her candidacy?" The girl mentally noted that she seemed to have done well. So she'll infiltrate the clan and find out about Mari's situation. This is her secret mission. Shizu thought sadly at this point. It seemed this girl thought she'd found a way to gain their trust and find out everything. She asked Ro what he would say to this. MC, also understanding perfectly, replied that perhaps it was wrong to accept people so quickly. So let her undergo a short rookie test. How could she even imagine going into a dungeon with Mari? The girl asked in amazement, "Diving?" "With the greatest pleasure." Haris thought he got the impression the lady had been waiting for this her whole life. A couple of days later, she showed up fully armed and exclaimed, "She's ready." She'd picked out the finest equipment for today. Oh, how wonderful she and Mari are on the same team. The protagonist smiled, looking at her. Puri told Mari she should eat. The girl replied, "Sorry, but she can't eat before diving." But afterward, she would eat until she was full. The maid smiled and replied that she would be waiting for her return with delicacies. Miuri turned to Mari and asked her to be careful. She promised him so. Then the boy turned to Katrinoa and said, "She should be careful too." She responded with a laugh, which made her feel embarrassed. Shizu, smiling, wished the girls good luck and a safe journey. They thanked her, and Katrinoa thought in surprise, such a cozy send-off, so unexpected. The protagonist said, "Well, it's time for them to move on." A dungeon awaited them. After a while, when they reached the first level of the dungeon, he said their goal today was the northern part of the floor. Katrinoa thought in surprise. This Sherpa may be Mari's older brother, but doesn't he look a bit young to be the father of 10-year-old Miuri? How old is he? 25. He interpreted her thoughtful look differently and said, "To be honest, more than 10 years ago, after a battle with a monster, he turned to stone and only recently returned to life. So perhaps his usual methods of dungeon exploration may be different from those they learned at the academy. So let her share her observations calmly, okay?" She replied, confused that she understood him. She thought he was always so courteous and kind. At first, she thought he was a terrible monster, cruelly exploiting Marie. That was her first impression. After some time, they encountered monsters. MC exclaimed, "Moon fluffies." Actually, they were more accurately called wool spheres from the full moon. The material they dropped was known as moon wool, which was used to create high-quality clothing. Marie rushed towards the enemy. Katrinoa shouted, "She's coming." Then, so was she. Just some small balls of wool. Marie told her not to relax. The girl replied, "Yes, sir." Then Marie prompted her to aim when they landed. She replied that she understood everything. The protagonist's sister shouted, "They're descending. Get her ready." Katrinoa waited for the right moment and attacked the enemies with her fire magic. The force of her blow was incredible, and the girls quickly dispatched the monsters. The spheres fell, dropping their materials. The monsters' fur sizzled from the fire attack. Katrinoa let out a surprised breath and shouted, "They've won." Mari nodded in agreement. Katrinoa happily thought, "They're like warriors from a legend about great heroes." She said out loud, "To be honest, this was her first time fighting in a dungeon, and she still doesn't know much, so can she ask her?" Mari looked at her silently and nodded, giving her affirmative answer. MC said, "He's been watching them and has something to say." Handing his hat to his new ally, he said, "She has good moves, and she doesn't hesitate with a sword. She did a great job." The girl, putting on her hat, replied, "Of course. After all, she had undergone special training." Later, fights with other monsters were also successful. These included saber-toothed rats and bone dogs. Katrinoa looked at the monster's small core and said sadly, "They won't earn that many points." Rose said there simply weren't many monsters in the main tunnel. However, they could count on more in the next zone, and they had just arrived here. Katrinoa looked around in surprise. He continued, This is the dog-headed one's lair. 3 whole caves. Well, that's not bad. The monsters need to be lured out. Katrinoa asked in surprise. How? Marie advised her to cover her ears. At that moment, the protagonist slammed a hammer on the wall, and such a loud crash was heard that she jumped. Marie, covering her ears, looked at her gloomily. After this, the protagonist asked, haven't they warmed up from the previous battles? Their true immersion was beginning. Katrinoa, at first surprised by his words, quickly understood what was going on and, assuming a fighting stance, thought that no matter how ferocious these monsters were, she wouldn't lose. MC said, here they come. Dog-headed creatures began emerging from the caves. Katrinoa, seeing them, gulped nervously. But when the monsters emerged, she was touched. They were such cute and friendly creatures. She exclaimed joyfully, is this the true immersion? And these are the strongest monsters in the level? They're so cute, perhaps even too cute. Rose said not to judge a book by its cover. These dog-headed kobolds have already taken down a ton of newbies. The girls should be careful. They're getting closer. As they approached, the kobolds instantly transformed into ferocious monsters. Katrinoa thought in amazement, how could this be possible? These killer plush toys. The protagonist noted, however, that adventurers past level 3 were beyond their reach. He turned to his sister and asked if she would try. The girl told her ally to watch closely. The protagonist prompted his sister to first strike with divine stun. She stood directly in front of the monsters and took a deep breath. Then she released it, and the surprised kobolds immediately fell to the ground. MC wanted to tell his sister what to do next, but looking at the enemies, he said, this gesture, raising their paws, means surrender. Somehow, it all worked out so simply. They needed to deliver the finishing blow, and all that remained was to gather materials from them. Marie rushed at the monsters without hesitation. Katrinoa looked on in fear as her friend dealt with the enemies. The kobolds screamed so heart-rendingly as Marie destroyed them that Katrinoa covered her ears in horror. Marie, her hands covered in blood, had collected a material used to reduce the silver content of coins, making production cheaper. The purchase price was low. She gathered every last piece and brought it to her brother. He told her to put it inside. There were several interconnected chambers here where kobolds nested. Their cores were small, but if they collected more, they would gain a decent amount of experience. Confused, Katrinoa asked, were they really supposed to do this themselves? He laughed and said, yes, it would take some work, but that was the purpose of their descent today. At the upper levels, novices usually fall prey to 2 things. The first is a lack of determination. The most important commandment of adventurers of all time, no matter what form the monster takes, strike it down without hesitation. It's important to calm your spirit, or rather, dull your senses. That's why they're fighting the dog-headed kobolds. Marie tiredly wiped her face with her hand, leaving traces of her opponent's blood. The protagonist continued, the second thing is lack of stamina. After that, he suggested they talk as they walked. On the way, he said, well, no matter how tired an adventurer is, the monsters won't wait. Therefore, developing stamina is essential. So, they should fight with the additional weight of artifacts and materials, and also carry them with them. In this hall they've come to, there's only one burrow, and they've already awakened the kobolds, so now Katrinoa will have to test her strength. The girl answered, confused, okay. She thought in a panic, it shouldn't be that difficult. The cute plush creature emerged from the cave again. She reminded herself, these kobolds are monsters, so they must be destroyed. First, she must unleash her divine power. When the girl did this, the opponent immediately fell to the ground and raised his paws. Katrinoa looked at him in confusion and noted that this was a defeated pose, so she needed to deliver the finishing blow. But looking into the opponent's sparkling, beautiful eyes, who was making cute sounds, she froze. The kobold made a puzzled sound, the expression in his eyes already beginning to change for the worse. Katrinoa hesitated, lacking the resolve to finish this creature off. At that moment, Marie approached her and looking at her said, if she can't do it, then don't do it. The girl wondered, was this concern? No, that look of hers was disappointment. She hadn't placed any hope in her, but she really was worthless. That's what her eyes said. Marie stepped forward and declared, she'll do it herself. Katrinoa wondered in confusion. Did she think she was weak, unworthy of being by her side? Gathering her courage, she caught up with her, pushed her aside, and shouted, don't make fun of her. She'd do it herself. It's her prize. Swinging her sword, she delivered the decisive blow, and the loot fell right into her hands. When she turned around, her face was stained with blood, but she joyfully exclaimed, it was hers. It's her prize. It was so easy. At that moment, she felt sick. All her arrogance vanished, and she felt like she was being turned inside out, literally. After some time, Marie reflected that as a student, she had no interest in making friends. That's why all the students looked at her with hostility. When her connection with the heavenly child was revealed, everyone turned their backs on her even more. But then, at the second leveling ceremony, she received the rare gift of offensive magic, and also the right to bear the title of unique mage, and ultimately she won universal recognition and respect. True, no one dared approach her, except for one human, Katrinoa. The girl greeted her and said it was time for practice fights. Last week she'd lost to her in the academic test, but she was sure to win this time. She should look forward to it. Then in class, she said that this time, practical training in the endless labyrinth would decide their confrontation. She was looking forward to it. The next time, she also started to mention a duel, but Mari never responded. Sometime later, during graduation, Katrinoa told her that she was very grateful. During these 3 years of rivalry, she had always worked tirelessly to achieve excellent results, and every day here had been fulfilling. Mari remained silent. The girl smiled and thought, again, nothing will happen. She'd even gotten used to it, and she never looked her in the eye, instead staring off into the distance. Suddenly, Katrinoa remembered. It was already time for the dance, the final event at the academy. Mari turned abruptly and left. The girl called out to her, asked her to stop, and said she'd see for herself that she would definitely become as adventurous as she was. No, even more so. And then, they would join forces. Could she hear her? She was inviting her to conquer the capital's endless labyrinth. Marie stopped, turned around, and looked at her in surprise.